Hello, PAX East. We are Games Done Quick. Who's stoked for some Mario Kart DS? Yeah! So, I just have a few announcements before we get into the run. Summer Games Done Quick will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, June 30th through July 6th. Run submissions are now open and will close March 24th. If you'd like to submit a run, go to gamesdonequick.com/profile or visit gamesdonequick.com for more information about the event. And without further ado, here is Lasertrap doing a 32-track run of Mario Kart DS. Lasertrap, take it away!
All right. Hey, welcome everyone. My name is Lasertrap. I press buttons and go fast. And with me,
hi, I'm Z-Cubed, and I'm here.
You're here.
Yep.
So what is a 32-track run? Well, first of all, we're doing 32 tracks. That's as many as there are in the game. Perfect, right? Now, in case you can't read French and you're wondering why the game is in French, well, that's because I set the language to French. That's it. Anyway, 150cc is the fastest engine class. I prefer to play on normal CPUs just for the beginnings of the race. If I get bumped around, it's a little bit easier to go through. And for fun, this is allowed. We're actually going to do a random order run today. It's going to be a bit of fun. And that was only a recent rule change. It used to be that you had to do all 32 in order, but I'm not brave enough to do a random track run at home where I have splits, but since we're here, I thought it would be a good idea. So if we're all ready, I guess I'm ready to start, and I'll hand it over to Z-Cubed at the start of the race, and let's see what we have as our first track. In 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, GBA Luigi Circuit. This track has quite a few instances of off-road, so you're going to be seeing them take a lot of off-road shortcuts. You're also going to be seeing a technique called snaking, which is really what makes the flat tracks in this game stand above the rest. Basically, they're going to be charging mini turbos by going back and forth, and you can do this multiple times on each straight, and it's just way faster.
Way too tight. Yeah,
way faster than driving in a straight line. One extension of snaking is something called PRB, where if you get a full start boost and you keep charging mini turbos back to back, and you don't drop speed at all, you can just go through off-road without a penalty. So you may be seeing them taking advantage of that on some of the turns in this run. Yeah, I guess we'll see as things arise.
Yeah, this is probably my second favorite flat track, but it's really difficult. And it took me a while to get to grips because I'm not used to starting from the back on this track, so I got bumped around a little bit. One thing to be aware of on this track in particular is the puddles, which you don't want to hit because I will spin out. We're using Dry Bones because he is the lightest character in the run, which allows for easier off-road driving. I'll go faster through it. But it does mean that if I do get bumped around by the CPUs, it will be more difficult for me to deal with. And that's a big reason why I play on normal. But you can see another advantage is that I'm now lapping drivers. And that's actually not an advantage for normal. That's a big reason why the actual top players will play on hard mode, so they don't have to deal with this as often when they come through. But actually, that was a good recovery drive after the kind of shaky start. I'm happy with 134. Ooh, okay. Immediately I'm bagging.
Yeah, this is a fun one. So GBA Sky Garden probably has actually the most iconic record in the game, but we'll get to that later.
I got one shroom, so I can show you the shortcut one time.
Yeah.
Ideally, I'd be getting triple mushrooms here because there's a big shortcut on this turn that saves about 5 seconds, and there we go. So yeah, do you want to talk about the world record history here?
Yeah, so Sky Garden for a long time was a minute-long time, right? Nobody was able to crack 60 seconds. And then finally, MK Dasher was able to pull it off. It was arguably the most incredible sub at the time, and
it was a 59.990.
Yeah.
So it was kind of incredible. And you're going to see that I will be almost at that time after 2 laps. But MK Dasher, incredible player. I'm really new to this speedrun scene, actually, and I've been focusing primarily on this 32-track speedrun. But I am mostly a non-PRB player, and PRB is something you can do to keep your off-road immunities throughout the whole lap. And that makes it so that you can do the shortcut on this track 3 times without even needing a mushroom.
No, it's really beautiful to watch when it's properly executed. I'd recommend checking out the current record for this track.
So yeah, you won't be seeing many full strats. Wow, 124?
It's great.
We're off to a good start. See, how can I be happy about a 124 when I just said the record's under 1 minute? Anyway, all right, Burning Out. Not good. This is Baby Park, which is the worst retro in the game. Don't at me.
Even if you're a fan of Baby Park, this recreation is just objectively the worst one that's ever been.
Yeah, it's probably the worst attempt at a retro track that's ever been made. Unfortunately, all the GameCube retros in this track are really toned down and not as vibrant as they were on the GameCube. This was the first time they made retro tracks, and the game is absolutely better for having them. But the GameCube tracks definitely suffered a bit. But yeah, we're going to see what the items do to me here. Oop, I'm just gonna get rid of that, and I got a bad line anyway, so recovery mushroom.
Yeah, fortunately though, it's only 5 quick laps, so they'll be done with it quickly.
And I still got a 50-second time. All right, track number 4 will be the first one.
Yeah, so figure 8 circuit, kind of the iconic Mario Kart DS track. This is like the classic example of snaking. After they take this turn, you'll just see them charge mini turbos just back to back all the way down the straight.
Indeed. So you can just do this, and mini turbos in this game are actually the same boost speed as mushrooms. So it's like you just have an infinite golden mushroom throughout the whole race if you can pull it off. The only bad thing is that my playing is kind of slidey with this snaking technique, which if you're a top player, you would see them kind of eliminate that. But I'm pretty new, so I'm absolutely stoked to be here even at this stage. And I very much hope to show you how to do 32 tracks in under an hour. My PB we can mention is a 58:19, which is 6 minutes off Abel's world record time of 52:15. But Abel is an incredible player, and he actually streams this game a lot, so... Oh, here we go.
Nice.
All right, let's talk about that. So item luck is absolutely a rough factor of this game, but I just escaped a blue shell. You can do that by charging, charging a mini turbo, and when, I wasn't even listening for that, when it goes silent, you can release it and hop, and boosting through the air for that short amount of time is what dodges blue shells. So if you didn't know that, hopefully you can try that now. All right, so you saw me go through the off-road with my startup boost there. That's an example of how the startup boost is kind of broken, and if you can keep mini turboing from that, it's really broken because you can keep off-road immunity for the whole run. And this is the first ever Mario Kart track, if you didn't know, SNES Mario Circuit 1. It's a really fun one to drive, even if you're not going through the off-road, because as you can see, I'm kind of just boosting through the whole thing. And there isn't too much else to say about it. Hopefully, no bad item luck. I got a little bit scared and I went inside the pipe. That's okay. Can't hurt another mini turbo, but it's fine. Whew. I feel good about how I'm playing right now.
Yeah, no, this run's great so far.
Oh no, I hate this track.
Yeah, Muma Farm is quite brutal to drive. Generally speaking, with Mario Kart games, the bouncier the track, the worse it is. You can see they're kind of struggling to charge mini turbos just because of how bouncy the terrain is, and it's just 3 laps of that.
Yeah, it's short, but I want to stick to this inside wall as much as I can, because it's the tighter line, first of all. It's basically another circle track. But then I'm running the risk of driving over... I'm running the risk of driving over the mole holes with it. I need to do a better job at looking out for red shells.
That red hit you from the front, though. There was just no
there was nothing
that.
I could have done about that. Yeah. You will see, even if I do attempt to block a red shell, they will just hit me from the side, like, most of the time. Like, red shells are really the worst in this game. And we've got another... Oh, well. Yeah, I went over a bump at a really bad time, so there was nothing I could have done about that one.
Yeah.
Ah, it's all piling on now.
And the first shock of the run, yeah.
First one of the run, that's not bad, though, because this is the 6th track already. Oh, I missed the bump. So hopefully no more reds.
Yeah. Now, the shock is a really unfortunate item. My understanding is it loses, what, like 6 seconds?
It's about 3, but it depends what else happens to you. Because, like, it depends where you are. If you're cutting through the off-road, you're going to be moving slower as a result.
Yeah.
And so you don't really want that.
Okay, way off. Yeah, no, you're not going to be able to dodge the shock unless you have a very specific item. And when you're in first, you're not getting any item that allows you to dodge the shock.
So it seems like we're playing the Shell Cup right now because we've had the first 3 tracks of the Shell Cup consecutively. SNES, well, I don't know if you're going to get mad at me for saying SNES, but I say SNES because it's fun. SNES and GBA tracks are all flat tracks. This one, which I'm not showing very well, is actually my favorite flat track to drive. It's another short one, so I'm going to do something kind of silly there and go inside, which I don't usually do, but it went well there. But there's this big corner here, which you can just take the off-road and it's faster. Okay, I see that red coming for me. Will I block it? Well, the tree will. Nice. But I took the wrong line. All right. Let's get our actual proper playing back on now. This has been a little bit silly in this track. Yeah, this is one of the best examples, though, of like how Mario Kart feels fast. Like, Mario Kart Wii is one of the most popular ones, and it looks great. There was an absolutely fantastic one by Logan this past AGDQ. But this one just feels and looks fast all the time, really, if you're boosting like this. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, Choco Island 1. Or 2, I think. Whatever.
It's 2, yeah.
Yes, they're going to take advantage of the start boost to
Didn't do it very well, but
to get through that off
anyway.
Yep. So yeah, again, with the non-PRB rule set, even though you're not allowed to maintain PRB for the majority of the track, you are allowed to take advantage of the rocket boost to get through whatever off-road patch you might have to face at the start.
So we've said what PRB is, but have we said what PRB is? Have we actually said the acronym yet?
Yes, so PRB stands for Prolonged Rocket Boost. Basically, you prolong your rocket boost. Yeah, you do it by just charging consecutive mini turbos without letting any speed drop, and you can just go through off-road.
Yeah, and it's just worth it to... Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, I just learned how to do that properly because I was using a visual cue and I found out it's better to listen for when it goes silent. So shout outs to this really old video that was like the first tutorial on how to dodge the blue shell. But yeah, that really helped me just a couple days ago. I was like, why am I not dodging blue shells? I need to be able to dodge them for this run. So Yoshi Falls here. The fastest lap ever done is impressively under 15 seconds, and I have barely ever done laps under 17 seconds. It's a really short track, though, and I don't have much to say about it. The faster route is to cut... Excuse you? Oh, boy. The faster route is to cut through the first and third waterfalls. Never take the second one, though. The second one is required to be used in the mission 3-4 where you race against Yoshi. But yeah, other than that, never take it.
Yeah. Yoshi Falls is also just a fantastic example of a track where you want to prioritize taking tighter lines over getting a lot of mini turbos.
Oh, what? That made no sense. I didn't think I was ready for that.
I guess it was the boost panel.
I guess so.
That was wild.
And you were saying that like it's better to take tighter lines, but I actually kind of forgotten one of the corners.
Yeah, it's all good. It was still pretty fast, you know.
I dodged a blue, so that was fast. Without having to compromise my line.
Yeah. So Wario Stadium probably is the most famous example of a shortcut category in this game.
There are not many.
Yeah, there are 3 shortcut categories total. This one, you can get a bounce off of one of the bumps at the end and get over the wall and respawn right next to the finish line, cutting off like the last major U-turn of the track. It's pretty tough, so we're not going to see it today, but yeah, I'm sure you've all seen an example of this shortcut before.
Yeah, this track is kind of like one of my weakest driving tracks. So like I don't do the shortcut myself, and also like my general driving here is really weak. But still, I'm happy to be here even though I'm a new player. Wow, I'm going straight into the wall. All right, demonstrate the point. Why don't you?
Yeah, no. Even outside of the shortcut though, Wario Stadium is really tough.
Because there's a lot of airtime, and airtime is slow, and like landing from jumps is slow. So I guess we can talk about fast falling too, where a few of these jumps I'm going to be pointing my cart down by pressing up, but then I want to land flat, because if I land with my cart front forward, I'm going to get an even worse bounce that kind of loses all my speed.
Yeah. The flatter you land, the easier it is to get back to full speed.
Also, shout-outs to the music. I know it's a fan favorite, but now it's shrunk music, and that blue hit really weird, but it still hit me. There's nothing you can do to dodge blue shells while you're small, though, unfortunately, and even then, like if I'm not boosting through the air, it would have easily had me over the ramp. Okay, missing that boost.
A fun fact about those like boost panels on the ground is, generally speaking, on tracks where there's a lot of air, like you kind of just...
Was not ready for that.
On tracks where you get a lot of airtime, you basically just kind of have to forfeit PRB, since there's no way you're going to maintain full speed through the air. However, off of those like boost panels on the ground, it is actually possible to restart PRB. There are a couple of tracks where
this was really bad, I'm sorry. The run's been going fine, but this track was a bit of a disaster.
Still great.
I'm still here for a reason, I guess. Ooh, okay.
All right. Yeah. Donut Plains 1, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so Donut Plains 1 is a pretty classic example of a flat track where you just get a bunch of mini turbos. Funnily enough, I believe the record does actually lose PRB here.
Around that corner, yeah.
Yeah, I think it prioritizes taking a tighter line over maintaining PRB, which is...
Yeah, these little sandy dirt patches, I don't know if they're sand or dirt or what, but they are less harsh off-road. So there's like 3 different degrees of off-road, and the sand there is the lightest of them, and it's actually not a degree of off-road that is used very much in the game at all. But like I can still drift through the grass as well, which is like the middle one. Like I can show you here, because it's really not much slower to do that. Just cut through the grass like that. And again, Dry Bones is the big help there, because he's so light and loses the least speed in the off-road. That one almost caught me off guard. I don't think we talked about the egg one either, so let's just see what track we have here. Yeah. So the vehicle I'm using is called the Egg One. Well, it's all carts in this game. There weren't any bikes yet. And I don't know why a Yoshi egg is the fastest cart in the game, but it really is. It doesn't have the most world records because it doesn't have the highest top speed stat. So the time trial records are, I think most of them are with Rob's BLS, which has a maxed out speed stat. But the Egg One is the best all-around kart, and like you would never really see anyone using the BLS in a 32-track run, because the Egg One has a great off-road stat and a great mini turbo boost. One of the best in the game, in fact, only behind 1 or 2 karts.
It's also important to note that they're using Dry Bones for this run. The reason for that is Dry Bones is the lightest character in the game, so they essentially have the best off-road quote-unquote stat.
So you may have seen the last time that actually Mario Kart DS was done at any live event in the US was over 5 years ago. Hold on. And that was Keveridge's... Thank you, yeah. The last time this was at any live event in the US was Keveridge's 32-track run at GDQ 2019. And that was a long time ago, so we're really happy, the whole community is really happy that this is at another one in the US. But he used Rob for that run. And his reasoning was, his reasoning was that Rob is heavier and he didn't want to get bumped around, which is valid. That's one of my fears in running this game, getting bumped around. But it's just a lot better, really, to have the off-road advantage. And Rob being a heavy character makes it so that he won't go as fast through the off-road.
Very nice grab, Snowland.
Yeah, without the item luck, that would have been a very solid time. And honestly, with that item luck, I'm just happy to get under 2 minutes.
It's probably the most famous track in this game, TikTok Clock.
Other than one other that we won't speak about until it happens.
Yeah, no, TikTok Clock has a lot of moving elements on the course. So, for example, you have that arm of the clock, which can make you spin out. You have this pendulum right here. You have these gears, and with these gears, you want to drive in the direction of the gear. Clearly, it's better to drive in the direction that the road is moving.
I almost got 4 mini turbos on there.
Than against the direction that it's moving, and that principle also holds here for these gears at the end.
Yeah, so I'll just drive on the one that's moving in the direction I want to be in. It'll be marginally faster. On lap 2, I have a better setup to get a boost off of the gear, so hopefully we'll see that used well. That was my own fake item box that I put there. There's no point in carrying a fake item box, by the way, because it cannot block any red shells. And so usually I want to hold on to the items that can. All right, so let's see coming up here. I'm going to try and charge a mini turbo early and just hold it onto this gear and get a big speed boost off of there. Yeah, that was a nice one. And I'm already coming up to lap the CPUs. Because mini turbos are the same speed as mushrooms and those boost panels, it's actually faster to snake down the middle of the clock when the hands are not in the way, so that's why I didn't go for the boosts on that lap. It's just the other laps I know the hands will be in my way. All right, these gears change direction on me almost. And let's hope I can get another boost off this one here because it's still going this way. All right, so I can still take advantage of it and nice. 142, wow, okay.
Great time.
Now, if you look up these world records, you see that they're like 10 plus seconds faster than what I've been getting in this run. And I'm gonna play the new player card again for that, but also I've just been putting a lot of work into this 32 track run rather than individual time trials. However, a lot of the lines that I made for this run were, I did have to go into time trials and create lines that I'd be happy for, because the world records will get a lot more mini turbo boosts than I am, and including on that rolling log there, I only go for 1 per lap maximum, but the records will just snake down the whole log, and it's ridiculously impressive. Because that's too bad. Go for it.
I was just gonna say, I do want to point out that charging a mini turbo on that log is still ridiculously difficult, and if you fail it and fall, it's really punishing since you don't respawn. You have to drive all the way around that one turn. It's really slow, so going for it at all is really impressive.
Worse than being counted out of bounds, yeah. And I'd say that this is probably the best Bowser's Castle in the series, in my opinion. And one of the best tracks in the game. Oh no! I was way too low. All right, so this is what happens if you fall off. That is not a mistake I've made before, but it doesn't that have to count as if that's never happened before? Aw, man, all right. Oh, that is punishing. All right, suddenly I've lost like 10 plus seconds on this track. Anyway, I am hoping that the CPUs will stop giving me bad item luck, but what I was actually hoping was that I will be able to show you a shortcut on lap 3. Obviously, there's the famous shortcut that we know is intended that none of the CPU players actually know about on any difficulty, weirdly, so kind of makes it an easy track to win when you're getting started, but this is a big shortcut in itself that the CPUs just never learn how to take. I have no idea what cycle I'm on, so I don't even want to risk getting a mini turbo here, and I will not go too low. But at the very end of the track, this is a shortcut that is only applicable on lap 3. No mini turbo, because you have to fall off. So let's see, hopefully, all right, yeah, that's good. It's a really fun one to show off for sure.
Shroom Ridge. This is
Oh no.
probably the other most iconic record in the game. Or well, the previous world record was. The previous world record on this track by MK Dasher lasted for over 11 years and is the longest, or was the longest standing record in the game by far until Max beat it without PRB.
Well, I have 3 shrooms, so I can take this big cut, which I otherwise wouldn't be taking because the grass does still slow you down even if you can snake through it, so it's not worth it. But if you had the prolonged rocket boost, the PRB that we've been talking about, you can actually skip that entire grass cut without mushrooms and without losing your speed. So it's a really impressive watch. And even if you do see MK Dasher's old record as well, like that's the one that goes through the grass, and I believe he's using the raw BLS because it's most commonly used one on records. So we can shout out some time trialers right now. MK Dasher and Taiga have the most records in the game. Taiga by a long shot, and it's not even close. Also, he got his first record at like 11 or 12, and he's only 15 now and is absolutely dominating the time trial scene. There are some other notable names to shout out, like Beta from Japan and Marisa from the United Kingdom. Abel is also from the UK, who doesn't have any time trial records currently. He did recently have one for about 10 minutes on Choco Island 1.
He also currently holds the 32 track record for both the base game and the no item mod. So
As well as all missions.
Yeah, he's just an incredible player at this game.
Mission mode speedruns have been a popular thing in the last few years as well, so I do recommend you check that out. Abel did an all missions run at ESA that was a good watch. And that was a sloppy Shroom Ridge, but whatever. I always wonder how the cars got stuck on that island.
Yeah, Banshee Boardwalk. This is a classic example of a track that's really difficult to snake on. And that's a classic example of Bowser Jr.'s lightweight making him...
Bowser Jr.? I'm not playing the
Bowser Jr., sorry. The Koopa. Dry Bone. Yeah.
Bowser Jr. isn't even in this game.
Yeah, Brain, yeah.
How do you know he's my favorite character in Mario Kart Wii?
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, yeah, as you can see, there's very little room to actually perform snaking, so it's very difficult to get those MTs out.
The tight tracks like this are actually some of my favorites though, so like I really enjoy going around this last corner, and then you got this thin straight where you got to be careful not to zoom off the side, and then just build up a little speed there. And yeah, you saw me get bumped around at the start, and that's kind of to be expected on this track because the CPUs are kind of selectively aggressive. Also, that fish is named Bubba. We'll have to remember to say hi to him on lap 3. I think that's his actual canon name and not just a community thing. Yeah, this is one of my favorite tracks because I just get a real thrill out of going in between the tight walls. Narrow tracks are just a lot of fun to drive. And I believe, in terms of track count, this is our halfway point, right? I think it's at 16. I was setting up to go around that corner, but I just barely bonked. And now I can't see. The blooper is actually kind of a surprising detriment to me. Hi, Bubba.
Hi, Bubba.
All right, let me get my mojo back here because I lost it a little bit. Is that the first time we've seen a boo in this run? The boo was first made in this game, and it steals items. It usually doesn't matter to me, but there is one track that we haven't seen yet where it could matter.
Whoa.
All right, Mario.
Nice bullet bill dodge.
You just had to unlap yourself. Ooh.
Cheep Cheep Beach. Yeah. This track has a couple of important elements to it. The first is you're going to see them go off of this ramp right here. They're going to perform a hop and do that fast falling technique that we mentioned earlier.
Not a good landing though.
But yeah, generally speaking, you want lower air so you can start snaking immediately. Snaking is faster than airspeed. So yeah. The other thing they're doing is they had to maintain mini turbo boost through that whole cut. If they didn't, then the off-road would be too slow and they wouldn't be able to start another mini turbo.
That would be the case on lap 2 and maybe
sorry.
3.
Yeah.
Because the off-road there, the level varies between, because the tide goes in and out. So when the tide is in, it's going through the deepest water there. And so I'm going to try to go for it. Oh, never mind. There's a crab in the way. All right, so I won't.
Yeah, there are a couple of tracks in the run where that's important.
Delfino's another big one.
Yeah, and Peach Gardens are the ones that come to
Yes,
mind.
that's true. We haven't seen either of those tracks yet, and those are some more of my favorites. Okay. I also remember watching Keveridge's GDQ run, and he said this was one of his favorite tracks, and I was kind of like, what? Why this? It's a very slidey track, so that makes it kart control even harder for, oops, didn't mean to go off that. For someone who, I was not ready for that. But for me, who's not really used to kart control yet, it makes, the slidiness makes it a lot harder. But we're almost done. And I like the end of the track, because you can get some really cool mini turbos out kind of like that, and then just hop to safety.
Beat the blue shell.
Oh, that's true. I didn't even notice that. It'd been a while since we'd seen a blue shell, actually. All right, here we go.
Yeah. So this is the track that they were talking about earlier where the boo can be really detrimental.
Come on, Luigi.
There is an item box on this track where no matter what position you're in, I think
Oh boy.
it's 3 items total that you can get: a single shroom, triple shrooms, or a star.
There is a 1% chance of a red shell, which I really don't want.
Right, yeah. And
I actually got triple trims already, but yeah, go ahead.
yeah, so the box is up here. Yeah, right there. So
Get a
there's
star. So now I'm going to be carefully watching, particularly last place, for if she pulls a lightning, and trying to avoid the snowballs, while also trying to navigate what is probably my worst track in terms of how I drive it.
Yeah, if you remember earlier, we mentioned how bumpy tracks just make for not great driving tracks, and there's the terrain at the end is quite bumpy.
And just this beginning is ridiculous as well, although I managed pretty well there. I think I'm going to elect to keep my star and not go for another box. Ideally, you'd get like triple shrooms and no lightning, but I have a star. I'm not going to... Oh, no, I don't have a star, so... That's what we were talking about with the boo being detrimental. I never react quickly enough for those. Also, it's not necessarily the fastest strat, but I actually do get a bad landing on purpose off of that last ramp, so I can take a tighter turn in between the snow people. This is a hard beginning to drive, and then the rest of it is bumpy, so yeah. Kind of a recipe for disaster. And there's a blue shell coming my way. I just saw Rob send it. So when is that going to hurt me, I wonder?
Oh.
It's not going to matter, because I can't dodge it right now.
That's really unlucky.
So, yeah. Unfortunate right there. Ooh, mean fib on the inside line. But yeah, I'm going to point down and get a bad landing on purpose, bounce, and then... Oh, nope. Well, I'll still avoid the snow people anyway. Honestly, that could have gone a lot worse. Because I frequently get worse times than that in runs, and can do a lot better. So this is the longest track in the game, especially if I do that. It is called Waluigi Pinball, and it is the most overrated track in the series. Boo. So my opinion is that the track is fine. It's not bad, and I think everyone loves the theme, right? But the track itself, particularly the second half, I don't care for. It's kind of not that great, and I've heard people say they don't like that when this came back in 8 Deluxe, and I kind of think they just remember wrong because the track was never good, but anyway, I'll stop talking about that because there is some stuff we might see. All right, I don't usually go for that, but you can get a mini turbo and a big boost off of those bumpers there. All right, so hopefully now that no one's in my way, I'll get a better lap 2 to show you a little bit better driving here. But yeah, this is surprisingly the longest track in the game and only the Flower Cup. Firstly, I want to go down there and then get a nice mini turbo around there and drift through there, and then 2 mini turbos around this corner, So there's a good way of dealing with that first sequence. This turn is really awkward because you kind of just have to hop awkwardly and then boost over that. And then we'll see what happens with the pinballs at the bottom. All right, so I'm avoiding them this lap, but lap 3 is the real problem most of the time. That was not a good bounce. All right. So that cannon in the beginning as well is really useful for dodging items, like particularly the lightning can be dodged in there. Also, you can just barely escape a blue shell, which is cool. But yeah, other than that, there isn't enough to say about this longest track in the game. It's a cool theme. Again, I'm not denying that. And I'm not saying it's a bad track. I'm not calling it the worst track, but I will stand by that it is the most overrated in the series. But hey, the music's good. All right, let's see. Oh, nope. It's a risk that I knew I was taking. But the cycles were a little bit behind where I was used to because I wasn't driving the track well generally anyway. Still. In general, I'm happy with how the run's going.
Well, this run has been great so far.
Ooh, this is a good track.
Yeah. So Yoshi Circuit. Yoshi Circuit, here you're going to see them try to do, yeah, there it was. There they were able to get that PRB technique for the first turn. And then afterward, they charged their MT to cross that gap, kind of skipping Yoshi's nose. Yeah, funnily enough, that can be done.
Arm.
Is this the arm?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, that's his arm.
Oh, it is his arm, sorry.
That's
yes,
okay.
The tunnel is the nose. Yeah, so yeah, they skipped Yoshi's arm, and yeah, it's surprisingly straightforward.
I've even got it without even boosting before. But yeah, this track is called Yoshi Circuit because it looks like a Yoshi, as I have demonstrated on the bottom screen.
And they're just going to do it 2 more times.
Yeah, and this is another really fun one to drive. And another one that I kind of made my own mini turbo strats for because the top level ones, my hands don't go that fast. I've actually had to battle some hand issues in my life that's made it really difficult for me to hold a pen and write. And that's too bad about that blue shell, but it's incredible to me that I'm here in 2024 playing this game in any form. So I'm really happy about that because this game is pretty intensive on the hands. Thank you. One thing I will say, if you're worried about hurting your hands, is that what helped me with this game in particular was practicing in shorter sessions to begin with. So like not doing a 3-hour time trial session.
Oh, wow.
All that while avoiding Rob as well. That was a little bit scary.
Yeah, most of the time when players dodge blue shells, they'll kind of hold out their MT for a little bit longer, but there they just immediately had to charge it and go, so.
Yeah. All right. That was a good showing of one of my favorite tracks. It's like a top 5 track, in my opinion. This is not.
Yeah, no, this track is pretty rough.
I gotta stop burning out.
On this track, there are some mandatory ramps about halfway through, and they're pretty rough to navigate. Like they kind of lock your direction, so if you're facing in a poor direction, you'll just not have a good time.
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually use a mushroom here all 3 laps as long as I keep them, because it's a little bit easier than charging a mini turbo like I usually would. Yeah. What was I going to say before I burned out? Oh yeah, because I burned out. That's why I was going to say it. I don't actually usually burn out as much as this, but you know, it's adrenaline or something being up here. The blue shell dodges, on the other hand, I don't usually get them as often as I do. So that's going well.
Yeah, we did like a practice commentary, and I said you're going to see them dodge some blue shells throughout this run, and then they just weren't able to dodge any.
Yeah, I dodged 0 in our practice commentary run, but I still got under an hour, so that made me really hopeful that I'll be able to get under an hour, like no matter what happens today. And the driving on enough of the tracks has been good to suggest that it can happen.
Yeah, no, in this run, it's been very on point.
All right. So you've got to see, like, I actually have no idea where the optimal mushroom strat would be, like the optimal mushroom usage would be on this track. I don't remember from watching the record, but I do remember that the record here uses Wario, and I do not know why that is, but there are a few records that use different characters for different reasons. Like Waluigi has a couple of appearances as well, and this one just happens to be Wario. Wah.
All right, yeah. GCN Luigi Circuit. This is another example of a track where you can restart PRB.
Oh no, I almost went for it, but
yeah, they had it going through that cut. Then, unfortunately, they lost it. But here, they might be able to get it back.
oh, whoa, I drifted the wrong way. Okay. It's more important to show that on the first part of the lap because you can cut behind the chain jump and it's really cool. I have never actually pulled it off, so this is just me trying and hoping to get it, but it won't work if I get side-redded. But that's just how the reds are in this game. And there's another one. How did you have a red so fast? How are you so far behind me? Have you been cheating? Or so close to me, I mean. Yeah, this game has a few like selectively aggressive CPU spots. And you can see I was actually not slowing down through the off-road, so I did have PRB active there, which you can do off boost panels. And in this case, I want to hit down on the D-pad so my back wheels hit the boost panel sooner. Oh, I lost it.
You did have it.
I did have it at the start. But you get the idea. I'm a non-PRB player because my hands just can't do it effectively enough. But oof, you've seen some of the effects of it, so you can see what it does. And just imagine someone keeping that for all 3 laps of a track, and you have some of the top times in this game. So definitely do check that out. And check out like Abel, who streams a lot, ABEL. And there are plenty of other top players as well that you can find from the community.
Mario Circuit. Very nice. Yeah, so you can see they had PRB active through that first turn. Yeah, keeping PRB for even that amount of time is just really tough. So
ideally, I'd actually keep it until here, but I never have done that either.
Yeah. That shortcut is still faster to take without PRB, though.
Yes,
so.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And there is one that I'm going to be going for that I admittedly don't know how to do, but sometimes I get it. Okay, so that wasn't a whole lot of height, but you can actually, there's this like bump in the grass where you can take advantage of that. And if you hop with perfect timing, you can get over that wall. It saves a second or two. That does not.
Yeah. Earlier we mentioned how Mario Kart DS has 3 shortcut categories. The first was Wario Stadium. This is the second one, which is that wall shortcut.
And then the last one will be on Rainbow Road, which also, it's not one that I've practiced, so unfortunately you won't see it, but look up the Rainbow Road world record and you will not be disappointed. It has 2 shortcuts a lap. Let's go for this again for fun. I think I boosted too early. I'll go for it one more time just because why not try and show it if I can. If I get it, it'll be really cool, but it's not that likely to happen. Because it's a really hard shortcut. None of the shortcuts are easy in this game. How many shortcut categories are there in Mario Kart Wii, though?
Too many.
Yeah, like almost everything is broken, at least in TAS by now.
I think the only track without a shortcut in Mario Kart Wii is Mario Circuit 3, but even then, there's the super hopping strat, so.
Oh, this is a bad angle. Okay, I got more height that time, so you might believe me that it's possible now.
Yeah, that is really hard to do. I don't even think the current 32 track record does it.
I don't think he usually does. I don't remember if he does it in his record or not, but.
Airship Fortress. Yeah, this track,
oh boy.
This track has quite a few awkward turns that make it difficult to drive. The first is kind of entering the airship, you'll see. Not this turn, but
with the rocky wrenches, yeah.
Yeah, this turn right here. It's a really tight U-turn, and it's really difficult to navigate. And then the other one is the spiral at the end.
Spiral is awful. It's probably the worst turn in the game. But this is a fan favorite track. And another really cool scene for sure. I don't know really what they were thinking with the spiral though. So I did more or less what you should do on that spiral, and it's charge 1 mini turbo about halfway, but hop around it to start with. and then get one coming out of it. All right, nice. And really the good thing to do for that tight turn coming into the airship is you kind of release your mini turbo and then just hold the direction, which is left in this case. And you'll get a tight line as long as you have good handling like this vehicle does. I was not prepared for that one.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate time for a blue shell.
Yeah, around that corner, it's just hard to charge a mini turbo anyway because it's not necessarily a smooth decline. It's kind of bumpy as well. And when it's bumpy, it's really hard to charge mini turbos. So yeah, charge and then just hold around in a direction and you'll be boosting through there anyway. Now, of course, it is slower if you're like actually steering at any point. It's kind of how it goes with Mario Kart games in general. But because that corner is so tight, you absolutely have to prioritize the line. Come on, another one right there. That's 3 in one track. But yeah, if you're starting out, don't try to go for as many mini turbos as possible. Try to take the best lines and like stay tight on the corners as much as you can. This is a good one.
All right, yep, Mushroom Bridge. So this is just another great example of a track where you can just snake the entire time. And then there's the additional challenge of having to weave between the cars. Most of the time, they're not too obstructive, but there can be some examples.
Well, not with the lines I take, at least.
Yeah.
Because pro players will absolutely go in between cars on any of these corners. But yeah, then you've got this straight at the end where it's like, yeah, you can just keep to the side because it's pretty wide. This one I will go in between because it's not too bad there. Fun fact, this shortcut on the side, on the right there, is marginally slower. But it requires a mushroom, well, usually. It's not thick off-road, but yeah. Basically, don't take that shortcut unless there's a bunch of cars in your way or something. So at this point in playing, my hands are getting a little bit tired, so I'm not snaking maybe as well as I could. But it'll be good to finish the run. And yeah, I'm a very slidey player when I snake because that's kind of a sign of a new player as well, that you're sliding left and right a little bit more. It's because the way to charge a mini turbo is like you start drifting like this and then you wiggle left and right. And so that gets you the orange sparks. Yeah, I hope you've all been enjoying this run because it's been an absolute blast to be up here. All right.
Here we go. Rainbow Road. Yeah. So Rainbow Road, you're going to see they're going to go tight of some of the boost panels here. Similar story to TikTok Clock. Mini turbo speed is as fast as boost panel speed if you're able to continuously chain them. So
no mini turbo there.
It's just better to take the tighter line.
And it is also better to hop up these loops. I'm not sure why, but I do know it's faster. So do it. A very twisty track for sure, and another one where focus on taking like sharper corners is very much emphasized over trying to get as many mini turbos as you can, because if you don't know what you're doing, like I basically don't, you will just fly off the side, and that is no fun. Ah, come on. I was about to hop over the first boost. Because there are some instances in this game as well, you might have seen them already, where I hop off of a downhill, and that boost is like slightly better than traveling downhill. There's a physics reason that I know but can't think of the words right now, and that's an unfortunate blue shell that I wasn't able to dodge, but we're doing all right. Difficult corner, and then this landing is also pretty difficult because you have to then quickly get around that. Oh, I hopped the wrong way and that threw me off, literally. All right, we got another lap of this, and a very fun track for sure. It's not really one of my favorites, but it's still more fun to drive than a good chunk of the tracks in this game. In general, though, just being able to boost like this, it's super fun, and I recommend if you've enjoyed watching this and you don't have much experience, I didn't think that was going to work, that you check it out as well. Oh, mean. That red shell. And hopefully you learn something as well about how you can dodge blue shells with certain timing. Just listen for when they go silent. Or something like hopping up the loops. It's faster, and you can use it when you come back to play. I was not prepared for that either. Wow.
If you get a blue shell on this track, it's very rare that you'll be in a situation where
that's a couple of free blue shell races in a row, too. So that's unfortunate. All right. Not a great time. What did I expect, really? I fell off and I got blued 3 times. Ooh, okay.
Delfino Square. So yeah, we mentioned earlier about how through heavy off-road you can maintain mini turbos if you can, or you can keep doing mini turbos if you can maintain mini turbo speed even through the heavy off-road. But once you lose mini turbo speed, you won't be able to.
That line. Nope, like fine. Okay.
Yeah, you won't be able to get it back. So that's going to come into play here. They're going to try and charge mini turbos through this off-road shortcut.
And that mud is thick off-road, and you can see I kept boosting through it. So that's what I'm hoping to do all 3 laps. This is probably my absolute favorite track to drive in the game, by the way. Just the start is super fun if you're boosting through the whole way. The ending is a little bit awkward, but what track doesn't have something that's a little awkward? And yeah, it's faster to kind of boost and hold it down those stairs, because those stairs are really awkward. But if you boost, it's pretty fun. Ooh, I might hit that fake item box in lap 3, but I still got my boost preservation through the thick off-road and was able to effectively take the shortcut. And I got the low bridge on lap 2, which means I'm making pretty fine pace. I have never yet had a run where I get the bridge low on lap 3, but that is a lot faster because you can just go straight. Whereas if the bridge is up, which you will probably see this lap, I'd be heavily surprised if I've gone fast enough. In fact, I know I haven't. You'll see that it's a lot slower because you have to take a jump. And I got through the off-road 3 for 3, so that's good. But yeah, now it's rising, and it's a little bit slower to get airtime in any case, but also like you don't get to travel straight forward anyway. And I outspeed a bullet bill to end the race. We got 5 tracks left, I believe.
Wow. Right, Luigi's Mansion. Here you're going to see them do a strat at the start where they try and hop over this flat section. Nice. And that allows them to get a clean landing and just start charging mini turbos again immediately.
The opening turn of the mansion is also pretty awkward, but it's pretty satisfying if you just prioritize the line, and so just do 1 mini turbo going into it and then hop around a couple times to get a good line at the bottom of it. Uh-oh. This mud also has some strange properties to it. But that was actually a really nice opening lap. Oh, just barely hit it. It was a good mansion turn, though. Okay. This is another really fun track. There's... Oh, I shouldn't have been talking for that. That's my bad. But there are a lot of fun tracks. So again, please play this game. Check it out. Check out the top runs. If you've been enjoying this at all, you can see so many people play so much better than I can. But also, like, maybe you'll see me playing this on my stream in the future as well. So if you were to follow me, I would really appreciate that a lot, because one thing I will tell you is that I have this kind of fantasy of maybe doing an all Mario Kart tracks run at some point this year, building up to that. So that's all 8 games, all tracks, including the booster tracks in 8 Deluxe. And I can shout out my YouTube channel as well, which is Laser Trap Productions. That's all one word. And as my channel trailer, you will see a piano duet 4-hour medley of all songs in the mainline Mario Kart games. So that took me over 5 years to work on, by the way.
Desert Hills is next. Desert Hills is a pretty tough track to drive, as there is this hill section at the end where they're going to have to navigate between the off-road. It's a really tight space to charge mini turbos, and it makes it tough to drive well.
This is actually one place where we might shout out the record as well.
Yeah, so the record on this track, funnily enough, uses the standard cart.
It's Luigi standard as well. It's kind of random.
And the reason why is, at least in the case of the Luigi standard cart, you start with 2 mushrooms, and it allows you to cut off those hills at the end.
Yeah, and the only reason you don't use a 3-shroom cart for this is because all of the 3-shroom carts are just not good. So there's an item stat in this game, fun fact, and all it means is that some of them start time trials with 1, 2, or 3 mushrooms. And usually the best carts, like the Egg 1 or the Dry Bomber, or the Poltergust is also really good, and the Raw BLS as well, which I've mentioned, they all start with only 1 mushroom. But it shouldn't matter, especially if you're using PRB, because mini turbos are the same speed as mushrooms. And if you have PRB, that prolonged rocket boost activated, you are immune to all off-road. But because you can't really do that through the air, and this is a very bumpy track, it's not really a viable strat on that one. Still, I'm happy with a 122, actually. And we have the last 3 tracks, so let's see what we get. Ooh, finally, okay.
Yeah. Peach Garden's one of the best tracks in this game, in my opinion. Here, you're gonna see them do that technique on Delfino Square again with this shortcut right here. Nice. Yeah, and then they're, snaking around this hedge maze can be quite tough, but when it's done well, is really visually appealing. And then you're gonna see them try and do a hop over that flower bed, yeah.
I got a little bit of a wide line, but yeah. This is another track that I very much made my own lines on because I was not going to attempt the pro strats here, but yeah. This track is a comfortable line for me. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. Yeah, this track has had quite a few developments here recently in the time trial scene. For the longest time, the record maintained PRB until halfway through lap 2. But now it maintains PRB all the way up until this uphill section, lap 3. It was done between an intense battle between MK Dasher and Taiga, and it was such a treat to watch that battle unfold.
Actually, I think there's one world record holder who I forgot to shout out earlier now that we're on that again. Dr. Mario has a record or 2. Definitely something in non-PRB, because the playstyle records are actually tracked differently when applicable. Okay. Let's see. Nice. That was a good hedge maze section every lap, and I didn't hit a chain chomp. Or a Braden, as they were coined in the Mario Kart we run.
Hi, Braden.
Shout outs to Chain Chomp Braden. We've never talked. 139 is a really good time for me, actually. Because there were very few mistakes there. Oh, another good one.
And speaking of tracks where it's difficult to snake on, this might be the most famous example. Yeah, this track is scaled pretty small, so especially in this tunnel right here, it's really tough. And then these turns afterwards are also really difficult. Yeah, but they're doing a great job navigating this track so far.
The beginning was not bad. The second half is a little awkward. It's a good track for sure, because you can boost through a lot of it. I'm not going to go inside that boulder, but you can boost through a lot. The real difficult part for me is this ending section. Ow. All right, so we're not really going to see it on lap 1 because of that red there, which actually didn't hear coming, so that's my bad. And there's a blue as well, so. All right, we dodged another blue, yay. Aw, man. Nothing I could have done about that one, clearly.
Yeah. They're going to do something kind of similar to Luigi's Mansion, not really, but basically they're trying to get enough air so that way they can land cleanly on that last hill without getting a bounce.
Yeah, it's a strat that I'm actually not very good with, but I can do like at least the first part well and get a good line over the... I didn't even see that one on the map. But I can hopefully get a straight line over the bumps, and it'll be better than landing on the lower parts. Oh, there we go. It's been a while since I've gotten that jump, actually. I don't know if I even have it on stream. It was a bad line anyway, so it would have been a tough one to dodge. I feel like this is another fan favorite song, by the way. Chaka Mountain, kind of iconic. And then I actually have no idea what the last track is, but we're about to find out. Another 3 blue shell race. The blue shells have been mean, but we haven't seen too many lightning, so...
Oh.
Wow. Wow.
Is falling off faster in this case?
It wouldn't put me back.
Would it?
It would not put me back. Because that's like one of the worst punishments in the game, where you go down the track. And they took that out in 8 Deluxe when this track came back. Of course. Of course. Well... Hopefully it's a short track so we can still get under an hour. Oh yeah, a really short track. All right, I really hope you've enjoyed watching the run. The run will end in less than a minute. This is one where the blooper can actually affect me quite a lot because I can't see the holes in the water there. Not doing great at getting mini turbos, but yeah, a nice short track, another flat one to kind of emphasize the snaking if I can get my mini turbos out properly. And yeah, at the end of lap 3, I'll call time. But for now, enjoy one last lap of hopefully going fast-ish in Mario Kart DS. The line, by the way, is at a really strange angle, so I'm going to end really far to the right because it extends out there. And I might even be able to get a little bit funny by like going out of bounds. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, time. Thanks for calling that. All right. $59.27. Hey, I said I wanted sub hour and I got sub hour. That's actually, I submitted this run kind of like, hey, what if it got in, right? My PB was $59.46. So in just the 2 weeks since then, I've improved to $58.19, which is a top 2032 track time, although that doesn't include so many of the top time trailers. Anyway, I really appreciate all of you for being here for this run. This is the biggest live crowd I've ever had. And thanks, Zelda Q, for commentating with me.
Great job on the run.
Yeah, you got a run later? Do you want to talk about that or just do it later?
I'll just do it later.
All right,
This is
check out his run later. All right, thank you. That's enough for me. Keep watching the speedrun stage and enjoy PAX.
All right, thank you, Laser Trap, for the Mario Kart DS run. We're prepping for Fez, so stick around, and we'll get that all set up and have that ready for you in just a little bit. All right, coming up next, we've got Fez. Arthur, take it away.
Hey everyone, my name is T. Hirsch III. I'm going to be playing Fez Any %. It's really cool that, yeah. This is my first ever time in a live crowd doing this. This is really exciting. I'm happy to be here. This game starts off with a good amount of cutscenes, so I'm actually going to get started in just a second. And I'll be able to explain some things in the first intro cutscene. This game also has a built-in speedrun mode, which is really cool, and a totally original character designed just for this. So yeah, if we're ready to go, we're gonna get a countdown. We'll start it. Start the run in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so Fez is, I like to say, a 2D, 3D puzzle platformer. So what does that mean? The core game mechanic here is, while it looks like it's a 2D game and it behaves like a 2D platformer, it's actually a 3-dimensional game. And once we unlock the titular Fez, which we get pretty soon, we'll be able to rotate our perspective of this 3D world to solve puzzles and do platforming and whatnot. So that's kind of the core game mechanic here. There's also a lot of interesting platforming mechanics that weren't really intended, but we can use little tricks to save time here and there all throughout the run. So like right here, that little thing where I went directly up and there where I went to the left instead of to the right are not really intended. Called corner kicks and reverse corner kicks, and they're pretty precise, but we use them a lot throughout the run. So I've ran this game hundreds of times, and I still don't know what these cutscenes mean. They don't make any sense. This game has some crazy lore. But yeah, so the main objective of this game is pretty soon this cube explodes for some reason. Again, I don't understand it. I've seen it hundreds of times. But it's going to explode into a bunch of smaller cubes, and the main goal is we got to go recollect these cubes and put them back together. We need 32 cubes to beat the game. There's actually 64, and they're kind of in 2 flavors. There's golden cubes, which you get through platforming, and some of which are split up, further split up into 8 cube bits. And in addition, there's anti-cubes, which you get by solving puzzles. Now here in Any %, we get most of our cubes through anti-cubes because we're speedrunners. We already know the answers to all the puzzles, so we just solve as many of them as we can. This is also a very big moment here. We're getting the Fez. Whoa. Whoa, it's going, guys. Whoa. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Woo! And that gives me the ability to turn. So now I can rotate, and then this cube explodes. Again, I don't know why. Also, I should point out our character's name is Gomez, so shout out to Gomez. So the perspective mechanic, oh wait, technical difficulties. Oh no, my game crashed. Oh no, oh no. Oh, it's fine, the computer's rebooting. We're all good, it's all fine. So first of all, I should say this game's really good. Go play it, and make sure you do a casual playthrough, because this game has a lot of really cool puzzles. I'll spoil as little as possible in this run. A lot of the puzzles are sort of enter in a secret combination on your controller that you can decode from the room or whatnot. Here, I just entered one. So you guys can't see what buttons I'm pressing, so you don't get spoiled as much. So go play it, it's really fun. But then after you've played it, join the speedrun community. And now here it's revealed this world is actually 3-dimensional. Here we can see it in its 3D glory. This is our companion Dot, but we're gonna skip all of her dialogue in the whole game. So the perspective mechanic also gets a lot of really interesting uses, which allow you to do shortcuts and whatnot, which you're gonna get to see quite a lot throughout this run. And here I'm going to get here I've entered in the first secret code that I'm actually going to be collecting, as well as getting keys. There's some locked doors in this game, and the keys will open those doors. Here are the cube bits I was referring to. If you get 8 of them, it forms a golden cube. And there's actually a really interesting glitch that utilizes them where we can get extra cubes later on, and I'll explain that when we get there. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to fall to my death in front of a door. That gets the door opening, so that now, once I get there, for real, the door is already open, and I can just go straight in. Saves a little bit of time there. Now, I mentioned perspective. There's a lot of interesting routing. So, for example, right here, we're actually kind of doing this level in reverse, which is a little bit faster. Oh, well, if I don't mess it up. And we'll see a lot of really interesting examples of tricks where we use perspective to do things that aren't intended. And here's our first golden cube. So coming up in a few rooms, I'm going to be doing a trick called perspective teleport, which is pretty tricky to explain, but it involves perspective, and it basically lets you teleport to the backside of a level from anywhere in it, as long as you can get Gomez squished in between two planes. It's hard to explain, but you guys will get to see it coming up shortly. I'll also explain, this is this big square up at the top, or that cube up at the top. That means that this is one of the hub worlds. There's 5 of them in the game. In any percent, we actually only visit 2 of the 5 hub worlds. So there's a lot of content in this game, and we don't do most of it in this speedrun. So again, if you like it, you should go play it. But now here, I'm going to be doing that trick I mentioned called a perspective teleport quite a few times. And so just take a look. Whoa. So it's kind of hard to see, but I'm kind of, if you look closely, you'll see that I kind of teleport when I do that rotation to the backside of the tower. Oops. And that saves needing to climb around the intended way, which is a little slow. Here, the spell is a puzzle, and we know how to solve it. That gets us an anti-cube. Now, a good few of the rooms in this game are on cycles. So, like, here are some oscillating platforms. And so there's a lot of routing that goes into the individual levels to make sure that you can make the cycles in the rooms that have them. Here we do some more perspective shenanigans to get over to this door faster. This game also has some interesting tricks. So you're supposed to use these cubes to assemble a crate. If I throw that cube and then I rotate and rotate back, those 2 rotations seem like they should have done nothing, but they actually caused one of those cubes to shift over a spot, which allows us to assemble the shape a little faster than we normally would. Here are some of those corner kicks. If I fail them, you see me do this slow get-up animation, and that's exactly why we want to do these corner kicks. It's to save doing that slow get-up animation. It's about half a second, which isn't that much, but throughout the course of the entire run, that really adds up. Also, here's the kind of optimization we can do. By rotating, basically, at any given point, the way this game's collision works is it flattens the entire world into a 2D plane. And by rotating, we can change which 2D plane gets flattened. And so we can make large distances really small just by rotating the correct way, so it flattens the large distance into one. And so what I did a couple rooms ago is I flattened it such that I didn't need to make a big journey from the right to the left. I could just jump over. This room also has a lot of perspective teleports. This room is one of the most confusing rooms when you're learning it. At least it was for me. There's quite a lot of things going on. Now coming up, I'm going to do a trick called a fall cancel. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to fall to my death in front of a closed door. And then by pressing up, I can just cancel the death animation and just get up and open the door. So that's a pretty cool trick. This game has also had some interesting routing done in the last about a year or so, a little over a year, with a really crazy new trick called an 8-bit anti-cube, which I'm going to be doing in this next room. Basically, it's a really interesting glitch where if you have 8 bits queued up and then you touch a bunch of anti-cube hitboxes at the same time, it's kind of precise, you can get an extra anti-cube. And so I'm just going to do it now. It's hard to explain, but... Oh, I'm supposed to get that. All right, it looks good. So if you look over on the left side, and there I just did a quick animation. If you see on the left side, I was only supposed to get 1 anti-cube, but there's cubes 9 and 10, both collected at 950 in-game time. And then here's the 8 bits that I was supposed to get. So basically, I got an extra anti-cube out of it for weird technical reasons. And we do that quite a few times in this run. And all of them are failable, so I have a backup save if I fail more than 1. I really hope I don't have to use it. I haven't needed it in practice yet, but it's always good to be safe. So this game has coyote frames, which helps to make long jumps like that one that I just made. There's also invisible platforms. And again, I know all the answers, but in a casual setting, you're going to need to figure out how to find these invisible platforms. Very cool when you find it. So the next room that's coming up is another room that's on a pretty tight cycle. There's some oscillating platforms at the end. And if I do everything well, I can make it to the end of this room in a fast cycle. So let's see if I can get it. If you make too many mistakes, you don't make it. Let's see. Nice, I made that cycle. That's a pretty tricky one to make. I did make a few mistakes, but luckily I was good enough. There's another trick that's also recently discovered where you can skip, not completely skip this gate animation, but do it a little quicker. I missed it that time, so you saw that animation, but if I get it, it saves a few seconds. Also, I haven't mentioned these black holes. So black holes are pretty much the only RNG mechanic in the game that affects any percent at least. Some rooms have black holes in them, and it's random whether or not they appear. They will never appear on the first time you're in the room. They will only appear on this anytime after your first time through the room. And there's only really 2 spots that they can lose time. Most of the time it's inconsequential, but sometimes you can lose time for just no reason. This game has a lot of these secret codes that I've entered, and what's funny is after running it for so long, I can't even necessarily remember what the codes are. I just let my hands do it at this point. Like, I forget exactly what that one is, but luckily my hands know how to do it. So, shout out to muscle memory there. Here we're gonna grab a map. Now this is interesting. Maps in a casual playthrough will help give you information about what's around and help give you tips on how to solve puzzles. If we're a speedrunner, we should already know all the answers. Why do we need a map? Well, that map has information on it that can get you a cube, and you actually just can't get the cube unless you have the map. So there we go out of the way to get the map so that later we can actually use it to get a cube. I didn't quite do that right. I was supposed to grab it from the front. That's another thing where, I mean, I can squish the plane into one, so I wasn't supposed to make that whole trek, but that's all right. I also spent a long time in this room in my casual playthrough, but it's cool in a speedrun just being able to blaze through it. That's supposed to go down there. So coming up is the next 8-bit anti-cube. And this one's actually interesting because I used 3 anti-cubes to do it, which kind of enables another glitch, which lets me, get another, it lets me get another anti-cube later by saving up a cube. All right, so I need to be careful not to get this bit yet. Looks good. All right, we're good. So that's the second 8-bit anti-cube. So once again, on the right-hand side, you can see at 15 minutes, right at 15 minutes, I got 4 anti-cubes. I was only supposed to get 3. And what happens is the 8 bits that I got, here's the explanation, those get stored up, and they get collected as an anti-cube instead of as a golden cube. But because I collected it as an anti-cube, it never cleared that I had those 8 bits in my inventory. And so the next time I enter a loading zone, it will remember that I have 8 bits and give me another cube. So now this room, you need to leave it and come back in order to get this. It's kind of a glitch, but you're not supposed to get this one as well. It's crazy how many cubes you're not supposed to be able to get, and in a speedrun you can get them. I should also mention that the routing, because these 8 bits anti-cubes need you to have exactly 8 bits for them to work, there's routing that goes into making sure we have the right number of bits when we get to those rooms. So that's part of routing this game. These cranks, we try to crank them as small amount of times as possible. You can crank them more times and it gives you more time, but for speedrun, we try to do everything fast. This room has a cool code that we can enter mid-air. Always feels satisfying. So this next room, casually, you're supposed to use one of those cranks to get all these vines to sort of line up. But actually what's funny is even when they're not lined up, you can just kind of climb up them like this. Now normally we try to avoid ledge grabs, but that time I intentionally do a ledge grab because I can enter in the code while I'm ledge grabbing. I haven't actually mentioned yet, but you might have noticed anytime I'm doing a rotation, it causes the world to pause. And some codes involve rotations. So basically, if we can do a rotation while we're in a ledge grab animation, it won't actually rotate, meaning it doesn't pause the timer. So it doesn't pause the world. So in that case, it's actually faster to do a ledge grab rather than do a corner kick. So we're a good amount of the way through the run. We're getting into the last big split here, Lighthouse. And this is one of the places you can lose time if you get black holes, because they block this jump. So it's nice that I didn't get it. But this is the lighthouse. And what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to enter in a code while I'm opening this door. So again, same thing. That code involves rotations. And by entering it while I'm in the door, I don't need to worry about the rotations happening. Oops. Here's another really good instance of using the perspective mechanic to flatten the plane. Here I can traverse the entire bridge just by rotating, and I don't actually need to walk across that whole bridge. I can just grab onto the house, and it brings me all the way there instead of needing to walk. These ladders are on a pretty tricky cycle. Let's see if I can get it. Nice. It's always good to make that cycle, because sometimes you feel like you should be getting it, and you just barely miss it. Here we do another interesting perspective teleport. You're supposed to use a crank to get this to sort of line up. Here I can do this jump, and it just teleports me right over here. And you may notice a theme. Here in this room, I'm supposed to use a crank to get these two ladders to line up. But here I can just jump up here, do a little perspective turn, and I can jump from one side to the other and not need to line up the ladders. All right, so that's the end of the lighthouse split. So here I'm actually in the last split, so I need 4 more cubes, and I'm going to be getting all of them in a single room, which involves the final 8 back in the game. So this is the final one. Hopefully I can get them all. If I miss this last one, there's a backup. It's fine, but I don't want to use the backup. I want to get it. So also, if you're very observant, lore-wise, you may notice that this room looks pretty similar to another room we were already in. What's up with that? All right, so now we have 7 bits, so we're prepared for the 8 back. Looks good. Nice, we got the last one. We got all of them. And that's 32 cubes, which lets me go into this final door. And now we have about 90-ish seconds of cutscene. So I guess here I can do like a couple shout outs. So one, I just want to give a big shout out to Wabmiar, who found 8 backs by accident while making a task. She also made a really cool Fez Any % task, which you should go watch. It's really cool. And additionally, I want to thank Kurzyhow. You might know this name from the Portal 2 community. He did deep dives into finding out how 8 backs work and helping us find setups and incorporate them into the route and whatnot. So those 2 people were instrumental in getting Fez Any % to have the route that it has and saving several minutes off the world record compared to just a few years ago. So this is the final, okay, there's another tiny room after this. This is the final main room, and it's the moon. The main gimmick here is it's low gravity, and in addition to low gravity, it's also got every animation is way slowed down. So ledge grab animations are really slow. Rotating the camera is painfully slow. And this room is also on a cycle. At the top, there's a door that spins around, and we want to get it. We want to enter the door. And it turns out it lines up that if you play the room really well, you can make it all the way to the top and just get in the door without needing to turn the camera once. That's called turnless. It's a little harder than it looks, but I'm gonna give it my best shot. You can see how slow these animations are. I just barely missed it. I thought I got it. That looked really good, but you can see it's pretty tough. But there we go. That's pretty much Fez. So time is going to end in about a minute. There's yet more cutscene. And yeah, here we've got 32 cubes, so we're going to see it's going to at least partially reassemble this cube that exploded at the beginning. But yeah, I just want to give another shout out to the speedrunning community as a whole. It's been really fun doing runs and finding discoveries and finding time saves and pushing this game down to a time not thought possible. So if you like what you see, one, you should go play this game. There's way more content, as I mentioned. So go play it, and then once you've played it, consider speedrunning, because it's a really fun game, especially for a beginner. Oh no, more technical difficulties. Oh no, oh no, oh no. No, we're good. It's a pretty beginner-friendly speedrun, so consider running it. It's really fun. And time's gonna end in about 15 seconds. It ends once we walk through this final door. Right about now. That's time. All right, thank you all so much. I'm Tier's Third. I'm so happy to be here. This is my first in-person speedrun event. It's a really cool experience. Yeah, it's really, really good to be here. So that's about it. Thank you so much for showing up.
All right. I personally really love Fez. I love seeing that run. I always think it's such an interesting thing to watch. Stay tuned. We're setting up Resident Evil. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Hello, PAX East 2024. Thank you all so much for being here in the room with us and for tuning in online. My name is Jay Hobbs. I just wanted to pop in here real quick to say we are currently experiencing some technical difficulties, but we believe we have got it all sorted out, so we're just waiting on a few last things. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Waiting on a few last things, doing some more checks and stuff, so we will be back with you shortly. Please get excited for Resident Evil 1 Randomizer coming up pretty soon. Thank you. Hey, folks, unfortunately, we are still having some issues there, so we're going to swap the order of runs here, and we're going to come back to Resident Evil 1 after the next run, which is Mega Man 2 coming up next. So give us just a moment here, folks. We're going to swap Mega Man 2 in, and then we will be seeing J-Rock for Resident Evil Randomizer later.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We're still trying to figure out the Resident Evil technical difficulties, so we've brought up Mega Man 2 instead with General Andrews. General Andrews, take it away.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. We're going to be doing Mega Man 2 normal zipless. So what that really means is we're going to be playing the game pretty much without any glitches. Technically, when we are grabbing ladders, it's a glitch. Outside of that, though, we're going to be doing the game as base as possible. So for those of you at home, we're like, wow, this feels like how I would have played it, but like it's a little bit faster than that, you know? So that's what we're going to be doing here. Now, the reason why I've got the individuals I have here on the couch with me today is I want to remind everyone it's March. March is Women's History Month. So I'm going to have these two powerful women over here, a third one that should be joining if we get it all going. So they made a really big impact. They've inspired me to do what I do. And so I want to go ahead and make sure that they get the spotlight as well. So they're going to be helping with commentary big time because this game's got some mashing points that they're going to be able to let me focus, and therefore I'm going to be able to execute. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get started here. If they are ready in 3, 2, 1, go!
Woo! Good luck, good luck, good luck.
All right, so we're starting out with Airman here. So ladies, take it away.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, Elle, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
So excited to be here watching some Mega Man 2. You know, actually, Mega Man 2 is one of the first Mega Mans that I ever finished.
Is it?
Yes, I was afraid to play Mega Man games when I was growing up because they were really difficult. But watching General Andrews make it look easy.
I know.
It's exciting.
I think that's my favorite part about watching speedrunners is like, I'm like, oh, you make the game look so easy.
Yeah.
And then you go to try it and you're like, oh, well, I can't do that.
You can. You know, especially in a level like this, being up in the sky where Jen can basically fall to his doom, and watching him do so flawlessly, like edging over into the corner, I'm like, oh my gosh, how do you get this done? But with practice, it makes perfect.
It's true. I think Jen was telling me this is one of the longest runs that he's been practicing and playing.
Since 2016.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. All right. Show us how it's done. I have a name for these enemies here. I like to call them the little noodle monsters.
They look like the inflatable tube men to me.
Yeah. Wacky waving inflatable tube men.
Yes.
I like that. So let's see here. Jen is shooting some. Do you call them lemons too?
Yeah, you call them lemons.
I love that.
All right, we got the screen wrap.
Yeah.
Ooh, let's go.
I love that.
All right, not bad.
Birds dropping eggs. We're gonna shoot them out of the sky before they even get a chance. We gotta take them out. That's also a great place to kind of like farm some items too. Are we coming up on the first boss here?
First boss.
All
First
right.
boss.
Already, we're up on the first boss. Let's go.
So what we're going to be dealing with here is so many different RNG patterns. We're going to hope for a good one. And decent, but not what I wanted.
Airman, because we really want to try and take this enemy out without doing any jumps.
Ooh, yes.
That is the key to this enemy here, making sure that we take him out before we have to jump. So we're going to try again here. That's fine. That's the name of the game. We're going to try.
Exactly. And hope for a better pattern.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's what we wanted.
Take him out in a few hits already. Let's go. Get the claps in the chat. Let's go. Al, have you played this game?
No.
You haven't played Mega
I've
Man?
never played a Mega Man. The only time is watching Jen speedrun it and then
Okay.
anybody else.
Okay. Would you consider starting with this one?
I've been told to start with X, but Jen was like, no, it might be good to start early, kind of see how it develops and how it goes before you hop in further along.
All right.
I'm a little biased.
This is a crowd favorite. I mean, come on, let's even talk about the soundtrack.
Oh my gosh, it's such a jam.
Sheesh, real good.
You can tell when Jen's grooving away, just keeping his concentration going in with the jams going.
Yep. All right, so I think next we're gonna go to Quickman, right?
That's exactly right.
All right.
So in this level here, thankfully, there's not too much hard tech. However, there's quite a few instant death spots when we get to the lactose intolerant area or the cheese sticks of doom.
I was gonna say the cheese sticks of doom. I mean, I love me a good cheese stick, but not these kind of cheese sticks. They could take you out in one hit. We don't got time for that.
No, absolutely not.
There we go. Jen avoiding those cheese sticks of doom quick, fast.
2, 4, 5, let's go.
Let's go. Also, I'm a sucker for trying to pick up all the extra lives, fighting all the enemies. But when you're speedrunning, you just gotta zip on through.
Yes.
can't get caught up in trying to pick up all the stuff on the screen.
Oh, I'm such a loot goblin in any game ever.
That is totally me. I must. Okay, cheese sticks. No.
Yeah,
let's go. Those things always get me.
Do they?
Every time I play this game, those things get me every time.
I mean, I love cheese, so how do you not want to be close to them until they hurt you?
Right?
An instant murder.
All right.
Yeah.
Perfect. Now,
A little damage boost through these bad guys just because they have too much health to deal with at this point in the run.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I was going to say, it's probably a good idea to damage boost through this section. All right, coming up on the second boss.
One of the most infuriating bosses to fight against because he could just be so random.
Oh my gosh. Is there a particular strategy you like to utilize for this boss?
So there is a way to argue it.
Let's go.
And he cooperated that time. That was very nice. Thank you, Quick Man. I appreciate it.
We like that. We like when the bosses, work with us.
Yes.
All right, so what's going to happen now, we're going to go into Flashman's level. After we go into Flashman's level, you're going to see some interesting movement going on because there's going to be some ice physics. And hopefully, some of the spots that we're dealing with where there's low-flying shots, they don't hit us in the wrong spots. Otherwise, we're going to lose a lot of time getting knocked far back.
Ice levels are always the ones I hate the most.
So I want to get hit here to damage boost.
Okay.
But let's see if I can do it right. Nope. All right, here we go. And you can see that's where I got knocked back so far, and it took a lot of time to get momentum back. So let's see here if this gap, they're going to cooperate this time. They did. All right.
Yeah.
I see that ice physics. Like, that's one of the most frustrating things about playing any video game that has an ice level. You're just like, oh my God, the ice physics, I know what's coming for me.
Yes.
All right, damage boosting again.
Okay.
Let's go.
See if we can cut under this quickly. And we did.
Yes.
Nice. Good job. Sometimes those moves are hard to land because you've got to be so precise with where you're landing and exactly where you're going. So memorization is key for these kinds of runs.
Again, makes it look so easy, and you know that it's not.
That's why practice makes perfect.
Yeah.
Hit those jumps.
All right, so this is I'm gonna make it look easier than it probably is, or I'm gonna mess it up. We'll find out. But what's gonna happen here is we're gonna do a little quick jump and not deal with that big old Joe unit. All right, going to Flashman here. If we do this correctly, I shouldn't have to leave the left side of the wall. It should take us 7 shots, and then we'll get on through them.
All right. Let's see if we can make it happen.
Yeah.
All right.
Heck yeah.
Good enough.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Yeah. All right, and the next boss we're coming out, the next section we're coming up to is
Bubble Man,
Bubble
right?
Man.
Yeah.
Almost. We're actually going to go into Metal Man.
Oh, Metal Man.
Yes.
Okay, Metal Man.
Then we'll go to Bubble Man.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
That's all right. You
I'm
can
just
speed
speeding through.
You're trying to skip on ahead here, you know, and I appreciate that. I would love that.
Do you have a favorite boss?
So my favorite boss is actually Crash Man.
Crash Man. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so right now we're getting a couple of items. So that's why some of these screens take a little bit longer than others. Before they introduced Rush into the gaming scene of Mega Man, they used to just do these items. So we're going to have items 1, 2, and 3. Our last one that we'll get, though, is after we beat Heat Man.
Okay.
I love that.
Gives you a chance to breathe, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rest your hands.
Which is important, because eventually there's going to be a point where we're going to have to deal with the fact that we're going to be matched on a few bosses. So this is something someone could do in a casual sense as well, not having to deal with the stoppers or the conveyor belts.
Okay.
Gotcha. So you can utilize that quick man power to get through. Okay. See, I'm learning too.
Yeah.
And
This is the fast way through. We're jumping not to walk against the momentum
conveyor
of the
belts.
conveyor belt.
Yeah. I love that. All right. Zip on by. Actually, this is zipless run.
Yes, it is. I was like, wait a second.
I'm so used to talking about Mega Man zipping by.
All right, we got under and we got up. There we go. Let's get past these enemies. So we actually have to jump before they can spawn onto the level. Otherwise, if I wait too long, they will knock me.
Nice. That is not easy to do.
No, but he makes it look so easy.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can do that.
Yeah.
All right, here's a trick that anyone could do when you're going into this boss fight, actually. As long as you're just holding down on shot, what's going to happen is Metal Man's just going to stay in position. As long as I don't pass the halfway mark of the room, he's just going to chill there.
Wow.
Love this.
Are you serious? I'm going to have to do
Holy amazing!
Metal Man.
Bye. Let's go. So is there something that was like super challenging to learn about this run for you?
The most challenging part, we'll see it later on in levels like Crash Man's level and then in the Wily Castles, is when we have to use a specific item called Item 3.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen is we're going to use that to climb up quickly, but it doesn't despawn unless it gets to the bottom of a ladder or the top of a ladder. And so when we're trying to do that really quickly, that is very challenging.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right, we got that part correctly. Wait, and there it is.
Look at the happy little frogs.
Yes,
Spewing mini frogs.
What do you think is the first thing somebody's got to learn when they're trying to get into speed running a game like Mega Man 2?
I would assume what you'd be doing is learning how to beat the bosses quickly and efficiently.
Yeah.
Because that's usually a big spot where people are going to lose time, because if you're dying, like I did earlier to Airman, you can't progress forward until you get back into the scene and get to keep on moving.
Yeah. Probably learning the order of stuff too.
Yeah, I feel like that would be really, really important. So you're preparing yourself for what's coming next as well.
Yeah.
As focusing on the boss and what's happening in that moment.
Yeah.
So these are a couple of tight jumps.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you know how many times I jumped and died? Because that's a one-hit kill if you jump and hit those spikes.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. This level makes me rage a little bit.
You and me both.
I was like, I feel like I've seen Jen rage at this level a couple times in some practice runs.
Yeah, it's like I want to like the little froggies that are so cute, but then also I can jump and be like, I can die in one hit.
Yeah.
All right, dealt with those angry hermit crabs.
Nice.
Now, here's another boss with RNG. We're going to hope for a one bubble pattern just because it's less action going on the screen, less sprites, so it's not going to be as laggy.
Okay.
But 1, 2, or 3 bubbles, it's going to be okay. We're going to get through this fight no problem.
Nice.
And we got lucky
one.
here. And bye-bye.
Oh,
amazing.
Like that, I hope you didn't blink. Otherwise, you would have missed it. You'll love to see it.
And so then next we have Heat Man, if I'm...
That is correct.
Look at that.
I think Heat Man's one of my favorite levels, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like the red.
Oh,
I
thank you.
mean-
I appreciate that. Let's go. All right, so as we go into Heat Man's level here, before I have to super focus on it, I love when I get this correctly. There's so much really cool movement tech that we have going on here to go around the Yoku blocks, and we're going to showcase that in just a little bit.
Okay.
Awesome.
Oh, this is a jam.
Oh, yes. All right. We're getting through some jumps here. Make sure not to fall into the lava.
Precise little jumps.
Yep. Now, is this the level that has the disappearing platform?
Mm-hmm. The good old Yoku blocks.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
Everyone's favorite.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah. The first time I played this game, and I was like, wait, what do you mean the blocks disappear? No?
There's that sound effect.
Oh. But that's why we use that platform to kind of get past these jumps.
Yeah.
Make it a little bit easier.
It does. It's
Yeah.
like at first it's hard to get used to, but then eventually you're just like, I can't go back the other way.
Yeah. All right.
Now we should have enough item 2 to get across this scary chasm. But
The very big pit of death.
Oh, yeah.
hold on to your seats, folks.
Yeah.
We'll be close.
This one right here, the first time I played it, I was like, how am I supposed to do this? Woo! All right. Made it look easy.
Yeah.
All right, damage boost through this.
Yeah.
Enemy right here. And we're already up to
Oh
the
my
boss.
goodness. Let's go.
Now, let's see if we can get a bubble helmet on ourselves before we go in here. Come on. Ooh, there we go.
Amazing.
Like a crown.
Okay, anything that we've got to do to take this boss out quickly?
So we're hoping that there we go. So this
There we
boss moves in really quick patterns. And that one right there was actually very advantageous.
Nice.
I love this.
I love it. We are zipping through this game.
We really are, without zips.
Without zips.
So now here we're gonna have a nice long cutscene again before we go ahead and jump on into the rest of the Robot Masters. You'll see our final item. What's gonna be kind of cool here for those that don't know this about this game, people think that the Charge Buster action and any charging items don't happen until later in the classic Mega Man series. But I'm gonna show you that actually this skill that we got from Heatman, you can charge it up.
Oh.
We'll showcase that just a little bit.
All right.
I love this.
I love showcasing special skills.
And since we don't zip, what we're going to be doing in this next level here is, again, using item 2. Because item 2, if you're not doing any zips, what's going to happen is item 2 is the fastest moving object you have to get you going through the levels.
Okay.
So we try to utilize it as often as possible.
Yeah.
We're heading into the forest.
Yep.
Gotta watch out for these big bunny butts.
I was going to say, are there woodland creatures in this?
And there's the bunny.
Yep. There's the bunny, there's the bat.
The good old classic Mega Man bat.
Yeah. Those bats also appear in Mega Man X, if I believe.
Hello.
We have a lovely, wonderful human being joining us on stage.
So those enemies that I just took out in a one-shot there,
Nice.
that was good old, they're called the hot dogs, actually.
The
Honey,
hot dogs?
Yeah, it's like hot dogs.
Hot dogs. Yeah. Familiar with that.
You might be like, wait a second, how come there's only one? You're supposed to fight one on each one of those screens. Because I used Flash Stopper before I entered the next scene, the scene's actually frozen, which means they can't load in. So you only need to fight one of them if you happen to already have Flashman's ability going into this level.
Nice.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Right. Gotta make sure you do before they get to you.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Because they will spawn birds and cause a problem.
No pressure, but I'm here now.
Hello. Hello, Dee. How are you?
Oh, you know, running around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else would have come? Yeah. Literally.
Yeah. PAX East is a fun show.
Yes.
So happy to be here.
Well, there's so much to do and so much to see.
It really
Like
is.
this speed run.
Yeah.
A little bit. A little bit.
That's why I'm here.
All right. Well, entering this boss fight, we're going to try to simplify this as much as possible here. Again, we're going to try to utilize the charge here ability of atomic heat.
Okay, let's go.
Which I didn't even know you could do.
Oh, wow. My goodness.
All right.
One hit. Let's go.
Professional.
Right?
Very, very
Thank you.
awesome.
Thank you.
Very awesome. Dee, have you played this?
Yes. Not like this.
No. Not a speedrunner yet.
No.
Yes.
No. No, I want my speed runs to be 8 hours long.
Oh,
okay.
I'm not into it.
The non-speed speedrun.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I feel like that's how I play video games, is the non-speed speed run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel
More my
that.
vibe.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to take as many deaths as possible.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm
okay.
going to do that one.
Oh,
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
It was just a practice.
That was a practice run.
yeah. Dee didn't get to see the beginning of the
I wasn't
run.
here. This is for me.
Do you want me to keep going? Okay. Well, we're going to start all over again. Welcome on in, Dee. All right.
In case you missed it, here we go.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
all for me. There may be other people here, but this is just for me.
All right, well, let's do it again. All right. We're all warmed up now. Okay. That was so weird, though. All right. I'm going to try to forget that happened this
You
time.
were doing
Yeah.
too well.
I think that was it.
You've been-
Okay.
Are you
Yeah.
getting hit by chance?
I'm not. Oh,
No?
no.
Oh.
I was like, oh God, is it my fault?
You bring guests here to commentate and we sabotage.
Yeah.
What
Hey,
happens?
folks, we are going to go to a quick break as we get this resolved. We'll be right back.
I did it.
Was anything...
All right, we're good. We're coming back. Let's go.
Let's go. We don't let anything stop us.
Yeah. All right, let's get back into Crash Man. Not to crash the game again. Naughty Crash Man.
And this is our last Robot Master, right?
That is correct.
Yes.
I think Wiley threw some extra something in the water there.
Yeah. Like I said, you were doing too well.
Too well.
You know?
All right, so we're going to use these item 2s to go ahead and climb up these ladders much quicker than just our stationary way of doing it.
Okay.
We're also going to try to use it to get across these enemies.
Look at his little hat.
Yeah. Oh my God, this is like the cutest. I love that enemy. Also, this is my favorite song, I think.
This
You
is
think
my
so?
favorite jam.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This is so good.
So this is the first level. You're going to see me using all of the different items
Oh, nice.
to get on through the stage quickly instead of just waiting for those slow platforms and those iron eyes of judgment, as I like to call them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Iron Eyes of Judgment.
They're always judging me, you know? They're like, why aren't you going faster? Why aren't you playing better?
Like, come on. How
How-
about you try to speedrun?
Really.
Come on.
Seriously.
You know?
All right. Not bad. We're going to use all of item 1.
Make our way to the top
Yeah.
Okay.
carefully, you
Yeah.
know?
But speedily.
Now,
Speedily?
Yeah, Speedly. There you go.
So, okay, so you always have to use that particular ladder to go all the way up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you notice, I'm looking left so that the birds are actually spawning where I want them to spawn.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so that, if you look to the left, that controls where they spawn.
You can manipulate where they are, yeah.
Oh, nice.
This is really cool. I always get lost here. I always go up the wrong ladder.
Nice
right.
swap.
Okay.
If we do this right, we should be able to do this in just one total shot.
Okay.
But let's see if Crashman cooperates with us today.
This boss is where we might see some flashing.
Not yet.
No,
That's
not
as
yet.
soon as this is done.
Okay.
As soon as this is done. Okay.
All right, so we didn't get the good pattern. That's okay.
Okay.
That's okay, but we did it
Close.
quick.
We did it quick.
Quick. Let's go.
Show me. You got it?
All right, so coming up here, I'm going to go ahead and transition off to the gals here because
Okay.
what's going to happen is when we're going to be entering the Wily castle levels, for those that have light sensitivity, please protect your eyes because during the boss fights, they're going to be flashing like explosions. But then also, once the boss has been defeated, there's super explosions. So if you have light sensitivity, pay attention at the boss point to go ahead and protect yourself the best way you can.
That's how they wanted you to know that it's exciting that you did it. You completed it.
So we're going to get a baby example of it coming up in 3, 2, 1, there.
Yeah.
So if that was
Okay.
already strong, it's going to be worse for the boss fight.
It gets a lot worse.
It does.
Gotcha. Okay. And we are ready. Already
Here we
walking
go.
through.
Okay.
Got to take out those eggs before they spawn the little birdies.
Yes.
Do you have a favorite Mega Man boss, Dee?
I don't. I'm just bad at it. So I don't like any of them. Yeah. That's how I feel about it.
Okay. I like
Yeah.
those little noodly monsters because they always follow you, but they always have a nice little,
Yeah.
They're
nice little
happy.
jiggle. Yeah.
Happy jiggle? Happy
yeah. A
wiggle?
little happy wiggle. Yeah.
I will say this OST is probably my favorite of this whole era. It's just,
The whole era of Mega Man games.
yeah.
Yeah. I can feel that. Yeah.
I love Wily 1's music.
It's so good.
It's so good.
So good. All right. Coming up using the
Nice.
orange
Yep.
items again to jump up. Now we gotta make our way through this chasm without falling. I always mess up right there. I always fall.
The longest ladder in the game.
Oh my gosh. Is it? Those eyes are also judging me too.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah.
The judgment eyes.
They're looking at us.
They're like, you're not climbing the ladder fast enough. Let's
Yeah.
go.
All right. Are we making our way up to, some platforming?
Boss time is coming up soon.
Boss time is
Okay.
coming up soon.
Oh, this one always,
Yep.
beautiful.
Always a fun one.
Yeah. I get nervous right here because I always feel like I'm going to fall. Oh, it's
Yes.
a dragon.
I've watched many a run down
Yeah.
it right here.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh,
It's
yeah.
beautiful, impressive.
Okay, this is the...
Oh, heck yeah.
Go!
Thank you.
I love it when we take off the bosses quickly during a speed run.
Right?
It's like
Yeah.
my favorite thing to see. All right, now we're making our way to the next section.
Wily Castle 2.
All right,
All
here.
right.
This will be the one time I don't jump at the very beginning of the level because I want to make sure to take out these gyros as fast as possible.
Yeah.
And item 2 becomes important here, right?
Very important. Otherwise, we can't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to get caught in those spikes.
No.
Kind of dangerous.
They're not very kind to us.
Yeah. Is that a one-hit kill?
It's a one-hit kill.
Oh, yeah. Definitely don't want to
Full
fall.
energy.
Oh, we took the E-tank.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, we're going to drop down.
Oh, I like the pink.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Surprises nobody.
No one's surprised.
I mean, you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're both in pink.
Yeah.
Look at us.
We and I almost wore the same. Ash and I almost wore the same shirt today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
We had to
figured
coordinate.
I figured, I wear it today. I think you're going to wear it tomorrow.
Yeah. It's fashion.
Yeah,
It's
fashion.
relevant. Megan's very fashionable.
We gotta find video game awesome fashion represent what we love.
Yeah. That said, we need more Mega Man merch out there.
It's true.
Not a lot.
Not going to lie, on the show floor here at PAX, I did see a Mega Man jacket.
There is.
Oh, that jacket looks
Yeah.
so good.
I was like this
We got
close
it.
to
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
Nice.
let's go. Okay. This boss always trips me up. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's like a waiting game.
Yeah.
You gotta wait and see where. Is there a way to manipulate where the blocks show up?
No, they're always in a stuck pattern. As long as you
Gotcha.
memorize
So
it.
this is just memorization
Gotcha.
and reaction time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of memorization to this speed run.
Yes.
But I actually enjoy that because it's a little less. I mean, there's some are obviously RNG elements, but
Yeah.
it's a lot of skill. And
Yeah.
knowing right
Yeah.
time, right place, right time.
That's why practice is so important.
Look at that.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
All right, we are coming up to.
Wily Castle 3.
All right, let's go.
All right, folks, I want you to go ahead and guess out loud. How many fish are you going to see? 0, 1, or 2? You'll know when we get there.
It's almost at 5.
I heard that. And this is one of the
Shortest.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the shortest bit.
Awesome. I like for it to go faster.
Yes.
Oh, those spikes.
I know. I had so much stress there for a second.
You know that feeling you get in the pit of your stomach where you're falling?
Yeah.
I felt that.
Woo, there's
One.
one. Guess one. You got it right.
All right, GG. Okay.
Ideally, we'd take 0, but 1's better than 2.
And 1 is better than 2.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna fall here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Make sure not to touch any of those
Yeah,
spikes. Gotta be
don't touch them.
very, very precise.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damage booster this. We don't have time to.
I don't have time to mess with them.
Yeah, we don't have time to defeat every enemy on the screen.
All right,
Okay.
if I do this just right, we're hoping I only jump twice
Okay.
to fight this.
Okay.
Good old gut stick.
This
Nope.
might be my favorite
I stopped too
design.
early.
I love it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Too early, but it's okay.
Alright.
He's done. He's over.
He's out.
Thank
He's
you very
out.
much. All right, folks. You might not hear very much talking
From this
from
point
me,
on.
but these three will
Yeah,
go ahead and talk
we
because
got
Wily
this.
4 is known as Purple Hell, and
Purple Hell. I would like to know why.
It's the most memorable bit for me, this next bit.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I watched a lot of suffering.
A lot of suffering.
My favorite part is watching someone suffer. Do you? Is
Yeah.
that what I just heard?
I mean, isn't that the best part
I
of
didn't say
watching people?
favorite, I said memorable.
Okay.
Oh.
Semantics. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I
I
definitely
mean,
thought.
if you have a name like Purple Hell, then you know. It's pretty brutal.
I mean, it could be, like an opposite kind of thing. You know? All right. Making our way up the ladder, avoiding the spikes,
Yeah.
making our way up. There's no enemies in this part. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Your enemy is the terrain.
you're right, yes.
True. Okay.
Yeah. Which you would think is easier, but it's definitely not.
No.
Yeah.
A lot of precision movement.
Gravity can be the worst boss in a game.
Yes.
Oh, this part with
Yes.
the platform. That was very good. Use those iframes to your advantage.
Yes.
Let's go.
Clean.
Very clean. All right,
Beautiful.
platform. Nice. You like the jumps? Okay, I think this is the last one to get through, right? I'm gonna use the platform. We're gonna get through.
Oh no. Try it again. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Love it.
Nice.
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 Nice recovery.
One more. And then we're gonna use our platform to jump across.
Yeah.
Jump down. Let's
Wonderful.
go. Very good. Very good.
Good timing there.
Potential damage boost.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we're coming up soon
Yes.
to the boss.
All right.
Beautiful.
Awesome. Let's go.
Beautiful.
Oh, this one where you have to use the bombs. Yeah.
I love her just goes, yeah.
Yeah. The first time I did this, I was so confused on what I was supposed to do. I was like, how do you fight this? What do you do? And can you take out more than one of those blocks at once?
Right.
Yeah. Which I think you can.
Here we go. This
Yeah.
There you go. That's how you do the two at once.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I think I learned that from Jen. From watching Jen do it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, we're through.
Heck
The
yes.
sweating can stop now. Okay. All right.
You were cool under
man.
pressure.
Yeah. Okay. And now we're coming up to
Wily Castle 5.
Castle 5.
All right, everyone, this is the favorite part of Mega Man games, right? When you get to refight all the bosses that you already defeated. They want revenge.
It's like a greatest hits, you know?
Yeah.
Gotta do it again.
All right, we're going to start with Quick Man.
All right. Hopefully this should be quick.
That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah. Beautiful.
right, I love it.
All right, off to Crash Man.
Crash Man.
Hopefully no crashing this time.
Yeah.
During crashing.
All right, that was
Oh,
pretty.
look at how clean.
Let's go.
All right, we got good old Woodman.
Woodman.
Woodman. Oh, we're
Instinct
gonna
strat, charge, and go.
charge that fire. There we go.
Beautiful.
One hit. I love it.
Let's
Love
see if
it.
Airman cooperates. There's a very particular pattern I'm looking for here.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, he didn't give it, but that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, we
That's
had to
okay.
jump. That's all right. That's okay. Still gonna take
He
him
didn't want to hook it up at all. Okay, we'll just
Okay.
be patient.
Beautiful.
Nice. Very
All right.
good.
He didn't
Can't get
hook
them
it.
all.
Yeah.
Another one shot. Like it. Okay, my favorite.
And the bubble.
Yeah.
Beauty.
Take them out.
All right, all we're going to use is Metal Blade for the rest of this stage.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's my favorite, the metal blade.
You think so?
Yeah. It's pretty strong.
Yeah.
All right, here's an Easter egg, folks.
what?
Here's an Easter egg. Bye.
What?
What?
Bye, Metal Man.
If you blink, you miss it.
Exactly.
Seriously.
This whole section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Okay. Is this the final boss?
This is the second.
Second
Yeah.
final boss.
Okay.
Bye.
Oh, wow. My goodness.
Took him out. Took him out.
All right, folks, we're about to go into the Dank Library here, so it's going to get very, very quiet.
Very
Yeah.
quiet.
So no yelling.
No.
Disappointing. Oh.
You're telling the loudest person in the room to be quiet.
You know, the first time I did this level, I was like, did the game glitch? Is
Yeah.
it supposed to
Yeah.
be like this? And
It's
then-
unsettling.
Yeah, it is a little creepy and unsettling, but I kind of like that because it really brings the atmosphere of
Absolutely.
the game to life, you know?
And I think that's something that soundtracks can do so much
Yeah,
in
very
games.
much. Very
OSTs
much.
tell a story just as much as dialogue. And in this one with West Arnold,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's the primary narrative.
Setting the stage for like a transition that you're like, wait a minute.
Oh?
Dr. Wily turns into what? What happened?
I could hear little Ash saying that.
What happened?
It blew my mind.
Oh, yeah.
Now I got this wrong. Let's see if I can focus.
You've got this?
Yeah,
We've got it. We got it. Woo. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Come on, pizza.
yeah.
Masterfully done.
Thank you. I
Beautiful.
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Wiley getting all sneaky on us. And one of the best outros to any Mega Man game, period, is the end of this game right here that's going to go on. But I also want to thank the fact that all three of these ladies joined me for today's commentary. Elbel, Ashton High, and 8-Bit D. So if we could get a round of applause for them joining me today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much. I feel honored to share the stage with all of you.
I agree. Very much so.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for dealing with the technical difficulties that randomly happen. So I do appreciate that as well, because I love this game. I've been playing it since 2016 as far as a speed run, and I hope everyone gets an opportunity to go ahead and just play a little bit casually better than before.
Yeah. Thank you for teaching us your tricks.
Yeah.
A few of them.
A few.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, with that being said, let's take it away.
All right, thank you so much to General Andrews for that awesome run. And thank you so much, everybody, for being patient with us while we were having some of the issues earlier on. We've tested everything. We know for sure it's working. We got Resident Evil 1 randomizer working, so we are going to be getting that set up. And don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with J-Rock's awesome run of Resident Evil 1 randomizer.
right, we got all of our problems fixed. We have created the run. It is finally time for the Resident Evil Jill Any Percent Randomizer by J-Rock. Take it away.
But you already looking back and waving at people.
I mean, they sat here, waited patiently. You know, we got to show them some love. So thank y'all for waiting it out. And everybody that was here, shout out to my boy Jen with the previous run.
Yes, that was great.
Phenomenal. But yeah, we're going to run Resident Evil HD Remaster, Jill Any Percent Item and Enemy Randomizer. Timer starts when I select character. Which one do we want?
Personally, I like
I was about to say, I like the blue one.
Yeah.
Aren't
Blue
they both?
Jill.
Every time I pick the
blue Jill.
Every time I pick the blue one, the first enemy is a hunter. So just know if it happens.
I have commentator curse on hunters. You don't want that life.
We're committed.
Can they?
All right, ready?
We gotta get
go.
Let's go.
Yeah, Sprinkle and Namu, if you're watching this, I tried to warn them.
It's all good.
What does that mean?
Oh yeah, when they did the Resident Evil 5 run for UBAF, I actually said, remember when hunters weren't scary? And then one of them straight got Sprinkle immediately after I said that. And then they crashed the game and messed up a door. It was great. It was wonderful. So I'm not allowed to talk about hunters no more.
Yeah.
I'm blacklisted. So if hunters come up, y'all gotta cover it.
That's fine, that's fine.
I'm not a fan of hunters, so.
No one should be a fan of hunters. They're terrible. And they smell bad.
How do you know what they smell like?
I just assume based on what they look like. Anyway,
I would assume everything in here kind of smells bad.
You know, J-Rock has a point. J-Rock has a point.
Y'all just gonna ignore that dude was chomping on the invisible floor?
Yeah, it be that way sometimes. You don't imaginary eat food? Like when you like waiting in line, you hungry?
Full Feral style.
I feel like we're skipping a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
so
we should let Jet talk
Yeah,
about
I'm like, all right, so, all right, point of the game. There's 7 items we need to finish in order to get to the exit, which is actually only about 5 rooms from the start of the game. So we need to find what is, that's a B, by the way. They sound like this. I don't know why, but they sound like this. We need to find, it's a stone and metal object, twice to split up, so that's 3 objects. If this is the hunter, this is PT's fault, by the way.
It is. I warned you. I straight up said don't do it, and you decided to.
Hi.
Oh, that's not my fault. I am safe. Are you stabbing that man?
Yep.
He's a professional.
He's trying to dunk on you.
Is he?
It's
He looks
infinitely
like he's
safer to do this as opposed to
Dog.
pick up the items on the ground.
You know his ankle's bleeding everywhere. My God. Oh, what? Like he's really going through it.
Yeah, don't slip in the ankle G.
No.
Oh no, he came for your ankles.
Oh, he's mad. That was the.
It's all good. It's all good.
Are you really stabbing him without looking at him? Yo,
Wrong
this
way.
is out of
If you're
control.
gonna stab him, at least have the decency to look him in the eye.
Oh my Lord.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, we already had an herb. It's cool. It's
Fine.
cool.
When in doubt,
get the Glock.
Handgun out.
I feel like that needs to be a slogan. When in doubt, handguns out.
We'll get it on the t-shirt.
Yes.
So it was actually necessary to fight him because if you don't, it could get worse trying to bend down and pick up an item while he's just slashing at your back. It could get real ugly really, really fast. We need that key to advance. We can't access the safe room without that sword key. So very important that we did that. I think that's a B.
So
It sounded like another one.
Did we go over all 7 items that we needed to?
Yeah, he covered that. He said the
I
stones
did-
and stuff.
He
didn't finish it.
I didn't finish it.
Oh.
The stone and metal object, the stone ring and metal object, the 2 last books, the fuel supply capsule, and the laboratory key.
And I'm sure everybody here has played or at least seen a Resident Evil game at one point or another because this series is like 25 plus years old by now. What is 96 is the first one?
I think 96 or 97.
So like 28 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And in Resident Evil games, survival horror staple, you know, you run around different rooms and trying to find key items to progress the game. Sometimes you'll come around the door that says it's locked, and then you're like, okay, well, maybe I have to go a different way. And pretty much with the randomizer, it could send us to, you know, or send J-Rock to the end of the game first and then bring them back earlier on to get something, or we can go, all the way throughout the entire game. But fortunately, if I'm not mistaken, this seed's been vetted by another GDQ runner, Marforia, who made this seed.
It was actually vetted by another friend, Deshane33, which is really funny because I think I asked if he's sure if the seed is marathon friendly, and I think I just got a shrug emoji back. So this could be fun.
We could be seeing a lot of Resident Evil remaster right now, or just a little bit.
Nah, I think if he's gonna give a shrug emoji, it's definitely gonna be more than a little bit. That means there's gonna be some nonsense. I think the most
terrible. What are we gonna see here?
Typically, you don't take this item if it's not a key item, because it triggers a cutscene.
I want to see what it is.
But sometimes who could spawn here is actually pretty funny, so we want to see who pops in.
Who do we got?
Who is it?
Oh.
It's
Shark.
Shark?
Is it a
Land
shark?
sharks.
It's
No,
not a shark.
It's not.
Oh.
What is it?
I
Did we all miss
don't
it?
know what it is.
It ceased to exist. Okay.
Okay.
Do you know if your homie put in invisible enemies or?
No, we're not on invisible enemies.
Okay.
Yeah, because we saw the hunter.
Yeah,
That's
no
true.
clue. No clue what that was.
Let's try not to find out.
Yeah, I will say I'm okay not knowing.
Curiosity usually gets the best of me.
Nah, he had his chance. It's good. I think the most traumatizing thing about the randomizers in general that you run, Jay, is the fact that the items look like what they're supposed to, and then you grab and you're like, yeah, so this is actually pocket lint. And you're like, I don't need pocket lint, I need an herb. And it's like, oh, that's cool, but this is pocket lint.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts. You just you think you know exactly what you're looking at, and it's, nope, wooden mount.
Mm-hmm.
This red herb turned into a shotgun. Congrats.
Hey, homie.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need that.
Quality.
Example.
We putting that on immediately.
What is it called? The Silver Serpent in this game, or no?
Oh.
Colt Anaconda.
It's
Barry's gun.
Oh, my Lord.
Okay, so we have to come back out for this item here.
They look like they just want to give you a hug so bad.
He does.
Why are you running up and taunting him like this?
Just trying to see what he was eating.
Oh, okay.
Smell
You was
that.
getting real close.
Got a whiff of that.
It's
that
probably
hot
like
breath.
garlic and dirt. Most likely garlic and dirt. No, you're in. I realize I have the advantage. You're in my world now.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What was that?
That was a dog.
Okay.
We're not too concerned about that. We want to keep our items separated. The key items on top, so I know where to get those faster, and the non-necessary things on the bottom, just ease of access. What's going to make a randomizer faster than what's going to make your run faster in a randomizer is limiting the amount of times you have to go to a chest. So we want to try to keep things streamlined, where how we're visiting, not picking up too many things that aren't important, but at the same time, we'll also need to survive. So herbs, bullets, all that stuff, all the good stuff is going to be necessary.
Do you have any particular strategies that you try to go to, in your mind? Because it's random, so there's no really concrete route of which way to go, because you might find a good item here or there.
It's always based off of what items I find. So if I go into a room and I find, say, helmet key and armor key, the route would obviously change to, all right, where can I go? Where am I currently? How fast can I get to basement? Because basement is where the most items are.
Mm-hmm.
And how can I streamline that route to have the chest not be completely awkward? How do I not have to turn around to get to a chest?
All right. So kind of like in a roguelike game where, you go in with a particular idea in mind, but you have to...
Ooh.
Aggressive.
That dog sounds like a zombie.
I was gonna say, why did that sound like a whole truck came in?
So, interesting thing about the randomizer, when it replaces the enemies, sometimes it doesn't replace their sounds. So you might walk into a room and you'll just hear zombies, and you're just like, well, yeah, zombies. Nope, it's those guys. Or it might be, it sounds like a vomiting noise. It's a bee. The longer you play it, the more you play it, the more you get a cadence for what the enemy sound is.
Oh, we got another hunter.
Yeah, he backed up. He's more scared of me than I am.
Yeah. Wow.
Maybe that's not
Oh.
Spectrum.
Whoa!
Yo, the way he got up, bro, dusted himself off.
Nah, well, he can stay down now. Stay dusted.
He's like, you ain't think that was gonna get me, did you?
Oh, goodness gracious. This is stressful.
You mean it's fine?
Okay. So normally in this run, in this particular room, we find the lighter and I think a dog whistle.
Yep.
Yeah. And that would lead us to another key, but
Don't forget the botanical book.
The what?
The book.
The botanical
The botanical book with the herbs. They teach you how to mix the herbs and everything.
Oh, botanical.
You said botanical. Okay, so me and you on the same
Yeah,
page. Like,
yeah,
what
yeah.
are you talking about right now?
Gotta know your Resident Evil books. Get you taste.
No, we know the book. We just
No.
didn't know what you were saying.
Right, because I definitely heard tentacles, and I was like,
Oh, you have to be careful.
Oh yeah, spider warning for anybody, and they're extra hairy in this game. Never shaved a day in their life.
No.
Like me, but
Oh my God.
I don't have good genes.
I was about to say, that's probably
whoever
entirely for
laughed at
two
that
different
corny
reasons.
joke.
Look, we probably got some nice beards in the audience. I don't have your genes. This is all I got. That's all God gave me.
Oh.
Why do I got to sit next to him?
See, I'm playing this. That's why I said I'm not sitting between y'all. Y'all are gonna clown. I'm not gonna do it.
Oh,
More
wow.
hunters.
Whoa.
So this is our third set of hunters.
Which means?
And I think
Which
there's
means
3 in this
we
room.
don't want to go in here just yet. I think we left Magnum bullets out in this direction. We want to grab those. Otherwise, we will have a really bad time.
And
I was gonna say, I remember there were bees in here.
So hunters, if you guys don't know, in earlier versions of Resident Evil, hunters generally couldn't one-hit KO you unless your health was below a certain amount. And then I guess when Mikami came back to the Resident Evil remaster, he was like, you know what? I don't like those rules anymore. So anytime you see the hunter gesture its body like doing a little taunt, it's preparing itself. It'll do like a little scream as well and shoot across the room, and it can just cut your head off. At any point, they can do that.
The jump back.
And it's pretty imperative to get rid of the hunters here in this situation because they are right outside of a safe room. And that can get ugly both ways, going in and coming out.
Yeah. And so anytime you see a hunter on the screen, know this is potentially a run-ending scenario. It could be, but for the most part, I mean, J-Rock has like 2,000 hours in this game, which I was surprised to see, honestly, because I thought I played it a lot. And then I looked at his Steam library, I was like, oh.
hey, man, it's only 1,200, man. Don't make me look.
Oh my God. So did you say that there's a set number of hunters in the game?
With a randomizer? No. It could potentially be all hunters if that were to happen.
Oops, all hunters is nasty.
We can go oops, all hunters if the game chooses to send us down that route.
What if that's what actually your homie did is oops, all hunters, dogs, and bees?
We'll have a talk.
It's the zoo. Oh, it's the zoo collection. I see what we're doing there. I get it. I get it.
So the game is kind of like, it's just giving us very little options as to what we can do to advance. So we're going to take this key here, and there's a 3-item check out. By the exit, I don't think they're going to, push us outside just yet, but.
And which one is that? The sword key you just picked up?
No, that would be the jewelry box and the red key. The red gem. So, sorry, the red key.
I was like, it's been a while since I played. I don't remember no red key, but I got you.
This one here.
The key that looks like a chaos emerald, but it's definitely a key.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I hate that.
Oh, no. Shout out to Melters and the Sonic Adventure run yesterday, too. It was dope.
Yeah, that was real good.
You're going to mention about this room level? On how...
We was all focused on the puzzle that we weren't doing.
How you come back this way and it's safe, but if you come back the other way...
Oh, we definitely don't want to enter this door from this direction. We have no idea what's going to happen. And I'm not about to find out. That's one room that actually scares me because it tends to be giant snakes, and I don't.
Okay, Indiana Jones, like what?
I don't like giant snakes. I don't know about y'all. So I'm going to play it a little bit safer here than I normally would. I'm just going to grab the shotgun.
That is such a phrase. I'm going to play it safe. I'm just going to grab the shotgun. Okay. I see you.
Nothing can go wrong.
Is there any reason we didn't check the other items on that table?
It was just a self-defense item. The items in that room don't get randomized because if you don't check them before you grab the shotgun, you can be locked out of that room and you can potentially soft lock yourself. Ben has done a pretty good job at preventing soft locks with making this randomizer.
Nice. So you just felt like you didn't need the self-defense item?
Nope.
Why you put him out there like that?
Whoa.
We don't need that. I don't think we need multiple shotguns.
I beg to differ.
I was saying, you...
Okay.
I wasn't going to say nothing.
So what we just picked up was one of the items that we need to finish the run. That was that last book, that blue book that we picked up.
All right, so we got.
So now we're 107.
Wolf medallion.
Yep. Once again, we're being pushed into like very, very narrow paths with where we can go. So we have to.
That sound it makes every time they make contact, bro. That's like, yo, we playing Madden, bro.
I was going to say, it's not like you in Punch-Out. Like, that's a straight up... Okay, I'm not going to say that.
The way it works, it takes all the zombie sounds and it takes the very specific zombie sounds of just kind of like, I think that's the vomit noise.
Bro, that was a tackle.
Straight NFL blitz.
And yeah, when dogs are randomized into places they aren't supposed to be, not only are they extra aggressive, but they have increased leaping ability and speed and recovery time. They're just, they're busted.
I was just about to ask you why you don't go ahead and take care of those dogs. Because I know that in terms of like your bullet management and stuff, that's a waste of your ammo and you need that for...
That's B.
Don't talk about wasting ammo. He passed up an entire second shotgun. That's...
You have a point. You have a very valid point.
Sometimes inventory management is more important.
That and I wouldn't try to knife a dog anyway, even if it was a standard issue non-buff dog, because that's terrible, terrible. Like just, no, it's not good.
That was probably the literal worst place to get a helmet key.
That's somebody agreed.
Yeah.
Did you tase him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I just want to make sure I saw that right.
Yep, we got daggers and a taser for self-defense.
Yo, this sound effect is out of control.
It's gross.
Make a beat out of it.
It's also hilarious.
Only level.
We're gonna call that sound chomping on spaghetti.
That doesn't make any sense.
I appreciate the sound behind me.
I was looking at level, so I missed it.
That's okay.
No.
Oh.
I'll be alone.
Okay. Okay. I'll watch it back later and be like, oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, but you take the grenade launcher. Okay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What you need 2 shotguns for, though?
We were both on agreement.
We agreed
over
until
the
we got the
shotguns.
grenade launcher. Now we have a grenade launcher.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, that's item number 2. That's the stone ring. Yep. Nope.
Even though there's like a visual that looks like it on the side there.
That was the original one.
I know. So I was like, that's rude.
Mind games.
Mm-hmm. This is why I stick to Time Spinner Rando. It's soft. It's nice and cozy. This scares me.
Oh, this is so thrilling. You never know when you're going to run into something that's just going to just behead you out of nowhere.
Jay, I don't do that on the regular game, so what I look like doing a rando? You trying to get me screaming on stream for real?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was coming.
I would say that silence, I was like, you really are going to try and do this. I hate it here.
I mean, you know, it's not that bad. I'm not going to walk you through it.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
When he says walk you through it, he means like wait until you really panic.
Oh!
You got one, though.
The off-screen shots, powerful.
Nice, nice.
I was trying to get them all together and line them up before I started shooting. I want to try to preserve ammo, which turns out to be pointless because I found the grenade launcher anyway.
So we're just done with the shotgun for now?
Yep.
Both shotguns at that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Wherever that other shotgun was.
It was in a drawer.
In a drawer?
Where you find most shotguns.
We don't question where they put weapons.
I'm going to open up the medicine cabinet
You
here.
ain't got a shotgun in your kitchen dresser or kitchen drawer?
No, it's under my car.
It's under your car.
What the John Wick is going on over there, Chris?
Right.
We won't question it.
So you said, just to make sure we're keeping track, you have 2 of your necessary 7, correct?
2 of the necessary 7, yes. And where we're headed now is to the basement. And the basement has, this path alone has about, I think, 16 to 18 different items to check, which is usually why it's my preferred route to go. You almost guaranteed to get something important here. You can count on one hand the amount of runs in which nothing has appeared in the basement. So I guess be ready for it to happen right now.
I was just about to say, your modder is just like watching in chat going, LOL, Lamau.
Lamau.
And then in addition to all those items, there's also a fair share of enemies down there as well that can get randomized.
Yes, we're about to see something actually like the first glitch / misplacement of the game. So one of the enemies in the basement starts on the ceiling in a vanilla run. And when it's randomized, it's still stuck on the ceiling. So depending on what it is, it's probably just gonna sit there looking at me.
If it's a zombie, it's gonna be funny.
Shark. I wanted to be a shark so bad.
It's a hunter.
This is terrifying.
Look at him go up there.
Can that actually bother you from up there?
Yep.
I was say, I don't know if we want to find out.
If you can't.
Whoa! Woohoo! Sneaky boy.
No, I know he was there.
Okay. This is what I mean, like, that right there, I'm like taking 2-minute break automatically.
Let me breathe.
It's fine.
Oh, not more spooters. Oh, wait.
Was.
All good, though.
Ooh!
Kill it with fire.
Nah, that's acid.
So typically I just eliminate the spiders because the last thing I want to do is get poisoned. Okay. Yeah, your arachnophobia is scared, right?
Yep.
Right. I was going to clap because you killed spiders, but I wasn't sure if we also had spider lovers, and I didn't want to be disrespectful to them.
They be all right.
I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you thought ahead on that.
Thank you.
Spider enjoyers, thank you.
Sir, please.
He doesn't know how to strafe, Jay.
Ah, there you go.
That wobble, bro. That's me trying to...
No!
I forgot about him. He got me.
Remember the hunter, but not that guy.
No.
Right.
Well, usually he's laying down.
No, he's up. When I came in through the other direction.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna need this elevator to hurry up, though.
That's relatable.
I think that's when they actually had their hunter incident was at an elevator.
Oh my God.
Actually glitched. You know how we
Let's
were
not
joking?
mention hunters anymore.
Yeah. Yo!
Okay, so this is
problems.
This is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, this
From
is
around
problems.
the corner, bro.
Hey, you remember that time you said you was done with guns?
For now.
You sure? You ain't got nothing.
No, I'm good.
Nothing.
So if the hunter
Nothing,
doesn't see you, he gives you about, I want to say, a 6-second start before he starts charging the room. So I have about 6 seconds to collect these items. More than enough time.
Does that timer include being in the menu, or is it only outside of the menu?
Outside of the menu.
2
Sounds like
and
Jurassic Park on the
1.
other side of that wall, bro.
I actually hear him.
Yeah, he was active.
I know he was getting active.
I just learned how he curved the corner like that movie Wanted. Like,
You got dog whistle.
All right, so dog whistle. Dog whistle will help us unlock armor key, which will open up pretty much the entirety of the mansion now between helmet and armor key. So we can try to optimize the checks here to just make it as streamlined and straight through as possible so we can save as much time on it. Ah, okay, buddy.
we hear ya.
And then we get the nice bee.
Yo, this bee is chasing you with his life.
Oh, I never unlocked that door.
Uh-oh. Is that going to be big time problems, or you just need to reroute a little bit?
It's literally right on the other side of this wall.
Oh, okay.
That's right. We had all the
The hunters, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you might have been a little occupied with other stuff. That makes sense.
Just a little bit.
I think your homie did give you, mostly hunters.
Mostly hunters.
Certainly feels like it.
Like, you know, at the bottom of the nutrition facts, it's like may contain nuts and eggs. It's just a little bit.
Yeah, the ingredient list is hunters, bees, dogs, may contain occasional zombies, They're gonna mod in somebody from a completely different game. Why is Mr. X here? What is going on?
All right, I think I'm just gonna take these instead of the shotgun.
I'm doing my shotgun dirty, bro.
Are you a shotgun enjoyer in Resident Evil?
I think he's a shotgun.
You know, not in the older games, to be honest. I mean, after the remakes, because in the original ones, the shotgun had like the guaranteed headshot. But someone had the bright idea in 1 and 0 to where sometimes their head comes off, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh.
I didn't want to take the bite, but I also wanted to make sure I got him.
That was excessive.
I wouldn't go say it's like, I mean, you got him.
He didn't want to waste the bullet.
You can actually shoot over the top of him.
Oh, that makes sense.
Give it a little haircut.
I don't think it has that issue.
It might be a zombie. Don't be doing the hair,
I'm
bro.
giggling because I'm thinking about what Level said earlier. It's like maybe the dog can give you some hair to lend. That was rude.
I have no idea what you're talking about, to be honest.
I'm talking about your beard issue.
Oh.
Hi.
It's okay, Level. I can see your facial hair.
You're wrong for that, bro.
I'm right next to you. I can see it.
Thank you. Thank you. I combed it this morning.
Yo, I'm gonna need y'all to chill out. You out of pocket.
Combed what?
Do you see the look at the?
No.
I got this little comb. It's like the tiniest comb. Looks like a Barbie doll comb. And there's
you out of pocket.
I look
real.
like Jafar from Aladdin in the mirror, bro.
I'm about to get the smallest violin to match that tiny comb for you.
So Jay, what you doing now? What else you looking for?
So we're just cleaning out the rooms. We're still looking for the other 5 of the 7 items. This room can also have an issue depending on what enemy spawns in here. Sometimes if it spawns in dead, depending on what it is, sometimes it spawns in between floors. You have to figure out how to get it out of there.
This is normally we would fight Yon, the snake boss, by the way.
The second fight.
Not you shot him in his ankles. Sheesh.
The face didn't work.
Yeah.
You ever got hit in the ankles, bro? That's a lot of damage.
Listen, that's like when you bump your ankle up against a table leg or something.
Now, when you get tripped from the ankles, it does hit different because then you're looking at the person all the way down. It feels slow motion.
Yeah, that's emotional damage right there, bro.
Then you're on the ground just looking at them like, why?
I think the game wants you to go back to a shotgun, Jay.
Well, sometimes the game doesn't get what it wants.
Level, I tried.
It is what it is.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you saw that I tried.
I just hope that every ammo pickup moving forward is shotgun shells.
That's definitely my biggest hater. So we're still snaking around through these hallways, trying to make this efficient as possible. So from here, there's one room, the taxidermy room, and then we pass through the safe room with the chest, and that's how we pretty much we'll just wrap around through the building that way. But since we're wrapping around through the building this way now, Richard fans, I apologize. We're not saving him.
All right. I heard the awes in the crowd.
I heard a few of them.
One thing, I'm surprised Level didn't mention it, but once we got the, from the dog collar, was that the armor key?
Yes.
That's what triggers all the crimson heads. So if there were dead zombies lying around.
Good call. Good call.
So normally you'd have to make sure the owl isn't facing the statue as you're trying to grab the jewel, but there you could stand at the perfect spot, and it basically, the owl won't be able to reach it, but you can grab the item out of there.
Yep. Yo, the owl. Yeah.
Owl? It's a bird.
I wasn't gonna call that out, but I was just gonna call out how he's slow turning. He's trying his best to keep up with you.
I'll call it out.
So something came through
ugly.
that door, and you remember how there's hunters in this room, right? And sometimes hunters spawn in weird locations if they just dropped in, like here.
Wow.
Okay.
Homie, hang on, why he in timeout? Who put him in timeout like this?
He ran at Wesker.
I told you no hunting after the street lights come on.
All right, we're gonna grab the shotgun so Level doesn't feel bad here.
Can we get a cheer?
Nah, don't even cheer for him. Don't support him.
Thank you. I heard that, Woo Woo. You're my friend now.
All right, we should have everything we can use going in this direction.
No, he not in timeout no more. Proud of him.
Oh, no, we kind of wanted him to stay in timeout.
Oh, not proud of him. Never mind.
You know, there's a reason he gets put in detention.
Before you wonder, yes, what's a B?
Yeah, I was gonna say, nah, I'm starting to remember him now, and it's like, oh, that's a B.
You can tell by the cadence of the enemies, or what enemy it is. So the bees will always have that same like pulsing noise, regardless of what it is. It's supposed to be in
I
that.
think I saw a danger noodle.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Nah, you don't.
Oh.
Yeah, plants don't like Kool-Aid.
Oh.
Plants don't like Kool-Aid. That's
Today I learned.
That explains a lot.
Since this isn't a key item, we're going to leave it. Because by taking that item, you trigger the enemies in this hallway. So now the bees are just stuck outside the window.
Hanging out.
I think Level was on to something, though. That sound effect, you can make that into like a quick track remix.
Good?
Don't
Yeah.
encourage him.
I mean,
He'll
that's
do
what
it.
the internet's for, right?
He'll do it. Somebody will do it.
I know, that's why I'm putting it out into the ether.
I'm
I
concerned.
made a song once.
Still concerned.
Was it the one about hot dog water?
It was.
You know what? I knew y'all was gonna find a way to weave it
No,
in
no,
there.
no.
You're
That's
so ugly.
It's completely unrelated to you. You called yourself out on that one. I guarantee you it's unrelated to you. I guarantee.
Who's in the closet?
I don't know what's in here. Oh, it's a bee. You can see him snapping.
Oh, I
around.
see him on the
Yeah.
That bee didn't have no honey.
Have you looked at this mansion? Do you think they have honey in here? Do you think it's good honey?
I didn't say it was good. I just said that bee didn't have any. Huh?
Huh?
Math.
That's the last death mask, and oh boy.
Uh-oh.
So I can't use that just yet, simply because you need the 4 death masks and the arrowhead in order to get to the basement, but getting all 4 death masks is... I don't like checking there. It's such a long way out of the way, and you have to carry it. It's not ideal for a run.
And normally in this run, we would have been left the mansion by now and gone to the guardhouse, but this seed is just taking us all the way around the mansion. We're probably gonna, it seems like we're gonna explore everything before we even leave.
That's actually a really good thing, because the less backtracking you have to do, the better. So cleaning out the mansion before you have to move to the guardhouse or the courtyard basement or anything is a genuine good thing. Oh, lab key,
whoa.
nice.
That's the third item.
Lab key is very huge because lab key and fuel capsule can spawn in the most places. So getting those before we go into laboratory is very, very good.
Those are actual herbs.
Pulled perfectly from the pot of soil as well. No dirt.
No dirt. You had some shears ready to just cut them joints.
Master of unlocking.
I was gonna say, I think Jill just, just pulled it right out. I think she's pretty surgical like that.
Could you imagine going to the produce section and like everything you wanted was still like attached to the...
You by yourself on that one.
I mean, you can still imagine. I wouldn't prefer it. That's kind of awful. You ain't gotta do me like this, bro.
You by yourself on that one.
So Richard's term is in the other direction, where we're not headed.
Richard, I need the serum. J-Rock, yeah, whatever.
I feel like there's
not on the
potential. There's potential. You know how in the Metroid runs they do like save the animals. They could. You guys can implement something for Save Richard.
No.
I'm sorry, Richard fans.
It's gonna be C1 actively just donating against it every time he sees $1 come in.
I would be, yes, I would actually do that, yeah.
What's the message? No.
Save Rebecca?
No.
Oh, these ink ribbons, though. We don't want those.
I guess that's the game's way of saying save them.
No. I heard someone boo that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Keen. That was a Keen boo.
Okay. I still heard someone boo that.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm still gonna say no too.
All right, so I want to keep these items together so I don't misplace them.
And we're at 3 of 7 now, right?
3 of 7. So technically, we still can't even leave the mansion because we're missing one piece to a stone and metal object or the entire stone and metal object. So we're still kind of stuck here for now.
Got access to the caverns with that battery.
No, because he can't get outside.
But
Yeah, can't get outside.
He has access when he can get outside.
He in the corner like the hunter. Stoop can't need a stoop.
I hate that I know that reference.
I would be sadder if you didn't.
Yeah.
I would too. But I'm sure we're leaving here soon.
I feel like we've seen those knives several times now.
Yeah, a few times.
Oh, hey, there's another one.
So there's only, I was gonna say, there's only
Oh,
very
nice,
few
nice,
rooms
nice.
to check, and one of them has to have either that or the
That means
metal object itself.
Which means we can go outside.
Yeah, we about to be outside in a minute.
Okay.
Funnily enough, that knife is very, very huge in the picture, and it turns into a butter knife the second Jill equips it.
I cut myself with a butter knife once. That's the most I'll tell of that story.
Nope. I kind of want to hear it.
Yep.
Yeah, I was say like we just talking about the.
It's a
randomizer.
bad story.
Tech wants
You
to hear it
shouldn't
too.
have. Well,
You don't
you
have a
shouldn't have
choice
brought it
now.
up.
You should have
So
brought it up.
I was a kid, hence why I was using butter knife in the first place. And I was cutting this apple. You know, red delicious apples, they're shaped very weirdly. Like, so this one was slanted like real bad. So I was trying to use it, and I cut the side of my finger, my index finger, and I thought it was the way I'm telling the story. I was embarrassed to tell my parents, like, you cut yourself with a butter knife, bro. And so I didn't tell them I cut my finger with a butter knife. I told them I fell and I cut it on something else.
I hope they aren't watching.
I hope not.
I hope so.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. That was anticlimactic as hell.
You asked for the story.
I was expecting something more intense. Like you was trying to like do some weird kid stuff that you had no business doing. You was trying to make like some science experiment, and then like the knife fell a certain way and it cut your finger or something like that, or it fell in your thigh. You really cut your finger trying to cut an apple?
Yes.
Why would, like, there's so many, you know what, I'm gonna focus on this because I'm not gonna make this about you right now.
After you forcibly made it about me?
I didn't force anything. You made that story known.
I see why I'm in the middle now.
Hey Jay, how your run going?
It's going. It's going. I'm still trying to, you're a brave man for admitting how you cut your finger. I would have been, would have absolutely made something up on the spot.
It happens.
No, it doesn't.
I was like, you cut an apple with a butter knife?
You came right back.
I couldn't use a regular knife. I was a kid. My parents didn't let me use it.
Did
Good
you
news,
not have
everyone.
teeth?
We saved Richard after all.
Oh, you saved him?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Apparently, it was a lot faster to just go grab the item and come back instead of waiting for him to perish.
Even though he's gonna die in a few seconds anyway.
Oh.
Paul Bracito.
You say Despacito.
Oh, what's another item? That's 4. 3 left.
That's the most important of the items that we could be looking for. The fuel cell can appear everywhere in the game. And, sometimes it appears in its vanilla location. Some people at this, on this couch are, oh my God.
I was going to say, who came in the room?
Get him.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, my biggest hater.
So funny story about the fuel capsule. My least favorite item in the randomizer. I actually haven't done a randomizer run since the fuel capsule because when it was very early in its development, myself, J-Rock, and another friend of ours, we did a race, and I feel like I was miles ahead, and I couldn't find the fuel capsule. So I'm running and I'm running and I'm running. They finally catch up. It's probably time to just turn the game off. And you know where the fuel capsule happens to be? In its original location.
Oh, that's rude.
I checked everywhere but where it was supposed to be originally.
That's how they get you, though.
Actually spawned in here.
Nothing. So since we fought Yawn 2 before we came here, the enemies don't actually spawn.
Oh,
which means we're going to get the very powerful Richard scream.
It's okay. He just tripped and fell. That's all that was.
Yeah. It's movie rules. You didn't see him die, you might see him again at the end.
Yeah, you don't necessarily know that was him.
No, we know it was Richard.
Trying to give him hope.
I don't know if you can see the hunter sitting there in the corner.
Yeah,
I can.
Yeah, he's just breathing.
Why is he hiding?
I don't know.
Camera shy.
Is he in the corner too? Sometimes you run out of that's happened to us. So I had 5 brothers and sisters. Sometimes you run out of corners and you just be like, you got to stand next to the couch or something. It happens.
If I wasn't at risk of messing up my tech, I would emulate that for everybody. Be like, Level out here hiding, and he's just like squatting next to a table in front of everybody. Like, we can see you.
It happens.
Ooh, damn it.
But whoever gets the couch, when your parents go away, they're not watching you no more. You're like, huh, I could sit on the couch. I never got the couch spot.
So which one of your siblings did you just expose?
Why you not gonna answer? Oh, you ain't even here. Never mind.
Never mind. Joke ruined.
Right. Completely.
So we have sharks on the.
Oh, it's the shark. Ceiling shark is my favorite shark.
Yo.
Ceiling shark, dude.
No.
Ceiling shark.
I'm pretty sure they're patched out of laser versions of the randomizer because they don't spawn in swimming. They're just kind of stuck on the ceiling, just flopping around in this room.
Is this the arrowhead?
That was some good dental hygiene. On the
I was say, I was looking at that. I was like, those are some nice teeth.
Right? Yeah, you get a nice full view of what's going on in there. Yeah.
I actually feel.
They're also.
Go ahead.
Active, so it's blocking me from getting around.
The sharks?
Yes.
What do you mean?
The hitbox drops to the floor.
Guess there's only one way to go.
That's rude.
How do you? Oh no.
It didn't work, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we have to go the long way.
Oh, that's. I feel like that was intentional.
We just turned back around.
Yeah, we just turned back around.
So if you were playing as Chris, that could have been a soft lock there?
This is true.
Yes.
Oh wait, we still got ceiling shark.
Yeah.
But not the ones that are blocking the entrance, so we're good.
Do you need the lockpick to open the door from the other side?
Yes.
Yes.
That's unfortunate.
It is.
Oh, whoa!
Yo, I don't know if y'all saw J-Rock do the little jump.
No!
This room is always triggers a fight or flight. Whether it's this guy or it's a yawn, that's not a fun room with ever spawns in here. All right, we're gonna.
That was genuine fear. I saw that.
I think we all had genuine fear.
I was saying, man's just appeared. Are you kidding?
Like Jason Voorhees style. He looked once and then did back. Oh.
You know who we haven't seen?
Don't say it.
Okay.
That's the. Can I say something like it?
At least it wasn't Lisa.
I'm trying not to curse you, Jay.
Wow. He said it. I didn't say it. I was gonna say that's the least of your problems.
I'm not gonna front. I forgot about that until you said it just now. I'm so sad.
Whoever booed, let me know who you are. I'll buy you a Mountain Dew later. I appreciate it.
Why Mountain Dew specifically?
I don't know. I wasn't gonna say water. You know, water is like this free water over there.
Oh, well, okay, that's fair.
I want to make it feel like it means something.
Mountain Dew is gonna be like, oh, he mentioned us. Free subs.
What I got to do with sandwiches, bro?
And you wanted me to sit by.
See why I just tune them out half the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, now I understand why I'm in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
My new name is Malcolm.
I shouldn't laugh at that. That's so bad.
I gotta laugh. I'm happy.
Oh, God.
All right, so we're taking care of this puzzle too, so we can just knock it all out at once. And when we circle back through, we can go back into the courtyard basement. With all the keys and items that we have now, we can search pretty much the entirety of the guardhouse and the courtyard basement. it's more efficient to do the guardhouse and then circle our way back around, but doing this puzzle here, once, 2 birds, 1 stone.
I'm like taking a step back and watching this game, like, man, if you don't know Resident Evil and seeing all these puzzles and things just going around in circles, it gotta be kind of confusing.
Whoa!
I'm sorry if we haven't been explaining it very well.
Yeah, my bad. That's on me.
I mean, for what it's worth, we get to see some of them and like as they're being done, even if it's done quickly. I'm the person on the couch who has only like Resident Evil 2 and up experience, so I always enjoy watching these because it's like, this is the start of the chaos and nonsense that is the Resident Evil storyline. Oh, danger noodles.
Yes.
So I'll try to do like a really quick.
Mega Man.
So, fun fact about this room, we found out that you shouldn't randomize the baby snakes in here because we found out also that they come in an infinite amount.
Oh.
So whatever would take its place, a la hunters, you would just be fighting an infinite amount of hunters.
Oh.
I feel like we should have kept that in there.
No, I don't know if I agree
What is
with
wrong
that.
with you? I won that fight once.
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 Was you close to the end of your seat, like you had a ton of stuff and you was able to box them all?
No, I hit Alt F4 before they could finish me off.
Reasonable.
Like a pro.
Reasonable.
All right, so we're gonna make sure we got all these guardhouse keys to make this as quick as possible. I think we have them all. Yeah, we'll just drop this for now.
I will say that he did go out of order by going through the basement and having access to the battery early on. Normally, he is going in the right route if you were playing this normally, but because of everything randomized.
So now we have all the keys.
Now we have all the keys. Okay, worst case scenario, there's a tyrant in this bathroom.
Best case.
We avoided the worst case scenario.
Awesome. Yay for randomness.
And it was a bottle.
Oh, that for a bottle.
It's always anticlimactic.
And all these bottles that are showing up, if I'm not mistaken, only Jill can find them, right?
I don't think they're in Chris's randomizer because Rebecca would find them.
Yeah.
Chris doesn't know how to do the chemist stuff.
Yeah, Chris can't chemical.
He sees the bottles and just
I
goes
cannot.
all.
Yes, I do.
This is making me realize that this is why Chris likes Jill, is because Jill is the hard carry, isn't she?
Yeah, Chris gets less inventory space. He has to use small keys instead of the...
What? No. Oh, that one's loaded. That was a bad idea.
Oh, boy. Time to walk back. Oh, boy.
Did you accidentally pick it up?
Yeah.
You did.
Oh.
Oh, God. All right. So...
Can you not put it down?
Nope.
Do you want to
Gotta go
explain
put it
this
into
while
a
you
box.
focus, or no? So this is a loaded fuel capsule. Later on in this game, you take the fuel capsule and you load it with like nitroglycerin or something like that. And it makes it explosive. And so if he moves too much, it will explode and we're back at the beginning of the run.
Yep. We didn't do any safety saves either. But
Yeah,
thankfully
so-
we got...
That was...
Something I want to add to the explosive capsules as the person who doesn't go here is that you didn't mention on top of that, that also includes if you shoot your gun.
Yes.
Yes. You shoot your gun if you're attacked. You run too many steps. Anything that can shake you up will, if it shakes it up enough, it'll blow it up, and it's game over. You don't even get a cool death animation. That's what makes it even worse. It's just black screen, game over.
Explosion.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's, if I'm not mistaken, there's like a hidden meter or something like that that builds up. Like the more you run or the more you get hit. It's a very small meter, but in speedruns you'll see people like they'll run like 3 or 4 steps and then walk a few steps to let that meter go down and then kind of rinse and repeat that. In randomizers, sometimes, if you're unlucky, like with the spider, you have to take that call, like, okay, well, I know I can't get past them. Like, for example, if it was that one that shall not be named in your way, you just gotta take a chance and just shoot.
Who's that?
So those flame rounds are really, really huge right now. We got those just outside of Plant 42 room, so we can also be safe with trying to pick up items and just eliminate Plant 42 right here, right now, without any issues, because we now have all of that to take care of. We're headed towards the basement here, though, with the aqua ring. which also has weird spawning enemies. If it's I'll explain it a bit when we get down there. We also have one more bathroom to check, and that could be nasty.
Ugh. I'm not
So in a typical speed run, what you'd want to do is in this room, just let the other enemy come into this hallway out there, because if it's a zombie, you just dodge it. But you don't want a randomized enemy in that hallway. So normally we wait for wherever it is to walk in here or just spawn by the tub like this guy.
Oh, it's another hunter.
Yeah. Hunters are nice. When they spawn in, they're just completely docile, just sad, looking at the floor. You know? Typical Sunday morning stuff.
That realization that work is the next day.
that you woke up at 6:59 and your alarm is at 7, you know, that mode.
Yep.
All right, another long box puzzle here. Try to make this as quick as possible.
Did one of you want to explain the box puzzle since we were talking about puzzles just in general?
Oh, yeah, sure. You push these boxes into the water and they're very buoyant. And you walk along the boxes, that's the end.
I've always wondered what's in these boxes.
I'm curious how they got the boxes down there.
The ladder.
Yeah. But there's, well, I guess we can't see how small that gap is, but that's...
Let's just say they made them down
It's
there.
the same energy as hotel rooms here in Boston. How they get those king-size beds in most of them closets that they call rooms. I'm glad people appreciated that.
I thought you were gonna say how'd they get the hotel here. I'm like,
No, no.
The same way they get hotels anywhere, I assume. But speaking of, they didn't let us, so they got the king size
How did we
bed
get
in the
back here
room.
again?
How come they couldn't get the third mattress in our room?
They said
it's not big enough.
It was big enough. You know, but I disagree.
You heard what I said. That's why I ain't leaving no tip.
No comment.
I feel like, oh, go ahead.
Like I said, enemies can spawn in weird locations here, such as walking in on the water, or wherever, or, you know, not at all, I guess.
That's cool.
I don't even hear the giant shark, which is
even better.
Concerning.
I was gonna say, that's the thing with a randomizer is that when you have stuff that doesn't spawn,
Oh, here it comes. I gotta go.
Oh. Your next question always has to be, okay, but then where will it spawn?
He'll just try to pop up right on top of you, and if he gets you, you're done.
Are these like static swaps in the enemy randomizer? Like if it's not here, then it's bound to be somewhere else?
Nope.
Okay.
So it just creates a pool on its own whenever you select into it, and it puts however many of it feels like.
Isn't there something special about the shark?
All right. I apologize. I wasn't paying attention just now. Does anybody remember what that number said?
Oh, no, that's not real, Jay.
Okay. Anybody in the crowd paying attention to what number it was?
The 10% that's at the top?
No. He looked at the file on the table. There was mostly like...
I'm gonna say 2. I was all right.
Nice.
It's like I feel like everybody in the audience, when you asked them, they just said, huh?
Like, I don't think you realize my heart stopped for a second. I was gonna be like, oh no.
Right.
Everyone's gonna die.
I didn't study for this test.
At all.
My bad. I forgot to tell you what's the test coming up. You know, pop quiz stuff.
That's okay.
We all failed.
What do you mean? I passed.
We.
I'm not we?
Not you. No,
Oh, okay.
you're playing.
Oh.
Okay. All right. He must be a switch.
I'll let you have that one.
Thanks.
Oh, I get it now, like Nintendo Wii and Switch. Oh, okay.
Wow, that was delayed. Oh my God. Jay, you just scared the hell out of me.
Don't clap after he explains it.
Oh. That was a good way to break up the silence, Jay. Proud of you.
I wanted to make him feel more awkward about it. So normally there's a little glitch here, a little exploit here we do called shark skip to, oh, I didn't mean to grab that. To make this go faster, you would just do this and come down, hit a quarter circle, and dodge the shark bite. However, this controller is a little lighter than the one that I usually use, and it feels awkward. And the last thing I want to do is die here over 10 seconds.
Honestly, very respectable.
Anybody like shark?
I've never
Nobody?
had shark. So I
That's
can't
another
do
item.
That's one of the other key items that we need to finish. That puts
So
us
is that
at
Five now.
Five.
Yep.
Five?
We just need the other metal piece.
Yeah,
Or we didn't. We
'cause
never
you
got
have
the
the empty
ring.
capsule.
An empty and a loaded one. We have a capsule, key, both books.
We just need the stone
Stone
ring.
it up.
We just need a metal, the metal object. We have a stone ring,
Oh, well.
and then we're finished.
I thought of something very cursed, and because of that, I'm gonna keep it to myself. Because if it comes
Say it.
true, You sure?
Yep.
Get it out of the way.
What if you need to use the loaded capsule that you put in the box, and you have to carry that all the way through? Like, they don't give you the stuff to make the rest of it.
Oh no, that's already set. That's already set. We can fill the other fuel capsule up at any point.
Okay.
However, by having the loaded capsule, I don't know why we have the loaded capsule, but by having it, we can actually save time instead of clearing off the hallway and going back. We can just clear off the hallway and then grab it off the chest and just put it in quick and easy.
Oh,
It's 2 rooms.
There you go. Okay. Okay. Oh, so the curse thing might be a helpful strat.
Yeah.
That makes me feel better.
And we haven't been poisoned.
Why would you say
Big
that?
clap
out
for that,
loud?
actually. Like,
Oh.
poison is a ruiner of a randomizer run. I've usually raced against my good friends Marforia and Deshane. And even in the past, when I've raced the RE speedrun god himself, Pessimism, speedrunner, the poison has been absolute differences in runs. I think I'm not afraid to admit the first time I beat Pest was because he was poisoned. And it took him, I think, about 15 minutes to find an herb. And it took that much time off of him, and I just won by about like 5 or so minutes. Yeah, it's a huge difference in getting poisoned, especially since you don't know where a blue herb is going to appear at.
He went out like Goku.
Wow.
Wow.
I think the main reason why the game didn't poison him was because he already had a blue herb. They thought about it.
All right. I'm coming up on a boss fight. A static boss fight. Doesn't get changed.
Yeah, they tried randomizing this thing. It didn't work.
Glad.
I'm not going to go into details, but it just didn't work.
I feel like that has some hilarious bad results.
And the strategy here is you shoot it until it dies.
I'm going to wait till it opens up, and then we just shoot it one more time.
Oh, he's dripping like the juice everywhere.
Sounds like the bees.
That was made a lot easier because we had flame rounds.
Spit hot fire.
Ooh. So this item is also a cutscene and future item trigger, so we have to take it even though we have no intention of using it. Otherwise, we won't spawn the Wesker cutscene in the hallway, and he won't make the drops outside of the shed.
Or fix the door.
Or fix the door.
Right. I just got reminded of Spider-Man. That was all.
Get your rent as soon as you fix this door.
Oh my God.
It's too quiet.
It's too quiet. I was thinking. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to figure out which route I want to take going forward. So now that I have these 2 items, this and I'm sorry. Where are you? Here you go. Those 2.
I mostly meant quiet, like in these hallways, because I remember there was the sleeping dogs. I don't remember you killing them earlier. Did they disappear?
Yes. So whatever enemies here are technically the plant's tentacles that are in the holes in the ground. So once you defeat Plant 42, the enemies despawn.
Does that go for the snakes out here too, or no?
No, they just disappear. I don't know where they go. Probably. I have no idea.
Parties.
Oh, I actually think they go upstairs.
Oh.
Yeah, there's another section where snakes start to spawn.
Got it. Oh, and because we did that puzzle earlier with the crank and battery, it's a little complicated, but you essentially have to use the crank to get rid of the water and bring like the, what is it called, like a drawbridge or something like that up to create a dam. And then that way it blocks the water coming down to the waterfall, because for whatever reason, Jill just can't run through the water. She's like, I don't know, allergic or something. And, but we did all that, and so we can just go under into the sewers.
I don't think she learned how to swim until after this game.
No, so she ran through water earlier, fine.
Magic.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
You know what? If it were me, though, I probably wouldn't, at least.
I wouldn't trust water in this either, though.
Yeah. You know that's swimming with all kinds of nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
You guys want to hear another embarrassing story?
No.
Sure.
He's going to say it anyways. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't tell stories unless, I always ask. I'm very respectable about sharing stories. I'm not one of those people who just drop a story on you.
Unlike the scooter who just drops in on you. What a jerk.
Yeah, that's disrespectful. Ooh.
Don't tackle me, sir. He's trying. He's charging
Where
up.
did you go? Where did you go? Working.
Oh, I'm out of bullets. Oh, that would explain why I'm not shooting.
Common problem.
Yeah, need bullets to shoot stuff.
Yeah, man, you didn't learn that. Ooh. The side.
He got, he wised up. He knew exactly what I was doing. He was just like, I'm going to beat you to the spot.
He watched your last run.
Yeah. Studied the manual.
Luckily, he didn't poison me, though.
Yeah, you can get some good luck on that. Knock on wood.
We'll take that because we have a green herb. We can just make a full heal.
And we're coming up on the last item, I'm betting.
I hope it's over here. This is like one of my least favorite sections to search in a randomizer because it's so far out of the way. And to come down here and get nothing is always disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
But to not come here and not get and to leave what I need over here is also equally disappointing, so.
Not only is it far out of the way, there's like 2 different puzzles you have to do here. The black tiger, the large spider like you saw, and all of the items, you have to like climb up boxes and run behind boulders. It's excessive.
The off chance that you could die.
Why would you say that?
From the boulder.
I think they were talking about just in general with the puzzles and all the other stuff.
Yeah.
He's talking about when I go to play it and I'm going to be casual and I'm going to die to it like 4 times.
I look forward to it.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I hate you.
So anyway,
wow.
You have to get this statue here to turn around, and we need to push it to this section of the wall. It's kind of like lit up. Fun thing about this, oh, I think I'm in the right spot. Here we go. Fun thing about this game is sometimes you can see when something is about to move because it doesn't look like the rest of the background, so you know exactly how to operate that. We don't need to do this twice. This is why we didn't push it all the way. Just enough room to push it off of here.
Nice. No pixel perfect push.
Mm-hmm.
I hate this puzzle.
Me too. It takes so long.
It's not even clever.
Wow.
So when the Capcom is out here, we will remember that.
Remember it. Write it down, take a picture, you know?
We know who not to add to the list.
But this does seem a little tedious, though.
Just a little.
A tad.
And of course, that good old classic PS1 alignment where it doesn't quite look like it's lined up and it's like,
But it's
oh,
perfect.
no, it's fine.
Not PS1 alignment.
Oh, so we came here for nothing. Great.
Random.
At least we had fun doing the puzzle.
That's gross.
That is.
That's gross.
That's pretty egregious of you, Level.
The whole time I had like salt and pepper going in my head.
Oh no.
I'm not spoiling. I didn't know what he was gonna do. I thought he was gonna try to tackle, so I tried to like juke back and forth, but he charged spit up.
Yeah,
Thank God I'm not poisoning it. I don't know how I'm getting this lucky.
That's why I said knock on wood.
It's that,
Is this table
that
wood?
blue herb that he got earlier. The game is just like, it's no point.
All right, so we have all 3 of those.
Do you feel like your box is still sorted like as you had planned earlier?
Oh no. It works because all the key items are still on top. So I know if I'm looking for a key item, I just have to keep scrolling up.
At this point, you just have like such a big mix of items.
The only thing I tried to do was keep the 7 that I needed together. So if I need to scroll through and make sure that I have them all. Simple puzzle. The answer to that puzzle is actually on the shaft. You have to take it out and examine it, and you'll see that the numbers are 4, 2, 3, 1.
You know, when I first actually played this, I always thought you had to solve that.
I thought
before
so
you put
too.
it in there.
Yeah, and it's written in Roman numerals. So if you weren't paying attention in school, good luck.
Hey, homie.
Poor Enrico. We're going to take that because I don't think I'm going to get lucky a 4th time with not getting poisoned.
Ooh.
Whoa!
To the back, bro.
Okay.
It did, oh, I was about to say, did he
I was
just
like,
jump
did he
into the
just-
ceiling and then leave?
I thought he like literally hit you and said, "Ninja vanish," and just left.
He pieced out.
He accomplished it.
I don't remember if I checked this. Yeah, he got his goal. He got his hit in, and then, just dip
Quit
before I
while
could
you're
get
on
my
top,
lick
right?
back. My lick back.
This is all from my dead homies.
Soon to be you.
If you don't mind my asking, why did you just pause there and then unpause? Like, is there a buffer there or something? Or
Accident.
Okay, just making sure.
So
I just wanted to be sure.
Normally it's Lisa in this hallway, but you can tell from the cadence that it's just a B. There it is.
Hey.
Got everything. Wait, that's everything, right?
Yes, now we got to figure out a way out of here.
So you didn't waste your time coming down here.
No.
No, not down here,
Alright.
but down the other side of the hallway, yeah. What are we at, 105?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool, perfect. All right, I am very, very worried. I probably should talk about this, but there's the big 3 in this game, right? That would be the Tyrant, Lisa Trevor, and the Yawn. And we have not seen a single one of them yet. So, we're gonna see at least 2 of them in labs.
I'm calling it now. They're all going to be in that room where you have to be super careful.
Wow.
Now, with the way this seed's been going, putting a loaded cell in, hoping that you would miss it, no, that's evil.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say more or so because of all the hunters, but...
Oh, wrong way. I think that's the fault of Windows 11, though, because what we had to do to get this running was we had to downgrade the randomizer to a previous version.
Oh.
And in doing that, we used a seed that was made from a later version. And I think that bye, Barry. And I think that created a... Barry! created an issue with the seeds.
So do you think this is different than it was intended to be?
Absolutely. There's no way that Deshane put a loaded fuel capsule in here and didn't tell me about it, right?
Right, I will say, you're going to find out about that later.
I'm probably just going to open Discord
You're gonna-
to a smiley
I will say,
face.
you're going to open Discord to, again, LOL Lamau.
Shrug.
Heck, W.
Lamau, I can't believe you actually picked it up.
The funniest part was you were like questioning it as you were picking it up. Why is there 2 of these? Oh my God, it's explosive.
I was say, yeah, by the time you grabbed it, you was like, oh no!
I was like, I was about to say, I'm like, that one's closed.
I didn't think about it until after I picked it up.
I know. Yeah.
But I didn't die, so.
Yep.
That's good.
Need to take that to leave.
It's always
But now
little... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, now that we have all 7 items, it's usually what we refer to as just go time. We just, as fast as we can get to the laboratory, through the laboratory, and out of the game. We do have one more item that we need to find. It's hidden somewhere in the laboratory, the battery. Shout outs to Ben who randomized that as well. We just need to figure out where exactly he put it. Full disclaimer, because it just now hit me that this is a possibility. Because the seed was randomized on, because it was randomized on a later update and running in an older trainer, there's a chance the battery may not be there.
Oh.
But I have a plan.
Okay. Plans are nice. Plans are nice.
It's a good thing you made that realization now, then.
Yep.
The baby snakes stay here? Okay, yeah, they do.
Baby snakes.
Babies. No.
Why?
We were all thinking it, you know.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking it at all.
Unfortunately, yeah. I blame Level.
Yeah, y'all was telling me to be quiet when I was singing about sharks, but it's okay to sing about snakes.
I didn't sing about either.
Oh, I don't need these. What am I doing?
Those aren't randomized?
They are, but I have everything I need, so there's no point.
But what if one of them's like the battery or something?
The battery will only appear in labs.
Okay.
If that's not a key item, you want to leave it there because it'll just trigger Lisa in a cutscene. You want to avoid all cutscenes if you can. If you don't have to trigger them, don't deal with them. And
You're not just curious to see what it might spawn?
No, it's always Lisa. So another fun randomizer fact is we used to have random enemies in this room, and we found out they move in cutscenes. So you can die before you actually have a chance to move if it's a random enemy. Really, really fun when you're just sitting there picking yourself off of the ground and the hunter just comes screaming across the room.
I just feel like it would have been nice, because we keep talking about Lisa, and we haven't even seen Lisa.
I would say that's a good thing.
It's like blind dating.
Stop it.
I would say it's an absolute good thing that we have not seen Lisa yet.
Oh my goodness.
So I was mentioning, I gotta find a safe room. I should have stopped at that chest.
You were about.
Hmm?
I was gonna say, J-Rock, you was about to say something besides the chest thing.
Yeah, I need the 2 complete stone and metal objects to finish, and a part of one is in the chest, so I have to stop and grab it. This was a hunter, right? Oh, it's gone because we defeated Plant 42.
Nice.
I love free rooms.
At least you was locked in and ready, though. You had that thing on you.
Man, we will never know who came in.
Oh, no, we'll find out in a second. We're headed back that way.
I forgot that dog was there.
Oh, no, we took him out, but he came back.
Oh, okay.
Enemies respawn once you finish Plant 42 and make your way back into the mansion.
So was it just a chance that it was a dog the second time, or is it the same thing?
It will be the same thing. If it's randomized, whatever's in that room in the first place will be there if the room fills up again.
Got it. That wasn't that scary. Come on.
A little bit.
Just ran out and said hi.
I was like, I literally secondhand jumped at your gasp.
Secondhand jump.
Oh my god.
You gotta watch out for secondhand jumps. They're addictive.
I don't know about that. They still trying it though. They're determined to get you poisoned.
Absolutely determined. I hope that's the last spider we see. I really hope we don't run into another one.
I've always loved the concept of the end of the game is right where it begins.
Yeah, so this is the first room that we started in this mansion. And right here is the exit. So it's just a case of running around until you find these 2 objects to get down here.
And then we heard Lisa.
It's actually very clever randomizer design. I don't think they intended for it, but it is.
And this is one of the few Resident Evil games where at just about any point in the run, you can go from the beginning to the end, which makes it really great for the randomizer. Some of the later ones, like the Resident Evil 2 Remake randomizer, if I'm not mistaken, it cuts off like once you get to the laboratory. But in this one, you can go all the way anywhere at any point. Great game design.
We don't want to give Barry his gun back.
He almost got you with that hug. That was just such an anticlimactic fall. I've been shot.
Imagine he did one of the Dark Souls.
I don't know if he's dead. Okay. So it's actually also eliminating him stops the cutscene from happening later.
Quick summary of what happens here. So this is supposed to be a boss fight with Lisa. For the plot of the game, Barry Burton, one of your partners, he like turns on you. He's like, "Ha! I've been working against you this whole time," and she pulls some judo on him, takes the gun out of his hand, and is like, "You know what? I could blast you right now if I really wanted to." And he's like, "Oh no, please give me my gun back." And you can actually make the choice as a player to give it back or not. And if you choose not to, she just like...
Just whacks him right off the cliff.
Yep. She's like, have fun without your gun, nerd. And then
I would say, imagine pulling up on somebody and be like, can you give me my gun back? What? No.
He just gets knocked off.
How the turns have tabled. But the advantage of not giving him his gun, Barry has the strongest gun in the game.
So I'm not sure of the exact damage, but I think it might do something around like 5,000 damage a shot, which is a lot. It defeats almost anything in one shot. The only thing I think that survives a bullet from Barry's gun is Lisa, but nothing kills Lisa anyway, so.
I was gonna say, does Lisa need 2 shots? But she's got that.
Nope.
She's got that plot armor.
In the worst way.
Can I do a throwback?
Sure.
Are you sure the damage is in over 9,000?
Yeah.
It wasn't intended to be funny. I was like, hey guys, remember that?
I feel like enough people didn't boo you.
There we go.
I like how dogs in this whole rando, because of the number of hunters and other things that are just generally entertaining, the dogs are just kind of there. It's like, yeah.
Speaking of hunters.
Oh yeah, I'm immune to hunters at this point, I think. Like the first 3 were terrifying, and now I'm just like, yeah, they're there.
I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting Jan in this hallway.
You just been thinking that the whole time?
Yeah, we haven't seen Jan this entire time.
Wow.
I've also been on edge, which is why I got a little quiet. I'm like, where is he? He's gonna show up right now, isn't he?
You think I'm playing when I said they all gonna be posted up in that room, huh?
Yo, can you do the tofu thing?
Oh my gosh.
The tofu thing?
We can. So fun fact, the original puzzle of this game used to be John, Ada, and Mole, but they changed it to Cell, you know, just to be cute. But if you type in Mole here, you get a special sound effect. Did it not work? Oh.
No, it didn't.
I think the randomizer broke it. My bad, chat.
It's okay.
Try.
Actually, we're gonna mark that under Windows 11 problems.
It's a combination of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sucked. I was excited.
Well, no, they know. They can try it on their own time.
The more I watch this and the more I realize what I said, I really feel like you should safety save before that room.
No.
I think those 3 dudes gonna be in there.
No.
They won't. At least only one of them will.
I mean, if they are.
It could be.
It is what it is.
He's a professional.
Yeah.
We're at GDQ. What could go wrong?
Everyone in
what's
chat
wrong.
and the audience heard me. I tried to save this man. We can co-sign that, right? Okay, I just want to make sure.
The sound of rustling clothing.
Very
How does that
specific.
make you feel?
So that previous room, we were like testing things out to make sure they worked before we actually got started running. And I'm just running around there like, there's no enemy in here. Why is nothing here attacking me? I forgot when I was testing things out, I had invisible enemy settings on, and that was... We got the death out of the way before we started the run, is what I want to say.
I saw that death. Guess what killed him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever said Hunter, yep.
Is that a 3rd shotgun?
That's a broken one.
Okay.
So you're supposed to use the broken one to get the regular one from off the wall if you're not fast enough to get the... Oh, God, that's bad.
Oh.
That's where he's at.
He also dies to one shot.
Yep. You gotta be careful.
But he was still moving, so is that true?
Because he likes to go back to his hole.
Yeah, so you actually have to reset the room. But,
There's 2 of them. There's 2 enemies.
I don't know if that killed him. I didn't get him in the face. We'll find out.
To those of you who might attempt this randomizing in the future, don't sleep on Yon.
It will eat you.
Do you have any more Magnum rounds?
Got a whole nother
I
Magnum
thought
in
you were
there.
gonna ask me if I had any more something else. All right, so what? No, we're not. Not yet. Let's go check the other room. We have a few minutes.
And then that Magnum, it's actually special. I don't believe you can reload it.
No.
Oh.
You know, the shots you get with this are the... Oh,
Oh, that was rude.
Why did
it? Bro? You didn't turn the safety off, bro.
So now that we have the fuel capsule, for some odd reason, we can just save time. And instead of bringing a loaded fuel capsule throughout the hallway and potentially dying from a longer walk, we'll just take it and potentially die from a shorter walk.
Are we both?
Why are you even running? Why? You don't have to do this.
So you're allowed 5 running steps before the fuel capsule explodes. It's 5 and 2 to reset it. 5 is very dangerous because if you do 5.5, it counts as 6, and that's.
Wait.
Wait, you didn't put it back.
Did you put it in there?
He didn't.
It's not. It's on your person.
You better be glad we're on your couch, sir.
The way I am sitting here, just like terrified.
I knew what I was doing when I picked
Yeah.
up the order.
You forgot to put it in just now.
You didn't cut me off before I finished my sentence.
He said he knew what he was doing when he picked his couch.
Oh. Yeah. Y'all saved me. Yeah.
Okay.
Zombies on the ceiling, by the way.
I see that.
You saw his feet, nice pedicure.
Wait, what does that sound?
I don't know.
I don't know. It was juicy.
All right, we got 1 of 3 baddies out the way, right?
I'm turning my head to try to hear better, and I got headphones on.
Okay. But just to verify, we only got 1 out of 3.
Whoa.
Wow, through the wall.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention, when you come back through here, those guys are no longer stuck on the ceiling, and they'll pop out the wall.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
That guy still is, though. Make it simple.
Just sweeping the ceiling.
He said, don't mind me.
Just creeping. Always creeping.
I'm kind of sad.
Don't be sad.
What you sad about?
I haven't seen Lisa.
I mean, there's still time.
Not really.
I don't know, dog. I'm always just assuming the worst can and will happen.
Oh, Lisa can't die, so Lisa won't be in this room.
Now I'm gonna have to tell all my friends she doesn't go to this school. You don't. Maybe you never met her.
So it's a headless zombie.
So another interesting fact about this room, whatever spawns in here is headless if it's not the right enemy. So we got this guy running around, just completely lost his cool. You gonna make some puns about this one level? You gonna talk about how he's never gonna be the
I feel
head of
like
a
the
major corporation?
headshot one is the lowest hanging fruit, so you can't do that.
I do have a joke, but I'm saving it for your next resub.
Bet.
Because I want the text-to-speech to read it. I promise it's fantastic, 100% original.
Bet. I forgot I have to take him out. I was about to go hit the exit button, like, oh no, I have to eliminate this guy. All right, so now that's basically, we're done. How do we get to the exit? The exit is that big metal door that we passed coming down into the laboratory. However, we do need the battery, and we don't know where that is just yet. But there's only about like 3 or 4 rooms left to check. But like I said, there's a strong chance that it's not randomized because it was only added to the later updates of the randomizer.
And then also, if I'm not mistaken, only in the best ending, like if you, I don't know if it's save Barry or Chris, it locks you out from going back to the rest of the mansion, like when you start having other characters follow you. Am I wrong with that?
Wait, huh?
So when you get through, when you go through the doors and like the self-destruct sequence starts, if I'm not mistaken, it locks you from going back to the mansion.
Yes, once you finish that boss fight, you can no longer leave this section.
But only if you were to save whatever character like triggers that. Otherwise, it's just a really quiet run to the end. It's kind of sad.
Well, I mean, that spider tried to make it exciting before we left.
Tried.
Emphasis on tried.
Still no battery.
Hairy situation. You all right, bro? You hungry?
Oh, you want to talk about the tech?
The stair skating tech? So normally, we'd have a configuration on the controller in which you could just rotate the right joystick in order to do the scare skating. But with all the other tech issues, I didn't really have the, I guess, the wherewithal, the patience to set that up before we started. So I just had to try to mash the button to walk up the stairs as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there's a mechanic in this game that you take advantage of when doing speedrunning. They call it stair skating, because if you press it fast enough, it just looks like Jill's just gliding up the stairs. You know that
gliding right up.
The animation, like Super Mario jumping, she kind of just like holds her body like that and just skates straight up the stairs pretty much. And you do it by constantly tapping the run button, so she's switching between walking and running, but it's faster for some reason. I don't know.
So we're at the exit, and we still don't have battery.
Because we get it here?
It's possible. Normally it's at the very end.
Normally it's at the very end.
It looks like everything's not randomized, so.
But like I said, because we generated on different seeds, it's possible that...
You ain't got it.
Okay, no, it's a bad.
Ooh,
we're
hey.
good. We're good. We're good.
Yep.
That's basically it. About to be time in a few seconds.
Yeah, because we didn't, like I mentioned before, save anybody, you don't get the big tyrant showdown at the end.
You mean the headless
Yep,
zombie?
it's just anticlimactic exit all the way through. Just grab this. Use it. And time.
That's it.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Resident Evil randomizer Jill 80%. I hope you all enjoyed the completely random hunters sitting in attention, the things stuck on the ceiling, just the complete wackiness and the goofiness of this. This is one of my favorite things to play ever. I've been doing randomizers for years now here on Twitch. Oh, there's the guy that we were scared of at some point, but never showed his face, the coward. But yeah, I love doing these. Major shout out to my couch being here with you guys. Want to introduce yourselves real quick?
I'm the level best. I'm a former Resident Evil speedrunner, but now I kind of just sit in the back and watch.
Jill, you did a fine job.
I'm Chris One. You might have seen me in JRX channel. Here.
I'm Pleasantly Twisted. I have the big windy intro because I am a challenge runner of Soulsborne games. I am also the overlord of GDQ's Unapologetically Black and Fast and Juneteenth events. And I'm just happy I got to hang out on the couch and clown around about Resident Evil.
I'm very, very glad that you all were able to make it here with me. Like I said, this is one of my favorite runs ever to do. I've been doing this for such a long time. I'm J-Rock the God. I also stream on Twitch, one of Twitch's ambassadors, by the way. Hello. And you guys can find me over there at twitch.tv/JRock the God. Sometimes playing games with my toes. Fun fact, we tried to get this going before here, but I just couldn't find a pad. We were going to surprise tech, and good thing we didn't because we had enough issues to worry about, right, guys? But yeah, that's going to do it. Thank you to tech for helping us out with these issues. Y'all deserve a huge round of applause and some love for that because, as y'all know, we were sitting here for what felt like maybe a half an hour total trying to get that running. Yeah, that was tough. You guys are great. Shout out to the lovely crowd. You guys have been amazing. It's full.
Oh, is it? Yeah, we
said it's full. Oh, yeah, that's going to be it. I'm going to get out of here so guys can get the next run going. Thank you so much for having me.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
All right. Thank you, J-Rock, for that incredible Resident Evil run, and thank you again for dealing with all of our tech setups, everybody. Stay tuned. We're going to get set up for Zelda Ocarina of Time coming up next with Zelda Cube 1. So stick around. We'll get that coming up for you pretty soon. We've got a couple of announcements for y'all while we get that set up. Summer Games Done Quick will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, June 30th to July 6th. Run submissions are open until tomorrow evening. So if you're in the crowd or if you're in the audience watching online, and you think, man, this speedrunning thing, I should submit that run I do, you should do that. Because some of the people back here will be the ones reviewing the event, or reviewing the runs. So we want to see some cool stuff. If you want to submit a run, go to gamesdonequick.com/profile or visit gamesdonequick.com for more info about the event. If you missed out on that Resident Evil run or any of the other runs you've had this event, be sure to check out the VODs on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And the subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support the Hotfix in months between events. If you enjoy watching speedruns, consider subscribing to the channel and helping us out. All right, no tech issues here. We are ready to go with Zelda Ocarina of Time 3DS by Zelda Cubed 1. Zelda Cube, take it away.
All right, hello everyone. So we're going to be playing Ocarina of Time 3D today. Let's just get right into it. There we go. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so the category that we're going to be playing today is Medallion Stones Trials. Essentially, we need to collect the dungeon rewards at the end of the adult dungeons. We need to collect the dungeon rewards at the end of the child dungeons, and we need to beat the trials at the end of the game in Ganon's Castle. You may be thinking, that's a lot to do in about 2 hours. And yeah, thankfully, this game has a lot of broken glitches that's going to help us along the way. There are a lot of glitches that carry over from the original Ocarina of Time, but there's also a lot of new ones. In fact, you're going to be seeing the first new trick coming up shortly. So in Ocarina of Time recently, the intro skip was standardized, meaning that like you can now create a save after the intro, and that's where the run starts. In this game, you'll see why we can't do that. Basically, every text box is a frame-perfect trick. That's what it boils down to. Yeah, so you're going to see that very soon. This first text box is actually not a frame-perfect trick, but you're going to be seeing shortly that hopefully some of these text boxes will just flash quickly across the screen. Like that. Yep. Yep, so every text box I skip there is a frame-perfect trick. All right, so now that that's out of the way, the first thing that we're going to do is generally the progression of this game. You get the Kokiri sword, deck your shield, you beat the Tega tree, and you get out of the forest. We're not going to do that. We are going to get the Kokiri sword, but it's convenient for the route for us to come back later to do Deku Tree. So we're going to be doing a trick called the Forest Escape. Basically, in this game, this is another, well, actually technically not version exclusive anymore, but if you slash your sword 3 times and put the sword away, Link will take a quick step back. It almost looks like he's teleporting backwards. That speed is enough to clip you through certain objects in acute angles. And we're going to be using that to get out of the forest. So yeah, more text. All right, so now the run truly begins. Yeah, we're going to be backwalking a lot. Backwalking is the fastest form of movement without any special tricks. So we're going to be taking advantage of that here. There we go. Now we have the Kokiri sword. And now you're going to see that forest escape trick that I was talking about in the intro. Fun little optimization here. If you hold down the B button, then when you tap the sword with the touchscreen, it buffers the menu cancel, so that makes that menu a lot quicker. And here's the trick. Very nice. So now that we're out of the forest, we're already going to start setting up for the next trick, which is normally in the normal progression of the game, you're supposed to get the weird egg from Malin, and then when it hatches, use that to wake up Talon. We're going to attempt to skip that, but that's going to make the day-night cycle a lot tougher. Usually, you'd have a lot of time to just get. Usually, you'd have a lot of time just to get the egg, and make it to Talon before day. While we technically don't have to get there right at the start of day, it's faster to, clearly. So hopefully we can optimize the in-game time as much as possible here. And to do that, we're going to be doing a trick to get across Hyrule Field a little more quickly. It's called a forward extended super slide. So when you hold just outside the dead zone in this game, Link will kind of just like shuffle in place. And if you get hit by some external damage source or have some speed coming from some other source, you can conserve that speed. So we're going to try and do that trick off of the P-hat here in Hyrule Field and hopefully save a little bit of time getting to market. There we go. See, I have to keep holding ESS position, otherwise I will drop the slide, but fortunately this does help in making the day-night cycle a little closer. Okay, now that we're here, we're going to grab these bridge rupees. We need 80 rupees over the course of this run, and it's really convenient to just grab 60 of them here. Okay, so here comes the trick. So it's a little tough and precise, and I'm going to do a setup, and it's going to look a little goofy. I promise I'll explain what I'm doing after I do it. I just need to concentrate for this part of the run. Hopefully that works. Okay, that's part one. So the way that works is in seemingly random places throughout the game, although it's not random if you take the time to look at it, there's just incredibly high standable collision, but it's incredibly narrow. So it's very difficult to actually take advantage of those unless you have a precise setup, hence why I was doing all those side rolls and sword slashes. And the reason why we want to get out of bounds is to do this part of the trick. Okay, we got it. So basically that water aesthetic extends to the bottom of the map. So if you can, oh, that's unlucky. If you can get into that water, you can just float up to the drain. The amount of water that you can actually land in is a lot smaller than it looks. So I'm really glad I got that. If you fail, you void out, and you start all the way back at the beginning of Hyrule Castle. So now guards. These guys are fun. Here we're just going to try and side hop past them, but it's very easy to get caught. They can't really hear very well, but they have superhuman vision. All right, that actually... Side hopping past that last guard was actually frame perfect, and I probably shouldn't have gone for that. But I did. Hey, more text. Woo. Yeah, as you can tell, good text skips tend to add up a lot over the course of the run. A lot of runners don't like it because, again, it just seems kind of weird that you are able to save time on what should just be idle gameplay, but it is what it is. So yeah, the main reason we come here is to get Zelda's Letter and Zelda's Lullaby. Basically, the point of this route is to kind of just rush Ferrare's Wind and what you need to use it. So you need Zelda's Lullaby to get magic in Ferrare's Wind, and you need magic to use Ferrare's Wind. So right now, we're just kind of following along that route. Ferrare's Wind, as you will see later, is a very powerful item in this game due to a version-exclusive glitch. All right, there we go. We finally finished the cutscene, so time for another cutscene. I promise this run isn't all cutscenes. Hello? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, the PC fell asleep. I guess I'll just have to be mindful of that. Now we're actually done with cutscenes. So, yeah, again, the next thing we want to do is we want to go get magic. There are a couple of obstacles in our way. The first is you're normally supposed to have explosives to blow up the rocks, like blocking the path to the upper part of Death Mountain Trail. And then you're supposed to have explosives to blow up the entrance to magic. We're going to have to skip both of those. Oh, oops. That's the hardest skip in the game, getting past that carpenter early. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get it, but oh well. Yeah, getting that hard is important for a reason you'll see very shortly. Wow, that was really good text, actually. Okay, Death Mountain Trail. So we're going to use that same forward extended super slide trick that we did off the P-Hat, although this time we're going to do it off the Tektite. and it's going to be really fast. Like that. Here I need to change ESS position because in order to start that fest in particular, I hold like ESS right, not ESS down right, and it's pretty much impossible to change ESS position on buffered if you don't do that. Okay, so I'm gonna do a trick that looks kind of weird here. And basically the short version is that when you go from the main room of Goron City into Darunia's room, it unloads the hookshot targets. So we have to set things up in a specific way such that it will also unload, or such that when the game tries to unload the hookshot targets in the main room, the final time we cross from the main room to Darunia's room, it unloads the statue. But to do that, it looks a little weird. Okay. Okay, hopefully that worked. We'll see. Nice. Just moving the mouse around to make sure the PC doesn't fall asleep again. So yeah, this is what allows us to get past the rocks blocking the top of Death Mountain Trail. But now we need to get into the fairy fountain itself. So to do that, we're going to do the same trick that we used to escape the forest, although there's going to be a fresh coat of paint on it. Basically, Link takes a step forward whenever he swings his sword. So in order to account for that, there we go. So yeah, the way that one works is usually when doing a triple slash clip, you do it like in a corner. So that way the sword recoil hits you into the corner. So when you put away the sword, you're able to clip through the corner. There, if you just slash your sword normally, Link will step forward and there's nothing to recoil off of. So you need to do a backwalk input in between the slashes. So that way on the final slash, the sword does recoil on the corner, putting Link in a position where he can clip through the wall if you put the sword away. Hooray, another cutscene. So now we're going to do something called a save warp. Basically, if you save the game and quit, depending upon where Link is, it will put him back in at a certain position. In a dungeon, it will put him back at the start of the dungeon. In the overworld as Child Link, it will put him back at Link's house. And in the overworld as Adult Link, it will put him back at Temple of Time. So this is just a convenient way to get back to the forest. So yeah, now we're going to finally spend some of those rupees that we've been collecting. First, we're going to buy the shield. It's going to be a very important item for the first dungeon that we're going to tackle. We still need a few more rupees to buy one more thing. Yep, read the sign for fun, totally intentional. We're going to grab that rupee, that's very important. We need 40 rupees entering the forest here. Do that same cancel buffer trick that I mentioned earlier. Okay. So surprisingly, we're actually going to go left here. We want the Deku Stick upgrade because Deku Sticks are the best item in the game, and you'll see why later. Except for Furry's Wound and probably a lot of other items, but for the sake of this explanation, they are the best item in the game. So here, this guy will us Deku Stick upgrade, giving us 20 Deku Sticks, and that will give us more than enough Deku Sticks that we need to complete the run. Otherwise, we would need to go around and collect like up to 10 Deku Sticks, and 10 Deku Sticks would not be enough to finish the run. So that's just a convenient way to get the Deku Sticks we need. We're not done with Lost Woods yet, though. We're going to head over to Zora's Domain. And in order to do that, we're going to take the Lost Woods shortcut to the end of Zora's River. But we don't have Silver Scale. So we need some other way to access that shortcut. And the way we're going to do that is with something called a Navi dive. Basically, if you talk to Navi, well, in water, you just sink to the bottom. So hopefully we can pull that off. There we go, and now. So yeah, our first dungeon of the game is going to be Jabu, which has some challenges. First, we actually need to get into Jabu. And we could go through the quest of getting the bottle and getting the letter and like feeding the fish to Jabu, but that's really slow. So we're going to do some tricks to get around that. First, though, we're going to want to pick up some Deku Nuts. Deku Nuts are a very important item for this next part of the run, as there are a lot of tricks that you are required to have Deku Nuts for, basically. So the minimum amount of Deku Nuts you normally need is 10. I'm going to grab 15 because it would be really bad if I ran out of Deku Nuts. Okay. All right, and now we're going to do another triple slash clip, so that way we don't have to watch 30 seconds of scooching. Just swim around and get into Zora's Fountain. That one is actually pretty easy. You can try that one at home. And now to actually get into Jabu, what we're going to do is we're going to use a Deku Stick recoil. The hitbox for the Deku Stick actually starts behind Link when he starts the jump slash. So we're going to recoil off of Jabu, but since we're facing away from Jabu, we're going to recoil towards Jabu and just clip right in. And now we're going to do another trick that looks a little weird. The way that one works is when we crouch stab with the Deku Stick, but then we swap the item so Link puts it away. And when the Deku Stick connects, Link's not actually holding anything in his hand. And this game uses the coordinates of the item that he's holding in his hand to determine where the damage should be taken. So if you have nothing in your hand, then there's no coordinates of the item, so it reads NaN. So it just hits everything in the room with spherical collision. And now, now we get to play Jabu. Hooray! Yeah, while there technically is a way to skip the double weight switch in Ocarina of Time 3D, it's just a little too slow for this run, so we just play the dungeon out normally. Okay, so there I did a trick called a Mega Flip. Basically, if you have damage invincibility and then shield damage, Link gets sent back really quickly, which you can then convert that speed into a backflip, which allows you to fly really far. That one is just for fun, but soon we're going to be doing one that actually matters. And I gotta tell you, my consistency with that one hasn't been super great lately, so hopefully it goes well. Yeah, the whole reason we brought Rubo up here. Let's just hit this switch. It's a shame that there's no convenient way to skip it, but it is what it is. All right. A funny change that Grezzo made when they made Ocarina of Time 3D is that instead of having 4 stingrays in this room, there's 3. And since Ocarina of Time 3D doesn't have power crouch stabbing, it just helps a lot with that room. So now we have the boomerang. So now we're going to try and go beat Jabu. And that mega flip trick that I mentioned earlier, this is where it comes up. Basically, we're going to try and do a precise setup to manipulate the Beery so that we can perform a mega flip and skip the big Octo fight. Basically skipping, like, I think about 2/3 of the dungeon. Let's hope we can get it. Hi. No, yeah. So we just have to set up the Beery again. That's no big deal, but yeah, that trick is pretty tough, and my consistency with it lately hasn't been great. There we go. Yeah, second try's not bad. There we did another trick where if you pull the cutscene item out on the switch, it delays like the actual push down of the switch, but keeps the door open. So it allows me to get into that room. And there, using a nice boomerang throw, we can hit the switch at the top of Jabu without having to climb the vines. So yeah, now we're in the boss. And Baronade is, it's not too bad, but it could go really horribly if I execute this poorly. Basically, on the second phase, like those jellyfish that swirl around Baronade will block your boomerang from connecting with Baronade. And in order to get past that phase, we want to, in order to get past that phase quickly, we want to throw the boomerang such that Baronade does get stunned, and then we can just kill them all with a Deku Nut. Like that, and then again. Okay. Yeah, that's the scary part of the boss. The rest is just clean up. There we go. That's Jabu. So now that we've completed the first dungeon in the game, we're now going to get the item that makes this speed game basically what it is, which is Ferori's Wind. We don't have explosives though, so we can't just blow up the wall to get to Ferori's Wind, so we need some other way around that. And this is the trick that eluded speedrunners for years. But a couple of years ago, it was finally found, and then consistent setups were found to make it speedrun viable. So basically, we're going to do that same invisible steam trick that I did in Hyrule Castle. Okay, I did something cool there. I'll talk about it later. But we're going to use that invisible steam trick that we did in Hyrule Castle to get a ton of height. And then with a precise height and angle, you can just clip through the corner where like the wall meets the top of the fountain. So hopefully we can get it. Also, yeah, there I got something called the Fast Sapphire. Basically, if you get all the quick text in the cutscene before you select yes to receive the spiritual stone, Ruto will swim while she gives you the spiritual stone while she's talking. So yeah, that just saves a couple seconds. Yeah, here's the trick that I'm really worried about and the main reason why I got extra Deku Nuts. Nice. Yeah, I'm really relieved to get past that trick. I was worried about that one. So yeah, that's how you get Ferrari's Wind. Now that we have Ferrari's Wind, the game just completely breaks. And you'll see why shortly. First, we need to actually get the item. Remember, you can only use Ferrari's Wind inside of dungeons. Remember, that'll come in handy. Yep, so we're going to enter the House of Twins right here. And remember, you can only use Ferrari's Wind inside of dungeons. So yeah, the way that one works is if you swap a usable item with an unusable item, their usability will swap for one frame. And if you use Ferrari's Wind on that frame, you can use it anywhere. So we're going to do a lot of stuff with that. First, though, we're going to head up to Lost Woods. Yep, we're going to damage down to half a heart here. And then we're going to come over to this grotto, make it so this scrub shoots this Deku Seed. Then we're going to die at the same time we enter the grotto, quit the game, but we don't quit the game. Now we're in Cowan House. So remember, we set Ferrari's Wind outside of House of Twins. So let me know if this looks like House of Twins to you. Link's gonna fall for about 30 seconds before we can actually do anything. Hope you're all having a good day. One more time. So yeah, if you're dead and over a void, you can walk, and so we can just side up into the water there. When we continue, we'll be in a slightly different place. Okay, so now we're here. And we're going to make our way over to Market because that's where we want to go. So we want to come back here later. So we're going to set for Rory's Wind. And then we're going to enter the mask shop, which is actually Ganon's castle. So the reason we come here is because we want bomb shoes. In order to actually get bomb shoes, we need to do a relatively precise trick. We need to get that rupee above the BMOS, and the jump to get it is a lot more precise than it may seem. So here we're going to push the statue into a specific place. We're going to put Link in a specific position, and then we're going to grab the statue. The spike's going to boost us up onto the statue. We're going to perform a precise jump slash, and get it. Okay. Oh, oops. Yeah, that jump is a lot tighter than it looks, so I'm glad that went well. So now we're going to grab bomb shoes. And now we're going to go back to the furs when we placed in market. Yeah, sure, why not? And now we're going to go play some archery, which is actually Temple of Time entrance. Where do you think Temple of Time is going to take us? Oh, Temple of Time. Behind the door time. So, as funny as it would be to just not explain why that one worked and leave you all questioning, I'll explain why it works. So, basically when we interrupt, like when we quit to the title screen, but it gets interrupted by dying in the grotto, the game is in a state where we're still playing in the file, but it thinks we're on the title screen. And on the title screen, there's that cutscene, which plays in Hyrule Field. That's called Cutscene 0. And basically the way cutscenes work in this game is when you enter a loading zone, which is tied to that cutscene, you'll go to that loading zone, or the entrance index corresponding to that loading zone. The cutscene will then add an offset and then play the cutscene corresponding to that number in the area which that loading zone plus offset would normally take you. So in this case, again, that cutscene on the title screen is cutscene 0, so it has an offset of 4. So whenever you try and enter a loading zone, it applies that offset, so it ends up just adding that value 4 to the entrance index where it's normally supposed to take you. And so you can basically just do that to wrong warp around the entire game. In the case of entering Temple of Time specifically, I believe that entrance is actually on the proper side of the Door of Time, like corresponding to where that loading zone would normally take you, but because it tries to play cutscene 0, which is the cutscene after where Sheik, or like when you go adult for the first time and Sheik talks to Link, like that's where that cutscene takes place, so it conveniently puts Link on that side of the Door of Time. Hopefully that made sense. So yeah, now starts the adult section of the run. You may have noticed we've only actually beaten one child dungeon. Yeah, the rest are coming soon. The first dungeon that we actually beat after becoming adult is the Dodongo's Cavern, and you're going to get to see some cool tricks in that dungeon. So yeah, we actually get one more bonus cutscene since we never actually entered the area of the Temple of Time, which triggers it's the Master Sword cutscene. So, there it is. The Master Sword. Okay. So yeah, we're just going to save warp past the Temple of Time. Sorry, the Door of Time. And now really starts the adult section of the run. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to go get Hookshot, because Hookshot is a very powerful item. There are a couple of items that we want to get to just kind of power through the rest of the dungeons. Like, you may be looking at the timer, oh, we're 40 minutes in and we've only beaten one dungeon. Like, how are we going to beat the 8 dungeons at a time? Don't worry, you'll see. Like, once we have all the items, the rest of the route just really flows together quickly. That's going to backwalk into the water. Okay, there we go. Get the proper backwalk angle challenge. Completed. So yeah, right here we're going to enter the shooting gallery. No wrong warp shenanigans this time. Right now we just want to set Ferrari's win. And the reason why is because it'll just provide a convenient shortcut to get back there later. Yeah, basically, we're going to want to go to Death Mountain Trail after we finish this phase of the run, and that just provides a convenient shortcut. Okay, there we go. When you get hit while pulling the statue back, the statue still continues to get pulled back, so you can just enter Dampe's race a little quicker. And now time for Dampe's race. I really don't want to get hit by fire here, because the damage routing is pretty specific from this point forward. So hopefully we don't get hit by too many of these fires. I keep bonking the wall, which, yeah, that saves time. Don't ask why, clearly. Here there is a slight optimization. I think they'll just kind of pop up if you try and climb the ledge there, so you can perform a jump slash and get up there a little faster. Yeah, that's not the fastest Dampe race, but it'll get the job done. Just... Okay, so now we want to get back to the beginning of the grave, but if we try to go past this door behind the hookshot, then there will be a Song of Time block blocking us. So we're going to try and get crushed by the door, so that way we just respawn back at the beginning of the grave, just like that. And now we're going to do a trick called a hookshot jump. I'll do it and then explain it. Okay, so by bonking and then trying to use the hookshot, Link will be in a state where he tries to use the hookshot repeatedly. When the hookshot does connect, hopefully it will get interrupted. And basically that conserves the momentum of the hookshot, and we'll just send a Link up. Unfortunately, I'm not quite getting it here. I'm not quite sure why. Hopefully this one will work. This looks good. There we go. Yeah, that allows us to get around the edge of the graveyard a little. Yeah, it allows us to access an out-of-bounds area in the graveyard, and then here, we perform a precise, well, not super precise, but we perform a side hop so that we side hop over the loading trigger. So the door blocking the entrance to Shadow Temple isn't loaded, and we can just go into Shadow Temple. So we're not going to stick around here too long. We just want the hover boots. The hover boots are a very useful item, and you'll see why shortly. It's a little faster to perform a jump slash when the text comes up, as normally you couldn't move forward when the text is up. That one wasn't very good. Here I'm going to pick up a heart and a Deku Nut, because again, the damage routing is pretty precise, and Deku Nuts are going to be a very powerful item even as adult. We also want magic, because magic is also a useful item. Without magic, we can't use Rory's Wind. So now it's time for the dead hand fight. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, I'm getting owned. Oh no. This is not what's supposed to happen. Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you. What is happening? Okay, there we go. A little bit of a hiccup, but it's fine. Yeah, now we have hover boots, and almost immediately we're going to start doing some really interesting hover boots tricks. Since we have hover boots now, we're going to head to Death Mountain Trail, and we're going to beat our second dungeon of the run, Dodongo's Cavern. Although it's going to look a little different than you might remember Dodongo's Cavern looking. So right here, I'm actually going to roll back into Kakariko and set for Rory's Wind, and you'll see why shortly. Just gonna do one more fast here. This one doesn't save as much as the previous ones, but it's just a neat little optimization that allows us to enter Dodongo's Cavern just that much faster. Okay. So the only reason why we go out of our way to get bomb shoes at all is to blow up that bombable wall. There is no way around it. It is kind of nice that it works out that way because bomb shoes does come in handy later on. But it is a little surprising that we have no way around that wall without bomb shoes. So yeah, Dodongo's Cavern, you're normally supposed to go through the dungeon, you're supposed to do a lot of stuff. We're just going to do this instead. And it's so cool, you get to see it twice. There we go. So yeah, normally you're supposed to go around. Yeah, normally you're supposed to like go around the dungeon. You're supposed to like go between floor 1 and floor 2, do all these puzzles to get to bombs. Yeah, we can just do that. So that skips everything before the head area, which is everything before you enter like this mouth. And now give me a second here. This one's a little precise. Now we're just going to skip everything inside the head area, hopefully. That should be high enough. Okay. So now it's time for King Dodongo. This kind of starts the trend for bosses in the speedrun in that they are pretty easy. Yeah, King Dodongo, all you just have to do is put 2 explosives in his mouth, jump slash him twice, and that's the end of the fight. Although after King Dodongo, we're gonna have to do a pretty tough trick. We're gonna try and do that frame perfect restricted items glitch, but we're going to try and load into the unloaded blue warp and use Rory's Wind before it loads. And we only have 1 shot at it, otherwise we just have to completely reload the boss room. so hopefully that goes well. Yeah, this trick's a little tough, so I'm really hoping I can pull it off. I'll have to pull it off eventually, but this particular variant of it is pretty cool. And I only get one shot at this. Nice. So now we're going to use Ferori's Wind. The warp is going to start to take us away, and then we're going to return Ferori's Wind as it takes us away. That didn't work. Okay. I don't know why that didn't work, but you get to see it again. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't work. That looked good. Oh well. Yep. So that means we get to do this trick again. That's got to be really scary. Like, all of a sudden you're just flying really high and there's nothing around you. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so since the warp is loaded, we now have to do a different variant of the trick where we side hop into the blue warp. If you side hop onto the edge of the blue warp, it won't take you away. I don't think this is close enough. Or it will take you away, but you can use Ferori's Wind before it takes you away, rather. That's too high, I think, but I'll try it anyway. Oh, not close enough, actually. Okay. That's what we want. So now we're in the Nocturne of Shadow cutscene, because that makes sense. So that trick is somewhat similar to the Death Hole wrong warping that we did earlier. Normally when a blue warp takes you away, it takes you to like a set entrance, and then if there's a cutscene to play, like adds a cutscene offset, and then whatever entrance it takes you to, it plays like the cutscene corresponding to the area that you're in. So normally when the blue warp takes you away, it takes you to an entrance in Death Mountain Trail. It applies the +5 cutscene offset for cutscene 1, which is still an entrance in Death Mountain Trail, and then plays cutscene 1 in Death Mountain Trail, which is the Goron Ruby cutscene. Here, we set Ferori's Wind in Kakariko, so we return Ferori's Wind as it takes us away. So this like changes the entrance index that it takes you to, but it still tries to play the cutscene and apply the offset. So it takes us to that entrance in Kakariko, or well, it takes that entrance in Kakariko rather, applies the +5 cutscene offset, which is still an entrance in Kakariko, and then plays cutscene 1 in Kakariko, which is the second part of the Nocturne of Shadow cutscene. So yeah, that's why we needed to do that. If you return Ferori's Wind from a blue warp, it's still there, like where you set it. So you can just warp to it, and since we're heading in this direction anyway, am I gonna get stuck? No, I didn't. Since we're heading in this direction anyway, it just provides a convenient shortcut to get to Death Mountain Trail. Yeah, I dropped DSS, that's fine. So I have a lot of health here. Normally I wanna have a little health, but since for whatever reason it didn't work the first time, which I'm a little confused why that was late, I'm gonna have to damage down. So fortunately, there are a couple of ways to do that. The first is we actually want to get the Goron tunic from this Goron right here. So we'll take a quarter of a heart of damage there. And we want to take exactly a heart of damage from here on out. So I'm going to climb up here, Actually, I wanted to take a little more, but that conveniently deals half a heart of damage, and then we're just going to take half a heart of damage here. And then now we're going to do a trick called a hookshot clip. Basically, if you strafe against a wall while Link is holding the hookshot, basically Link will clip in slightly, and then if you re-press target while strafing, like that part of Link will still stay clipped in, so you can just shoot the hookshot through the wall. And for whatever reason, that's a hookshotable surface. Here we died as we entered the Bolero fire cutscene. The cutscene gives you the item at the start of the cutscene, so we get the song at the start of the cutscene, and dying interrupts it. So that just hopefully skips the Bolero fire cutscene. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, that's why we needed to damage down there. Now we're gonna head to Lost Woods. And now we want to get the Minuet of Forest. Normally there's a guard here that blocks your way. Also hookshot on X. It's mandatory if you do hookshot jumps to put hookshot on X. If you put it on Y, then you're just wrong. Here we're gonna do a hookshot jump, and that's gonna skip the load trigger. So now these load triggers aren't loaded, so we can just side hop past where the guard normally is, if I can find it. There we go. Normally there's a guard blocking your way until you play Cyrus Song. We don't have Cyrus Song. So, yep. So we're just gonna roll past the unloaded rooms until we get to the Sacred Forest Meadow. And now, this maze is really slow, so we're gonna try and do a precise jump to skip it. There we go. I'm just gonna take care of this guy so he doesn't come back to haunt us later. Here, we're gonna initiate this cutscene, and then we're gonna turn around and head for the ladder. If you know anything about ladders and hookshots from this run so far, I think you can guess what's gonna happen next. So yeah, now hopefully this is a high enough hookshot jump to make it to the start of the Minuet cutscene. So we're gonna start the Minuet cutscene, and then we're gonna interrupt it with a void out. So we're gonna get the item and skip the cutscene. Yeah, okay, barely, but we did get it. Yeah, so the Minuet's gonna come in handy later. For now, we're gonna go back into Lost Woods from specifically this entrance and set for Rory's Wind, and then we're gonna do our next dungeon, which is Deku Tree. So we never actually opened Deku Tree as child, so we need some way to get into it as adult. And the way we're gonna do that is with something called a hover boost. So if you equip hover boots as the bomb is damaging you, you can kind of conserve the speed of the bomb pushing you forward with the lack of traction from the hover boots, so you can cross gaps larger than you normally would be able to. That allows us to skip the loading trigger for the Deku Tree, and then we can just backwalk right in. There you saw like Link fell for a bit. That's where the mouth normally would be, but since it's not loaded in, it's not there. So I'm gonna pick up some Deku Nuts here because again, Deku Nuts are a very useful item. And wow, another ladder. I bet you can guess what we're gonna do. Oops. There I tried to skip the text trigger by side hopping into the door and opening it before, or on the first frame. Unfortunately, I didn't quite get it, but that's okay. We're gonna do another hookshot jump. I'm gonna perform a jump slash here. And now it's time for Goma. So yeah, a lot of people might have had trouble with Goma the first time they played this game. I mean, had to figure out the boss fight. It's not super intuitive. Fortunately, Goma is pretty easy in this category. We're just going to throw a Deku Nut, quick spin twice, and she's dead. So now another blue warp's going to appear, and we're going to do that blue warp trick again. So, what do you think cutscene 1 in Lost Woods is? Yep, Lost Woods. Yeah, so Lost Woods doesn't have a cutscene 1. And the entrances, so I think that, so in hexadecimal, the entrance index for Lost Woods from Kokiri Forest, I think is 11E. And cutscene 1 has a cutscene offset of +5, right? So it applies +5 to that 11E, which happens to not be an entrance in Kokiri Forest. It happens to be an entrance entering Wasteland, or entering Colossus from Wasteland, I believe. So then it tries to play cutscene 1 in Colossus, which happens to be the Silver Gauntlets cutscene. Yeah, so now I think it's pretty clear what dungeon we're going to do next. We're going to do some rolls here, jump up, and now we're at Mirror Shield. So yeah. As a fun fact, you can actually do like that sequence as child and get Mirror Shield as child, which is really nice. So now we're going to go beat Spirit Temple. Fortunately, since we're starting Spirit Temple from basically near completion already, it's a pretty quick dungeon. First, we have to fight this Iron Metal, which just takes 4 jump slashes, and then here, when we jump slash, it'll like lose its mask, so it'll like kind of get stunned when you damage it, and it makes that fight pretty quick. And then here we want at least 1 bomb drop. 2 would be ideal since we're 2 bomb drops away from full. We don't actually need a bomb drop here, but it would be really helpful. And the Armos have a pretty high chance of a bomb drop. I think I saw one, so that's nice. So yeah, we need this silver key here. I'm actually gonna grab that. Only 1 bomb extra, but any little bit helps. Yep, and then this room has another another hook shotable surface, so I bet you're gonna guess what we're gonna do. And then the boss key is right there. We don't need it. Just gonna roll right past it because we have the hook shot. Maybe the hook shot is the best item in the game. And we're in the boss. It would be really bad if I died to this boss because this would respawn us at the beginning of the dungeon and not from the Colossus's left hand. So yeah, hopefully we don't die. We shouldn't die, but it would be really bad if we did. You might be familiar with the cutscene skip on the N64, specifically the version where you drop a bomb and then hookshot clip off with an Naburu Knuckle. The bomb blows up while you're out of bounds. So she dies while you're out of bounds and you void out and you skip the cutscene. While that does work in this game, it is a lot harder and saves a lot less time due to how text is like scrolls more quickly and the existence of quick text. So 3 jump slashes should do it here. Yep. Okay. Didn't die to that part. Halfway there. All right, so now it's time for the Twin Robo fight. So during the first phase, like, there are the two sisters, and basically you're supposed to deflect the shots from one of them to the other. It is possible in these phases to get something which we call a double hit, where one of them shoots two in a row. That usually happens if one of them is above one of the 4 islands, like, scattered around the square. So yeah, it would be nice to get that, as it would speed up this fight quite a bit. If not, obviously, that's fine. And it's kind of rare to get too, so unlikely, but would be cool if it happened. Oh, okay. Nope. I didn't think they were close enough. It would be nice if you fired a shot. Okay. Thank you. Where are you? Oh, you're there. Come over here. Thank you. No double. Yeah, so here we're gonna use the hook shot to, like, prevent the other witch from moving. That way she can't move out of the way of the deflected damage. Because sometimes they do, and it's really annoying. Okay. No double. Pretty fast shot. Okay, there we go. So that's the first phase of the fight. The second phase of the fight is where they combine into one being. Here, basically, we want to kill her in 2 phases, because if we don't, the shots become random. So it's random as to whether or not she shoots a fire or an ice. So hopefully we can get it in 2 phases. And it's not too bad. You just need to perform like 3 jump slashes on both phases. You can get 4 jump slashes on a phase, but if you do, then her attack pattern will be random. So we're just gonna stick with 3. Wait, that was almost bad. Okay, there we go. So now we have another cutscene. Unfortunately, Twin Rova is just kind of the boss of cutscenes, but after this, we're going to try and do another cutscene skip. We're going to use the warp in Spirit Temple, and since this warp takes you directly to the Chamber of Sages, it doesn't use like the same cutscene number system that it does for cutscenes elsewhere. It has like a separate Chamber of Sages cutscene number, and so basically warping anywhere other than the Chamber of Sages from this blue warp won't play a cutscene. So that severely relaxes the conditions that we need in order to perform a cutscene skip off of one of these warps. Fortunately, this one, it's not faster to retry if you fail it, so ideally I won't fail it, but if I do fail it, it is not like a huge deal. Oh, that looks like I got it. Okay. So we're going to wait for it to take me away, and then we're going to warp away as it does. And that's Spirit Temple. I wasn't supposed to save warp there. That's fine. Yeah, so now it's time to go do the Forest Temple. This is why we got the minuet earlier. There are other ways of getting to Forest Temple, but this just so happens to be the fastest way. We're going to set Furor's Wind outside of Forest Temple. Because we're going to do that same cutscene skip at the end of Forest Temple, and we don't want it to take us to anywhere in Forest Temple, as save warping from anywhere in Forest Temple would just take us to Forest Temple. So it's just a minor optimization that makes it so we don't have to leave Forest Temple. All right, this part of the run is pretty scary because this is where bomb shoes come in handy, and I only have a limited amount of them, and I need 9 bomb shoes for later on in the run. Well, I don't need it, but it definitely speeds it up. So I'm going to perform a safety save once I get to the bomb shoe tricks, in case I run low on bomb shoes. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but it's fine. Just gotta get back up there. I don't think I explained why I can do this hookshot jump method anywhere. So basically, with the bonk, like the hookshot gets interrupted. Like the way that bonk hookshot jump works is the hookshot gets interrupted when the hookshot connects. Here, the hover boots, unique to OOT3D, have an animation where Link will just kind of jump when he puts them on, unless you do specific things to avoid that. And so that animation of Link jumping can be used to interrupt the hookshot from connecting. That's the wrong direction. Or interrupt the hookshot as it connects, rather. So yeah, because this is MST and we need to beat the trials at the end of the game, we need a bow in order to shoot light arrows in order to actually clear the trials. So you're going to actually get to see some of Forest Temple, as this is where we get the bow. These guys are pretty scary. Right, there we go. Yeah, and in order to spawn the stealth foes to actually initiate the bow fight, you need to do this fight here. We need 2 small keys anyway, so it's not a huge deal. But I believe there are other faster small keys that we could get if we didn't need to do this fight. That's it. I'm going to perform the save here, as, again, if I run out of bomb shoes, it's really bad. I would basically need to do that fight over again, since that's when I last saved. To get past that Song of Time block, I did a trick called the ledge clip. Basically, when I grabbed the ledge, I targeted the wall, and so that changes the direction that Link is facing when he grabs the ledge. So, like, he just kind of grabs the ledge into the block, and we can clip inside it that way. There, we did a hookshot jump to skip a small key, and then, like, here's the stressful part. So first, I'm going to perform a hover slide to get up here just a little more quickly. That's a frame. That's a working frame. And here's the trick. Okay. Looks like it should work. Okay. So what I did there was I did a trick called action swap. Hold on, I need to do it again, actually, and then I'll explain it. It looks like it works. Okay. And then here, I'm just going to play it safe. Don't judge me. I really don't want to fall. That is not what I was supposed to do. That's fine. You get to see it again. Yeah, so let me just get into position here. It needs to be on the physical button. Okay, that's fine. And you know what? Playing it safe was what did me in, so we're just... okay, made it. As it turns out, playing it safe was not playing it safe, which is how it goes. So yeah, the way that I did a trick called action swap where, so first, there's a trick in this game called quick draw, where if certain conditions are met, like Link will just pull the item out immediately without playing the animation of Link pulling out the item. And there I did something called explosive limit, where there's only a certain amount of explosions allowed on the screen at once. So I pulled out the explosive like as that limit was reached, so it interrupted it, and that gave me quick draw for the explosive. And if you get quick draw while holding another item, you can essentially swap the action of one item onto the other. In that case, when I had the loaded hookshot and I used the bomb, Link immediately dropped the bomb without ever holding it over his head. So it kind of put Link in a state where he was like both holding the bomb and not holding the bomb at the same time, allowing him to perform. So normally when Link holds a bomb over his head, like he can't perform a backflip. But in that state, we could. But because Link is not normally supposed to be able to backflip in that state, like he just kind of jumps up. So now we have the bow. So now that we have the bow, we kind of want to go to the boss. And we're going to do that by first performing a hookshot clip here. And then a hookshot jump. And then jump slash, and we're in. Wait, so Phantom Ganon has a quick kill strat, and everybody else seems to live in an alternate universe where it's not hard. It's really hard, so I'm not going to go for it. But fortunately, it only loses a couple seconds anyway. So yeah, the Phantom Ganon fight, pretty straightforward. Basically just need to shoot one of the two copies, where one is the real one and one is the fake one as it comes out of the painting 3 times for the first phase. And then the second phase, you just play tennis a couple times. What I use to determine what the real one is the real one is slightly lighter on the screen, than the fake one. So that's how I can distinguish it. Like that's the fake one right there, and that's the real one. You can probably see the difference. I find that it's easier to see the difference on 3D than it is on N64. Yeah, so that's how we get through this first phase of the fight. That's not great. Yeah, I thought so. That's fine. Looks like we're going to play a real game of tennis. So a little slow, but it's fine. Yeah. Ideally, if you're not doing the quick kill strat, you'll kill him in like 3 phases, but unfortunately, I accidentally quick drew the sword and did a jump slash out of like if you pull out the sword doing a slash, but then you jump slash on a specific frame, instead of like doing the stab attack, you'll do the jump slash immediately. And there you want to do stab, jump slash, stab. So unfortunately, we took an extra cycle, but it's fine. So another blue warp. It's time to do that trick again. This one saves a lot of time, so it's worth it to go back to the boss room even if I fail it, but we're not going to fail it. See? Yep. And that's Forest Temple. Yeah, again, we set Ferori's Wind outside of Forest Temple before entering it, so that way when we do the cutscene skip, we can just immediately save warp to Temple of Time. And now it's time for another weird trick. So first, I'm going to get damaged by these redeads. That's because we're going to do that Death Hole Wrong Warp trick, but again, it's going to have a fresh coat of paint. So we're going to set Ferori's Wind here. Then we're going to get damaged by this redead over here. I want to take... Okay. Am I going to die? Yes, I am. That's fine. It's okay. We have time. Yeah, so we want to get down to exactly 1 heart, which we did there. And then we're actually going to get some magic. I did set Ferori's Wind, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Even though we set Ferori's Wind, like, it's not visible at that entrance as adult. So I just wanted to make sure that I did set it. So yeah, thankfully we've damaged down to exactly 1 heart this time. We're going to do that Death Hole Wrong Warp trick again. But we need to do it off of a specific grotto. So that's the first example of a hyper-extended super slide. Basically, that speed that you get from shielding damage while having damage invincibility, you can convert it into an ESS as well. Here we're going to use the bomb to blow up the entrance to this grotto. And then very important that we have hookshot on our C buttons. And then, yeah, so I'm going to do something a little weird here, and then I'll explain what's going on afterward. I can probably explain it while I'm doing it. Basically, I'm going to try and backwalk into the grotto warp pad as I'm respawning. So I use Ferori's Wind before it takes me away. And that puts us in market with the coordinates that the warp pad would take us to. We're going to set Ferori's Wind at those coordinates. Okay. Yeah, we're going to set Ferori's Wind, so that way it's going to be at those coordinates. You're going to kind of see it fly sort of up left from where Link is right now. Yep. And then we're going to enter this loading zone to do that same trick, but instead we're going to warp away after the loading zone starts to take us away. And then... So... okay, so now we're at the coordinates where Ferori's Wind was, but went to the loading zone location where that normally would be. Yeah, sorry. So, yes. So yeah, we warped away. It takes us to the coordinates of Ferori's Wind, but from the location where that loading zone would normally take you. However, since we're in Death Hole Wrong Warp mode, it's that loading zone +4, which takes us to some location which will remain secret for now. I'll explain. So yeah, if you could tell what it is by your hearing, then you might know. We're going to set Ferori's Wind here, so that way when we return Ferori's Wind outside of Death Hole Wrong Warp mode, it will take us to where that loading zone would normally take us. So if you have keen ears, you might know where that is. Also, I just kind of wanted to talk a little bit about the history of OT runs in GDQs. A lot of really cool people have died to Morpha, and wouldn't you know, people make fun of people who die to Morpha, and I think that's really lame. So to truly make this one of the great OT runs of a GDQ, oh, we're not dead. That's okay. There, we'll finish it off. So there we go. Died to Morpha, completed. Yeah, fortunately, we can just return Ferori's Wind since we cast it. We have enough magic to cast it again. So now we're going to fight Morpha normally this time. And there's a pretty famous strat here. Where Basically, we're going to lure Morpha into this corner. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. And then when we hit her, she's just going to repeatedly go in the direction of this corner, and that's the boss. Yeah, since we're in Death Hole Wrong Warp mode, like the cutscene in the Chamber of Sages is not going to play if we enter the warp normally. So fortunately, we can just do that on this warp without having to do any frame-perfect Furry's Wind tricks. Yep. I did set Furry's Wind, right? Oh, no. I don't know if I did. Okay, I did. Thank goodness. So yeah, now we're going to go back to Water Temple Boss Room. We're going to set Furry's Wind again, because we want to go to where that loading zone that we originally entered to get here would normally take us not in Death Hole Wrong Warp mode. But to do that, we have to get out of Death Hole Wrong Warp mode, and the best way to do that is just by dying. So yeah, now we're going to save warp. And that's going to bring us to the beginning of Water Temple. Before we go to where we cast FW, we're going to take a slight detour. And we're going to go fishing. So yeah, because we skipped the cutscene, Lake Hylia isn't full, so we're going to need some other way to get to the fishing pond. Fortunately, there is a way to do that. And what we're going to do is we're going to get right here, aim here, shield drop up. Oh, that guy's ruining my day. And then we're going to do a hover slide, and that should bring us to the fishing pond. That frame works. There we go. So now we're going to get the rod. We're going to warp away after we get it. So, where do you think that loading zone was? So, yep, now the next dungeon we're clearly going to beat is Shadow Temple. So because I took an extra death to Morpha, I am down 1 magic where I should normally be here. So hopefully I get a magic drop from Bongo, otherwise we won't be able to do a cutscene skip, but that's fine. Right now we do have the fishing rod on B, and we can't damage Bongo with the fishing rod. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the ledge, we're going to save, and now we have Deku Sticks on B for reasons that are outside of my knowledge. But so yeah, Deku Sticks are going to become incredibly useful in the ending part of the run. It's going to allow us to skip a lot of things. Here you can stun lock Bongo if you time these properly, but it's a little tough. Nice, okay. So, one quick thing that I need to explain is because we have Deku Sticks on B, like we obviously don't want to repeatedly break a Deku Stick over and over again. So we did a trick called Broken Deku Stick. You can't see it super clearly since the Deku Stick looks like a Hylian shield on Link's hand. But basically, if you break your Deku Stick before like the jump slash completes, you can get the a different weapon in your hand, which is just a Deku Stick but broken. So that's what we use to damage Bongo. Unfortunately, I didn't get a magic drop. I did, but I wasn't able to get it, so we're just going to be watching this cutscene. But, I mean, these cutscene skips have been going well, so I don't mind watching this cutscene. And it does allow me to show off something kind of cool, where if... Actually, I'll just let you see. After this cutscene, this isn't going to put us back where you might expect it to, right? Usually after entering the Shadow Temple warp, it takes you to the Nocturne warp pad and graveyard, right? So I guess you're going to get to see where we go instead. Oh, that was weird. So first we get the cutscene from Maru, since if you get the Shadow and Spirit medallions, that's like what triggers this cutscene to happen. It's not actually getting all the medallions, so even though we don't have Fire Medallion, it still plays. So yeah, if you skip the Spirit Temple cutscene and you don't skip the Shadow Temple cutscene, this is where you get taken. Just a neat little thing. We do actually want to be in Graveyard. Now we're going to do a part of the run which we call the Walk of Shame. Basically, we want to get to Temple of Time, and under normal circumstances, you could just save warp. But since we've beaten Shadow and Spirit Temple, the Light Arrow cutscene is going to play when we get to Temple of Time. And if you save warp into the Light Arrow cutscene, it takes sticks off of B, puts nothing on B, and then when Link goes back and forward in time, it puts Master Sword on B. So instead, we have to just walk to Temple of Time the old-fashioned way. But it's fine. It does allow for some pretty cool Hesses on the way. Yeah, I did get that one, but I was not able to switch ESS, so we're just going to do another one. I do have the extra bombs for it. Okay, and then one more to get to market. Oh, too far. That's okay. So yeah, we need magic, and thankfully these redeads always drop magic, so we're just going to pick up some magic on the way to Temple of Time. Here we're going to try and get Broken Deku Stick. I do not think I got it. Hello? I did. There we go. Of course, I get the double magic drop on the last drop, but it is what it is. And now it's time for Light Arrow cutscene. Spoiler warning. So yeah, we need light arrows to get through trials. If you don't have light arrows, you won't actually be able to shoot like the glowing orb at the end of trials and clear the trial. So you have to watch this cutscene. It's a little unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yep, again, spoiler warning coming up. What? I didn't see this coming.
Master Sword looks different than I remember.
Okay, so now we're finally at the end of Lax. In order to skip the cutscene at the end of Fire Temple doesn't immediately take you to the Chamber of Sages. Instead, takes you to a cutscene in Kakariko. So we have that strict condition on where we can and cannot skip a cutscene. Fortunately, entering Temple of Time results in getting a cutscene when we do the cutscene skip that works. So we're just gonna re-enter Temple of Time, and then we're gonna go to Fire Temple. Which is why we got Bolero all the way back then. So yeah, normally in order to beat Fire Temple, you're supposed to climb all the way to the top of the dungeon. You're supposed to climb all the way to the top of the dungeon to get the Megaton Hammer to beat Volvagia. But why get the Megaton Hammer when you have Deku Sticks on B? So we're just immediately going to go to the boss key. Do another hookshot clip. I think I need to reset that one up. Okay. And get to the boss key. Yep. So yeah, what we're gonna do to beat Volvagia without actually getting the Megaton Hammer, we're gonna do a trick called Quick Put Away. So Quick Put Away is similar to that quick draw trick that I mentioned earlier, where instead of drawing the item instantly, Link will just put it away instantly. So to get Quick Put Away, what we need to do is we need to, or the way we're going to get Quick Put Away is we're going to put away the Deku Stick at the same time that we unequip boots or equip boots, and that gives the boots equipping animation. And then by getting hit by an explosive while doing so, like Link gets interrupted. So that'll give Link Quick Put Away. And then when in Quick Put Away, if Link gets a broken Deku Stick, Link will just put it away. These are my equips, yeah. Link will just put away the Deku Stick immediately. The way the game calculates damage values is that it will calculate it twice. It'll calculate it once when you start the jump slash, but then it will also calculate it when you finish the jump slash, But by the time we complete the jump slash, Link isn't holding anything in his hand. So when it reads the damage values for like what damage to give, since he's not holding anything in his hand, it will read garbage data. And that garbage data has the combined effect of a lot of weapons, and one of them is the Megaton Hammer. So hopefully we can pull this off, as this boss fight is actually pretty tricky when you have to do quick put away, even with bomb shoes. So again, bomb shoes are a limited resource, and I only have one try at this fight unless I save, and I don't want to watch the big Oran cutscene again, so, or rather the Dorania cutscene again, so, okay, we got perfect RNG, so this should be straightforward. Nine hits, and then we're gonna drop the bomb, put away Deku Stick, and equip boots on the same frame. Get broken Deku Stick, gives Megaton Hammer effect, and we beat the boss. So yeah, the reason why blowing up explosives over that hole did damage to Volvagia is because there are two copies of Volvagia. There's the one that just kind of pops around out of the holes, which is the one that we damage to deal the final blow, but then there's also the one that flies around. And you can damage the one that flies around through the hole that it went into. I don't know why I saved. It's not worth it to go back and reattempt the cutscene skip if I fail it. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, so there's two copies. There's the one that flies around, and then there's the one that like you damage, which is the one I completed the fight with. The one that flies around is damageable from the hole it just flew into. So yeah, we can just do damage to Volvagia that way and beat her in one cycle. Fortunately, we got the good RNG there, which is where Volvagia pops out of one of the back three holes. Since she can't reach you, you can just use 9 Bob Juice consecutively. If she didn't, then she would be able to reach us, and we would have had to do a different strat. But we don't have to worry about that, fortunately. So that's all the medallions and all the stones. Now there are just 2 objectives left. One, we need to beat the trials, and we need to beat the game. So yeah, now we need to get to Ganon's castle, but Ganon's castle is pretty far from Fire Temple, wouldn't you think? In case you haven't guessed, we're going to do that Death Hole Wrong Warp trick again. So we need to damage down, so that way we actually are at, like, so we can, yeah, we need to damage down so that way we can die when we get over the pit. So, yeah, you'll see me taking a lot of intentional damage here. I'm gonna enter this grotto, because this grotto has a 20 bomb chest, and I did not want to get healed there. That's fine. Oh, I don't have a sword. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to wait a bit. So yeah, we're gonna do that Death Hole Wrong Warp trick, but we're gonna use the heat timer instead. Normally it would save a little bit of time. The reason I'm doing it now is because I want to save explosives, as explosives are a relatively limited resource in trials. And I'm going to need as many of them as I can hope to have. So yeah, we'll use the heat timer. And then this is the reason we got Nocturne all the way back then. We're going to try and do a trick called Ocarina items, where we run around with Link holding a bomb over his head. So we can't use the touchscreen, right? And we need to play some sort of ocarina. So the way that works is you run around with a bomb over his head. If you use a cutscene item on the last frame that he's holding his hands up, he will play an ocarina. So we're going to play Nocturne of Shadow. And why don't you take a guess where our Nocturne of Shadow +4 is? So yeah, this is going to provide a helpful shortcut to get back here later. We're going to set Ferrari's Wind so we can come back here later, but we need to go beat the trials. So we're going to go do that. And I have to tell you, the trials are pretty scary. There's a lot that can go wrong, so hopefully it doesn't. Right away, we run into our first obstacle with Forest Trial. You might remember, you need some source of fire to light the torches in the first room. And we don't have dense fire or fire arrows, so we need some other way around that. Fortunately, we have one. And you might have guessed already, it's with Quick Put Away. With the combined glitch damage value, one of the weapon effects that you get. Hello? The wolf has pushed me away from the torch. Yeah, one of the combined weapon effects that you get is that of fire arrows. So we can light this torch using Quick Put Away, and then we just go and light the rest of these torches. So yeah, Quick Put Away is like what makes this route possible. It's a really powerful trick and a really cool addition to the run. So yeah, the rest of Forest Trial is just relatively normal. Just going to take a nice route through the room and get to the end of Forest Trial before the fan blows me off the small platform. I want health. We're going to be doing a lot of damaging tricks in Trials, so we really need a lot of health. So basically any opportunity that I get to pick up a heart drop, I'm going to pick it up. I'm also low on magic. I'm going to have to pick up a couple extra magic drops. I probably should have picked up that one, but it's fine. Okay, water trial. You might have remembered, we don't have a bottle. And you usually need a bottle to catch red ice, or catch the blue fire in to melt the red ice. So we're gonna need some other way around that. And fortunately, we do have a way around it. What we're gonna do is we're gonna get into this corner. We're gonna lure the Freezard over here. The Freezards are hookshotable, so we can perform a hookshot clip to get behind the red ice, and then we can just kill this Freezard with bombs. So there's one more red ice that we need to get around, and we don't have any Freezards to hookshot clip off of to get through. Fortunately, this one, there is still a way around it. We're gonna put a bomb here, and then we're gonna perform a mega flip. And then the lack of traction of the hover boots is just gonna allow us to maintain enough speed. And if you maintain, oh, that didn't work. If you maintain speed, I'm gonna equip hover boots to, okay, there we go. If you maintain like backward speed against that corner for an extended period of time, you'll eventually just quick clip through. There we did Quick Put Away to hit the rusty switch, and fortunately we're through water trial. This is where the trials start to get really tough though. Starting with Shadow Trial. So Shadow Trial, you're supposed to shoot this torch to the right with a fire arrow to spawn the platforms so you can cross the rest of the trial. We don't have fire arrows. We could light the torch with Quick Put Away if we could get to it. And fortunately, there is a way to get to it. We're gonna do another hover slide. And then once we get to the torch, things are gonna become kinda tight. I'm actually gonna save the game just in case, because I really don't wanna run out of bombs. Okay, that frame works. So now we're at this island. We're gonna perform Quick Put Away to light the torch. And now we need to light the Deku Stick, and now we're on a race against the clock. We wanna get to the rusty switch before the Deku Stick burns down. For reasons I'll explain after I do it. Okay, so basically, what achieves those glitch damage values is Link completing a jump slash with nothing in his hand. So if the Deku Stick burns down, like if the Deku Stick burns down before you complete your jump slash, then you achieve that effect and you get the glitch damage values, which is what allows you to hit that switch. Okay, we're through Shadow Trial. Now, fire trial is the real stress trial. There are a lot of tricks, a lot of bomb tricks in this trial specifically that we have to nail. And we also have to do another clip. You might have noticed that we skipped gold gauntlets and shadow trial, and that's because there is a way to clip into both of the obelisks, which you would normally need golden gauntlets to remove. The first one in fire trial I'll explain as I get to it, but basically there's a platform which the obelisk rests on. So we're gonna try and grab the ledge that platform is on, and then climb the ledge through the pillar. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. I might be low on health now. There I tried to do an optimization where I climb the ledge, and then the fire hits me as I'm climbing the ledge, so I just instantly pop up. Unfortunately, I didn't get it, so I'm just gonna wait a little bit and do this strat instead. Here's the clip I was talking about. That didn't work, okay. That should work. Yeah. So that allows us to grab that rupee. And now we need to get to this last rupee, which is just kind of on this lone platform here. And to do that, we're just gonna do another hover slide. One more frame. That also works. Okay, it's not over yet though. We need to get to the end of fire trial. Normally you're supposed to have long shot to shoot that target at the end. We don't have long shot, so we need another way over. And I'm gonna try and do a relatively new strat here that I've been doing. That should work. There we go. Okay, so that's the hardest trial out of the way, but we still need to do the hardest trick in the trials, which is getting into light trial. We want to perform a ledge clip on top of the obelisk blocking light trial, the same trick that we performed in Forest Temple to click into the Islamic time block. But getting on top of that pillar is surprisingly difficult. So I'm actually going to perform a safety save here because I don't want to run out of bombs. And it's just convenient to reset the game rather than going and buying more. There we go. Yeah, so that's how we get on top of that pillar. And that's been giving me a lot of trouble, so I'm really glad I got that first try. Hello? I don't want to die in light trial. Hello? That would be really bad. There we go. And then the last one's over here. Yeah, I'm really glad I got that one, I have to admit. I was worrying about that one. So yeah, the rest of light trial is relatively straightforward. Just need to play Zelda's Lullaby to spawn the key and then do this final room. I'm gonna wait this cycle out, yeah. You can beat that boulder, but it wasn't looking good. There we go. So yeah, even though the ball isn't illuminated, you can still shoot it from back here. A lot of people will go to the end of that trial to shoot the light arrow, and I don't really know why. It's just not fast. Okay, and then finally Spirit Trial. So we already did the first room of Spirit Trial way back as child to get bomb shoes. The second room is relatively straightforward, but I'm still gonna try and do a cool quick put away strat to beat the rest of the trial. And I'm just gonna let it speak for itself because it looks really cool. Okay, so hopefully I have quick put away. And then, there we go. So that just instantly beats the rest of the trial. Okay, and then here I'm gonna pick up Deku Nuts. And that's the trials. So now all we have to do is beat Ganon. And if you recall, we have a shortcut to get back there since we placed Ferora's Wind before doing the trials. So we're just going to return Ferora's Wind and go back to the end of trials. Or rather, the end of Ganon's castle. Please move. Thank you. Yep, after the tower collapse cutscene comes the Ganon fight. I hope I don't die, because that loses a lot of time. And I have kind of been known to die to Ganon. So that would be bad. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Just in case. So yeah, the Ganon fight, every weapon will do the same amount of damage. So for the first 7 hits here, since we have 7 Deku Nuts, we're going to use them as it is the easiest and fastest way to do damage. And then we're going to finish him off with the hook shot, hopefully. So we don't actually have the Master Sword, remember? We have sticks on B. But conveniently, Ganon is going to swat away the Master Sword from Link. So after the first phase of the fight, we can pick it up. It's really convenient that that's the case, otherwise this route just would not work. All right, let's not die, shall we? Okay. That didn't connect, it's fine. Okay, that's the first phase down. So now we can go. Yep, so now conveniently we can go pick up the Master Sword even though we didn't have it to begin with. Okay. A little close. So yeah, the Master Sword does actually deal more damage than any other item, so we want to perform Master Sword jump slashes. That's a little weird. Okay, there we go. So, Time is going to come up when I hit Ganon with the Master Sword, so it's very shortly. And time. That would have been a sub 2 hour run if I hadn't intentionally died to Morpha, so that's a nice run. Yeah. I hope everyone enjoyed. Thanks for watching.
All right, thank you, Zelda Cube, for that incredible Ocarina of Time run. Everybody was going wild over the tricks in here. We're about to set up our Speedrun Gauntlet, which is a set of 4 games that have been out in the hall all day that you can practice on. People get to show off their skills in a variety of things. So if you're up for that, stick around. The line will be forming on the wall to your left, my right. That wall over there. So if you want to get set up for that, go line up, and we'll have that set up in just a few minutes for you. Oh, and sorry, I forgot to mention, you get a GDQ lanyard if you participate in the gauntlet.
All right, and with that, let us welcome in to the Speedrun Gauntlet our contestants on stage. They're going to show off their skills in a variety of classic video games.
Oh, I forgot to increase the volume on the game. That's my fault. I'm really good at this. Hang on. Anyway, Jair, talk about the games.
All right, well, Amy works on the audio side of things. Let's talk about our games today. We've got, coming up first, Donkey Kong Country, one of the classics for the Super Nintendo. It is very loud, and it is going to be coming your way. We also have...
What? I'm dropping on the face. I don't understand. Yeah.
Don't worry, our technical crew has this mostly under control.
Okay, got it. Do they? Yeah. No, I'm prepped. I'm ready. I learned this fader.
All right, we're going to try that one more time. We've got Donkey Kong Country on the Super Nintendo. We've got the NES version of Tetris. If you loved Dr. Mario earlier this week, we have more in terms of puzzle games for you. There is Castlevania on the NES, as well as Aladdin on the Genesis. I don't know who loves Genesis versus Super Nintendo Aladdin, but let me tell you, both versions are acceptable, and this one is going to be the superior one. You will see which one it is.
It's super loud on stream. I don't know why it's not playing in the room. I love technology. Yeah, just flip back the break there.
I think you were just on a delay.
All right, we're good. All right, we got it figured out. Jair, tell us about the games, and then Rat-Pack, go ahead and start.
I mean, I think we know about these games now. Rat-Pack, why don't you show us how things are done? You can begin whenever you are comfortable. Our Speedrun Gauntlet begins now. So for those who have not seen this format, you've got short segments from each of these 4 games. Our contestants are going to have some extra lives in reserve just in case of any accidents, and if they have a life left over at the end of the gauntlet, that is a 10-second bonus to their time. So you're already seeing Rat-Pack flying through Donkey Kong Country. This is the original. And it's got a couple of tricky bits here, but we'll see some good execution. Switches over to our partner here and gets through there no problems. One stage cleared down. But coming up after Donkey Kong Country, Tetris. Tetris is going to be an objective to clear 10 lines here, and you can leave as much garbage as you want. So some people build strategies where they kind of make a pyramid up to the top, try and make it so there's less time for the pieces to fall down. Rat-Pack going with the lower clear strategy, building up some solid lines going across there.
Yeah, see, this is a game I practiced a ton because I've played Tetris the Grandmaster, so I'm much better at this than I was at any other game that's been through Gauntlet so far.
Well, how did you think about the NES version of Tetris? There's not as many options as some of the modern Tetrises in terms of block placement, slides, the way that it locks in, but were you able to get the mechanics down pretty fast?
I mean, I got really lucky. As someone told me that there's no, like the randomizer is truly random. It won't give you a line piece if you really need one, or it won't give you certain pieces if you're like really short on them. But I happen to get really lucky on my, like every time I played, so it gave me a bunch of line pieces.
Well, looks like so far Rat-Pack working on those first couple of lines there, and has managed to get through there a little bit over par, but that's okay. We've got 2 more games to come back in. Castlevania on the NES is going to be up here next, and this is basically the 3rd level of the game. You've just beaten Medusa. You're coming in here with a couple of your power-ups already in place. We did a little bit of trickiness here. We normally would be able to get a rosary, which would clear the screen, or a holy water to give you invisibility. Instead, if you get the lucky enemy drops, it's going to be a pea bag instead. So you have to do this without any assistance from those items. And of course, Castlevania's got pits and it's got birds. So be careful on this second screen here. Okay, there's a little bit of a knockback. We're still alive. Oh, taking the bounce, going forward.
1 HP left. Easy,
Makes
no
it through
problem.
Castlevania, no problem. And now for our final game, we got the Genesis version of Aladdin. The Genesis version, if you have not seen this one, has a lot more in the way of combat compared to the Super Nintendo version. Got an excellent sword swing, and for the first version, or the first level here, you're mostly just trying to clear through Agrabah, getting to the end a couple of different alternative routes that people might be fooled into taking, but there's really only one straightforward path getting through here. That turn back on the stairs required in order to get up through the 3D elements of the level.
This is different than the version of the game where you can jump on enemies' heads and spring down, right? That's the NES?
Yes.
So it's some other version that I've seen.
There are other versions of the game, but this is definitely the superior one. Going across here on this ladder swing, and we're about 2/3 of the way through the level. Health management's the thing you can see in the upper left-hand corner, health remaining, but there is a refill that can be grabbed. And as long as you get there, you're probably going to be able to make it all the way through to the finish at this point. So
What's the
folks
most
up there
dangerous
skipping
thing
over one of the
runners
poles,
got to
and our final bit here should be through no problems.
Oh no!
And that is how the Gauntlet can get you. Just mere frames away from the exit. It's okay. You still have a life in reserve. 10-second penalty for having to take an extra life in there, but if you're having problems with one of the stages in the Gauntlet, maybe you spent 2 minutes trying to get your Tetris lines cleared, you can also take an intentional game over just to get that time penalty raced away.
That's true. I didn't think about that when I spent 3 minutes on Dr. Mario the other day. So is there any part in here that's specifically more dangerous to runners where you were like, I'm going to pick this stage just to trip people up?
I mean, I would say that health management's the big thing here. You can definitely get a lot of hits prevented by taking out enemies with your sword. That's a great way to kind of clear through the stage quickly. And then once you get that extra bit of health here, you're just trying to make sure that you are conserving things all the way through the finish, even on the last step. All right, let's try this again. One enemy to get through, and there we go. Now we're through.
Excellent.
Congratulations, Rat Pack. First place on the Gauntlet so far today, but there's going to be more Gauntlet contestants coming up. Come up and get your lanyards for participating in our Gauntlet today.
All right, next contestant coming to the stage. Pick up the controller, start whenever you're ready.
And good luck.
Full focus already.
Yeah, let's see how our different strategies look like in Donkey Kong Country. There's a couple of approaches that you can take here. Donkey is slower than Diddy, so you might want to do a manual tag. You might want to take a damage boost to switch over between the partners. Sometimes you just take Donkey because Donkey is a lot more sturdy than Diddy is, and so Donkey can take out enemies that Diddy cannot.
I didn't even see that. I think it was a enemy throwing something.
Yeah, that is the off-screen coconut that can come your way. There's a lot of obstacles there that you have to be careful about. And this is why you might sometimes want to not take the damage boost and just have both companions, and then you have an extra health in reserve.
Yeah, I was watching people practice this outside, and there were a bunch of people trying to get the skip right at the beginning where you take damage and break the barrel at the same time.
Yeah, there's some other strategies if you're feeling that you're a little bit nervous about Donkey Kong
There we go,
Country.
nice and confident.
You can also take the secret tunnel with Rambi. That's a super safe way. It's a couple seconds slower, but if safety is your party and consistency is important in these gauntlets, that is an option to go. And here we are into Tetris. We'll see if we have a different strategy here. There's gonna be another person that builds up from the bottom or someone that likes to try to build the Tower of Doom.
I'm always in the Tower of Doom category.
I mean, if you are comfortable with topping up on Tetris, it is a little bit faster to build the tower. You go about halfway up the screen, and then you start building up at the top, and that way you've got less time for the pieces to drop, but it can easily get out of hand if you make any mistakes up there.
I don't know, I'm digging this setup. This is good. This is classic tower building.
I mean, we've got a pretty good well going here. If we see a couple of straight pieces, there is a very quick path to get up to those 10 lines required.
Whoa. Oh. Okay, I got this. Easy.
It's okay, we don't even need to get up that far. We just need to get 10 lines total, and someday there will eventually be a straight piece coming.
Oh, all right. It's okay, you don't need those upper lines. Just, there we go.
All right, we got a little bit more cleared out. 5 more lines to go.
Perfect.
2 more lines to go. 1 more line to go, and now we need to find a place to get this line to work out.
Easy.
We got our bar, and we've got our clear. Like Amy was saying, the NES Tetris does not play favorites with those pieces. You can get incredibly long runs of bad luck at times.
Now, it always seems like the third game in every gauntlet is the one that's designed to trip people up. Do you do that on purpose, or?
It is kind of a little bit of a strategy where you have the first game as a little bit of a warm-up. That's one where it's generally more difficult to die. The strategy is more straightforward. As you get through the gauntlet, you want to have kind of a climax where this is like the difficult game in the sequence, and then a little bit of a breather for the last game. But there is no breathing in Contra. There is no breathing in Castlevania. It is only panic and white knuckle clenching of the controller.
So I'd never played Castlevania before I tried the gauntlet today. Those stairs are a bait, right? You can't ever get on those?
There's a lot of places in this second screen, which is kind of the crumbling part of the castle.
Excellent play.
But yeah, I've managed to recover. The important thing is you don't want to go in the pit. All right, we'll see if anybody utilizes the camel boost here. Camel boosting is a little bit tricky to get up to that upper level more quickly, and you have to be coming right at a full speed run off the edge of that platform, no jumping, until you hit the camel, bounce all the way up there and grab it. We'll see probably some strategies employed using that, but if you have any trouble with it, heading over to the right with the intentional route through there, it's not that much more time, and it's better than trying to repeat the trick multiple times.
So when you go through this, do you prefer to swing your sword at the enemies or throw the apples, I think, there?
You almost always want to do the sword swings on the Genesis version. The sword is really powerful, especially in these early stages. This is the very first stage of the game. Most enemies die in one hit. And so you can kind of just swing your sword. The rhythm is actually pretty forgiving as well. Like, you don't have to be like super well timed for it. And as you go across here, you can see that you can just save a lot of health by killing those enemies first.
Very clean. Coming up to the infamous corridor that slayed our previous runner.
The corridor of doom here is normally very straightforward, so we got it, and we have a second place finish time on there. Congratulations for that completion.
Having 2 completions of the gauntlet already is it's pretty something, especially after yesterday when Contra killed so many people.
Yeah, yesterday with Super Mario Bros. 1 and Contra, both featuring pits and instant death. There's a lot of people that had some struggles, but today we got a good crew here. We've got a good set of games, and we've got Hawkward. When you are ready.
All right, the quick tag out to Diddy and rolling through the enemies.
Yeah, but as Diddy, you're moving significantly faster than you saw with Donkey. But there are several enemies where Donkey could just kind of roll and plow through them, where Diddy's going to bounce off, especially those big tubby guys near the end. So those you have to be more careful if you're going to be doing it with this strategy. But as you can see, very fast, quick completion through that.
someone who's played a little Donkey Kong Country in their time.
We'll see if Hawkward's been playing a lot of Tetris in the practice area. Tetris is one that you can kind of very quickly get some basic strategy going, but mastering this game is very difficult, especially as the game gets faster and faster. For our settings here, it's a relatively low speed, so you have some time to think about those pieces, and you can let those build up and try and get your wells going.
And now this is a quality stack. This is the good stack.
I mean, if there was any straight lines anywhere in this game, I think we would be going really well right now.
Oh,
there we go. One Tetris.
Oh, a second one.
Two Tetrises.
Now, unfortunately, with that stack, they do need one of the L pieces and a straight piece to finish this off efficiently. But hey, just there we go.
We got 2 games down. We got Castlevania here coming up. We're going to see if anybody does the damage boost at the end of the first screen. It's a fairly sophisticated trick, but at the same time, once you get the timing down for it, damage boosting vertically in this game, extremely common to see in many areas here.
I was going to say, it's the damage boost off the skeleton, right?
It is damage boost off of the gremlins.
Okay. My first time playing this, I ran up to the skeleton and jumped at it, and it kicked me up onto that ledge. And I thought, that seems right. That seems how you play this game.
It's pretty close.
And then later I learned that you're not supposed to do that. Ooh.
Also not supposed to go in the pit.
Yeah, the stairs are not solid unless you're holding up or down on them.
Yeah, if you are on the stairs, you can actually tank the birds, and it does not knock you back. But if you're standing on the regular platforms, then you're just going to go flying. And with so many pits around there, this is basically the first time in Castlevania 1 where you had to deal with these pits. The previous 2 levels, it was a little bit safer. There was the Medusa heads in level 2, but the birds are just so random and out of control at times. Oh, ooh. Almost getting in there.
Like I said, Jair, you've picked a third game every single day that this is the one that gets people.
I mean, we'll have to see what is the third game tomorrow, but today is going to be Castlevania, and today we are down to our last try for Castlevania. Hopefully we can make it through this time.
Yeah, just as a reminder for everyone watching, you have 3 lives total across this whole gauntlet. So you can spend 1 of them per game and you'll be fine, but...
Taking a good third boost there, grabs the skeleton and makes it on through to Aladdin.
Solid par clear, too.
Yeah, for how short Castlevania is, it's probably going to be claiming the majority of lives in this particular gauntlet. Aladdin, though, I think is going to be a close second. Aladdin has a lot of health management involved. It's a longer stage compared to the other ones in this particular gauntlet. So it's something where it's more of a test of endurance than anything else.
I was frankly amazed by the movement in the beginning of this level from Hawkward. Because none of our previous runners have done that. Just the jumping up the rope and ignoring the guys who are running on the fire. Jeez.
Yeah, it's very nice that you actually don't take damage from that fire, just continuously running across there. There's no major timing elements, and it's something that you can kind of get the feel for pretty quickly. But falling down there, it's going to go back up around on the rope and on the log swing here. It's a small platform. There is I would say a little bit of slipperiness as you're going across those small platforms especially. But you don't have to worry about that nearly as much on these bigger, straightforward sections.
Yeah, a lot of the animations in this game are a lot smoother than I would expect out of, an older console.
I mean, they did just such a good job on the Genesis version of Aladdin. It's extremely well polished. And
wait, I think that was like a near frame tie for the record.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. We'll see what our final time is when our leaderboard pops back up there. But we do have a new first place time, 3:12.76. All right, our next contestant is up and ready to go. Good luck on the gauntlet. Let's see what your style is for Donkey Kong Country at the first. Likes to do rolls. I see that's going to be our movement mechanic here. And then across primarily staying with Donkey again. Donkey has more weight and mass, so moves slower, but is able to kind of clobber enemies that Diddy cannot. And is it going to be on Ramby? It's not going to be on Ramby. Ramby is a safe path through here. You can go through this tunnel that Ramby busts open. It's a little bit slower going through the tunnel as opposed to going over the top, but it is one where you don't have to worry about the pits. You don't have to worry about the enemies coming through there. It's a great safe strategy going across there, and just like that. We got Jungle Hijinks complete, and we are moving on to Tetris. We have some Tetris enjoyers in the
Richard
audience
behind us,
there.
very excited for Tetris. We're gonna have to put this game alone on the Gauntlet tomorrow, just so people can get their fix.
All right, this time around, we're actually getting some long bars early. You want to see those, be able to fill up your wells, and with the objective of getting 10 lines as opposed to a certain number of points. You don't need to have Tetrises. You can pick these off one by one. It's just more efficient usually to build them up and get the one piece that you need rather than having to get repeatedly the exact piece over and over again.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is certainly a speedrun challenge, but you know, the only reason you'd go for more lines is it's faster to, because the animation's the same, right? If you're clearing one line versus 4.
We're getting a little bit of nerves here. There is a bit of a well that we can still take advantage of with this long piece coming up. That'll clear out some lines. But now we're going to need to rebuild our stack so we can start getting lines again. And it's perfectly viable to build that stack up at the middle of the screen. So you don't have to worry about digging your way out. Having a clean stack, not really important for 10 lines. We've already got 7, only 3 more to go.
Oh yeah, they could very easily just build the stack on the left side of the screen and on the right side. Oh, still no problem, I think.
All right, starting to get some creative placements in here. We've got another line cleared out.
Still no problem, I think. Should get 2
There
right
we
there,
go.
easy.
Found the 2 lines on the right-hand side, and that was all we needed to get up to 10. All right, now for Castlevania, all lives are still remaining, so this is a great bit of safety to have in your pocket, knowing that you can take a death or 2, still make it to the end of the gauntlet here.
I think it feels unfair that something smaller than me should be faster than me when I'm running away from those gremlins.
Everything in Castlevania 1's unfair. This was one that became a classic, but is very, very rough to play the original at times. There are so many things that polish-wise got added into later games of the series.
Yeah, there's also so many precise jumps through here.
Ooh, kind of getting some combos on the birds. All right, it's okay. You can come back over to the left-hand side. There's even a bonus treasure bag for doing it this way.
Listen, the only HP you need is the last one. Never mind.
Also needs to avoid the pits.
I'm sorry, I cursed them.
It's okay. Yesterday for Super Mario Brothers 1, we had the audience guessing who would win, Pit versus Mario. Today it is going to be Belmont versus Pit. And sometimes
Wait, this guy's name isn't Castlevania?
the Pit wins. Yeah, Mr. Vania here.
Yeah.
All right, still okay, still okay. Maybe, okay.
Okay, is that ghost actually invincible? I wasn't able to kill it.
The ghost takes a couple hits. So unlike most other things, you have to whip the ghost a few times. And that's one where if you're moving at a steady pace, the ghost is never going to catch up. But if you have to slow down, if you're going to turn back for the birds, if you're going to get knocked back, then the ghost gets really scary.
Uh-oh. All right, we're good.
All right, dealing with the skeleton. Heading up to that second room, we've got our final try here going across. All right, got the skeleton down. Let's see if we go for the stairs. All right. Opts not to go for the stairs, and unfortunately,
round of applause.
Today,
round of applause.
the Pit is the champion. All right.
All right.
All right, Aaron,
When you're ready.
Whenever you're ready, you may begin the gauntlet.
Deep breath, full focus.
It's important to breathe. You have 3 minutes through this gauntlet. You cannot do it without breathing.
Sage advice, Jair.
Just making sure we don't have any medical incidents on stage. Remember, breathe. And here in DKC, looks like we're having a fairly smooth run here, taking to the bounces across the crumblings.
Good shot.
And again, as Donkey, you're moving a little bit slower, but it's easier to take out those big enemies near the end. Still coming in well under par and ready to take on Tesh. Now, we have seen a lot of people having some droughts with the long bars. Do you have a strategy, Amy, to make the long bar appear? Is there a ritual that you do?
I practice the RNG.
That is a great
every
strategy.
day. It'll give it to you. Exactly. Praise the bar. Are you able to T-spin in this game? Is that like a big...
You cannot. It will have a very early lock that you have in there. There's a limited ability to maneuver.
We're being told by the Peanut Gallery that you can T-spin. Yeah, T-spinning, for people who don't know, is when you've got a empty space like the one on the left there that's just been covered. If you get a piece into place before it locks, you can actually hit the rotation button and that'll spin it into place. In later games, they actually include, it's like a visual mechanic where it'll say that you did a T-spin. But in games, you know, this early, they weren't necessarily thinking about that. Also, because the lock delay, like Jair said, is super, super fast. I'm feeling this setup, though. It's got a lot of, yep.
We're going to start going. We got the last two lines done as a pair. And we've got Castlevania. So far, Castlevania has been claiming many lives. But we're coming in here with 3. Opting to take the upgrade to the water. Each of the water upgrades just allows you to throw the water in extra time, which is probably not going to be relevant at any point during here. But if you want to take it, you'll get 3 waters instead of 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have no clue what any of these upgrades do, except for the fact that there's a turkey in the wall.
I mean, it's delicious meats. There we go. Taking the ghost out. Doesn't have to worry about that coming from the left-hand side. Now just has to worry about all the birds. And then the jerk skeleton at the end.
Okay. Oh, wow.
It worked.
They were prepped for that.
Taking the reverse damage boost, getting across to that platform, and moving on to Aladdin. Got that sword rhythm going. Trying the camel boost out. Doesn't quite make it all the way up there, but we will see someday someone get that.
So when you say camel boost, like they can jump off that camel up to a higher ledge?
Yeah, that whole time that you're going to the right and then back around to the left over top of the camel, you can boost straight up from the camel up to those platforms.
Huh.
Now, it's a fairly precise trick. You have to be running at full speed off the edge of the ledge. You have to get a jump just right off the camel, but you get a super high boost when that happens. It's a little gimmicky Easter egg they put into the first stage.
Interesting. I haven't seen the original Aladdin in a while. Is that in it?
I am assuming it's a movie reference of some kind.
Ooh.
Those small platforms, they are slippery, they are tricky. But we will overcome them together.
That one platform right there is made all the worse by the guys standing there throwing swords at you. I hate when people do that to me.
I think because Aladdin just has so much of like a fluid, long-running animation, it fools you quite a bit to how far you're going across those platforms. It doesn't have like the very small steps that you have in some games.
See, I thought you were going to say they're jealous of his running animation, that they're only animated on like 2s or something.
That may be a factor as well, but it will not be a factor for...
Excellent, excellent
Who has
play.
gotten 3rd place in the gauntlet. Congratulations, Aaron Benda. And let's welcome up our next contestant, Adamantoise, who has been a regular in these speedrun gauntlets. Castlevania is new this year, so we have never seen Adamantoise take on Castlevania. We will find out today. All right, Adamantoise, take it away when you are ready. And let's show us your moves.
I believe Adam's passed every gauntlet so far this week. I don't think they've died once.
I mean, Amarantois regularly competing for that top spot in there. Has Donkey Kong Country down, no problems going over there with Diddy. Doing a lot of these rolls across here. Now, you can bounce on these as Diddy, but you can't bounce on this last guy, so you have to roll through them. And that is going to be a completion well under par for DKC1. Tetris, though. Tetris is going to be where we see some RNG involved, and let's hopefully have the pieces that we need for Tetris today. Amarantois opting to build from the bottom. So far, we still have not had anyone try to do our tower strategy, but I'm expecting at some point that could happen. And with this builder, it looks like we're going to need to have some right-hand side clears out there. Might need to get another long piece. No, is able to find a solid L instead and able to get through there.
I'm a huge fan of the fact that if you're building a tower up and you get one of the S-shaped pieces, you can absolutely just plop it in the side and it'll clear what you need. And there's a lot of times when people just will try to put it on top and then try to T-spin a piece underneath it. You don't need to do all that. You just put it on the side.
Yeah, improvisation's great here as well with all kinds of patterns that wouldn't be ideal for maxing out your Tetrises, but because you only need to get 4 more lines here, now we get 2 more lines to go, 1 more line to go.
It's
just that easy.
Right there. Yep.
All right, Amarantois. Let's see how you do in Castlevania. It's been practicing out in the hallway. We've got all of our gauntlet stations out there for people to work on throughout the day. If you want to come by tomorrow, we'll have another set of games out there. Tomorrow, we're going to be having our PAX favorite collection. We look at the most played games throughout these first couple of days, and we pick our 4 most played games for tomorrow. Uses those iframes to sneak past the birds, but we got some angry birds on the side, and luckily,
wow, didn't even
we can do that skeleton. Still doing very strong here as we move into Aladdin. Final game in our gauntlet today.
He's got a bit of a way to go if he wants to get that record. But I believe.
I mean, here's the thing. You get 10 extra seconds for every life that you have left. So there is the opportunity to get back the time. Yes. Those extra lives, if you don't use them during the gauntlet, 10-second bonus at the end.
There's so much tech I'm learning from just being on commentary with you, Jair. That said, the only time I ever did a gauntlet, I failed on the 3rd stage, so I can't really talk too much.
Amy, we'll have you up there tomorrow. You're going to be a Speedrun Gauntlet professional. You're going to set that first place time.
All right, easily over the difficult platform.
Yeah, those small platforms, they are more difficult than they look, but once you're into this part of the stage, as long as you grab that extra health, you can kind of plow through another couple of enemies. There is slower but safer strategy you can do here to avoid the damage. But for our speedrunners, they are going as fast as they can through this. 1 more stretch to go. Our final home stretch and...
Not into the death corner.
A new
oh my God.
record for Amarantois. Coming in first place. Congratulations, Amarantois.
Yeah. Now that's the real challenge. Adam got 301. Who's going to go sub 3?
Maybe it'll be Eli. Eli was here yesterday. Has been back working on the gauntlet again, trying to get those practice reps out in the hallway. And Eli, good luck. Yeah. A few early jitters in Donkey Kong Country, but able to recover, is going through there with Diddy now, has to get across the last couple of Kremlings. All right, able to cut that bounce. Dodges the pit and makes it through Donkey Kong Country. Now, if you're practicing outside, we do have all the controls displayed on screen, so if you've never played these games before, you get to see a quick controller reference. You get to see all of the objectives. Once you're up on stage here, you got to bang out all 4 games in a row. Now on to Tetris.
Now, Eli is one of our younger contestants in the Gauntlet, which I think gives him an advantage on this, because I think the 13-year-olds are really good at Tetris right now. If I see anybody in that line, and I'm looking at y'all, if I see anybody bust out rolling or hyper tapping, I'm walking out. It's over. You beat me.
So far, Eli having a little bit of a drought with the long bars. So much unpredictability. You have to have a couple of different strategies in mind if you want to be super consistent on Tetris. But the good news is, once the long bars come...
Oh, no, he's fine, he's fine, he's fine. It's fine, you can easily work around this. Yeah. No stress.
We're just going to start building up in the middle.
Yep.
These middle lines count just as much as the bottom lines.
No. This is great. Just build your stack up. You're doing perfect. There we go.
There we go. It's got 4 more lines to go.
Just flat 3.
Use that long bar horizontally, not trying to get greedy, building up another stack in there. Once you're done with the last couple of lines, just get them however you can.
It's all right. He's got plenty of lives left. I would say if he managed to clutch out those last 2 lines, I would have been very impressed.
Yep, using those extra lives now, because they're worth 10 seconds apiece. If you're more than 10 seconds behind on a stage, you might take an intentional death there just to save that time. So once your Tetris times get up there, like if you've got a 90-second time, you're feeling like, I could do so much better. That might be a strategic play that we've seen people use with the Gauntlet in the past. Eli's looking for those Tetrises. They're tough to come by, though.
Yeah, the long bar would go so far right now. Unfortunately, the randomizer of the game simply does not want to give him any. Honestly, the consistency of these stacks is very impressive.
All right, here we go. 1 long bar.
2 long bars.
2 long bars. 3 long bars. 4 long bars.
And there you go. He's back in it.
Right back in it. Now we're getting all long bars.
Yeah, at this point, he might not want those long bars anymore.
It's okay, we got 4 lines left to go. Still plenty of room to maneuver in there. 3 lines left.
Easy.
2 lines left. 1 line left. Is a Tetris completion for Eli. Now, good luck on Castlevania.
Yeah, slow turnaround to kill the gremlins. Big favor of that.
Playing it really safe there, making sure that you don't get juggled from behind. Those gremlins move extremely fast, and so if you get hit, they can combo you quickly.
All right. Say, oh! Yeah, having to remember to press up for the stairs is definitely something that can trip a lot of people new to this game up.
Oh, we're doing good here. We're on our last try, but we still have this life to go. And we still have the bird pits.
If he makes it past this, I've got full faith on him on Aladdin. Not even just trucking the birds.
All right, into the well here. This is a way to get rid of those birds Clears it out, just has to deal with the skeleton on the right-hand side now. It is a scary skeleton, but it's been watered. And it has been cleared. Eli has made it further than some of our contestants today. This is an excellent performance, and on now to Aladdin, our final game. There's almost a camel bounce. You can see how much higher that does bounce than a regular jump off the camel. You can get all the way up to this platform here and save having to go around if you get that perfectly.
Now, is that a frame perfect trick or just a very precise press?
It is a little bit of a deceptive rhythm trick. You are doing that jump later than you might think. Most people try to jump off the edge of the platform. You have to run off the edge of the platform in order to get that bounce to even take place. And once you're flying up into the air, you don't have that much horizontal air control, and so landing on that platform can be tricky as well.
Just taking out every enemy through here.
It's important to stay safe. You don't have a lot of health left at this point. You can collect extra lives in this game, but it does not give you extra lives in the Gauntlet. There's the blue balloon. There's a little bit more health.
Now that would be a funny implementation of the Gauntlet, is if points give you an extra life.
The original Gauntlet implementation, you actually lost if you picked up an extra life because it's looking for your life counter to decide if you've lost the stage. So it was really funny when people picked up a life and then had a game over. Place in the Gauntlet for your life. All right, next up, our competitors back to Donkey Kong Country. Let's see some solid DKC rolling here. You know, Diddy is faster. This is a way to go faster. So clearly using some strategy here.
And this is our Fez runner from earlier today. So we know he's got some strats under his belt.
We'll see if it takes Rambi. He opts not to take Rambi, which is a very safe strat going through there. Rambi can go through the tunnel, just kind of plows through and skips out on basically the rest of the entire stage there. Only a couple seconds time lost for doing that. But we don't even need Rambi because we have DKC1 complete and moving on to Tetris. Tetris has, I think, had its ups and downs for our competitors today. There has been a lot of droughts.
Yeah, it's a very safe game, but it's a very long game if you don't get exactly the right pieces.
It's one that can be very deceptive for sitting down. You think you've got this game so easily mastered, but no. There's always surprises with Tetris.
Yep. I was going to say, I'm a very huge fan of using that L piece to clear out that one line at the beginning. L piece, straight piece. I've played Tetris 1 or 2 times.
I mean, wherever you want to put those pieces, as long as they make completions, you're making forward progress in here. And so far, we've got 6 lines complete, 4 lines to go. That's only 1 Tetris left. Now down to 3 lines, keeping the stack nice and low. Has everything under control here.
This is the first person I've seen who has taken the real slow and low stack. It's good and safe.
I mean, one of the nice things about going with a low stack is you don't have to worry about any mistakes in there. You've got plenty of opportunities to recover, build your stack up higher if you've got problems. But there are no problems here. There are only completions. And now there is only Castlevania. Castlevania is the only thing in your mind right now. That and the birds and the pits.
Now, when those gremlins jump down behind you, is it possible to outrun them, or do you have to turn around and deal with them?
It is possible to outrun them and do a boost up there off the gremlin, and there's an even faster speedrun strat where you can turn around, manipulate the gremlin, and then you can skip one of the gremlins to get a boost slightly earlier. We haven't seen any of our runners do the gremlin boost there. Saves a couple of seconds on that first screen, and with a game as short as Castlevania, there's not that many opportunities to save time. But one opportunity to save time is to not fall into the pits.
I gotta say, I was astonished at what you set the par time to this. This par time seems so hard.
I would say probably a solid 30 is a good time on Castlevania here going across. We'll work on this out in the practice area tomorrow. Don't worry. We'll have people mastering all of these games that we've had throughout the week.
Oh, of course.
And really so much about Castlevania is confidence. Every time you have to stop and slow down, things get more hectic. The birds and the ghosts, they get into weird positions. You get juggled, you get comboed. And it is tough to recover once you start getting comboed.
All right, final life.
I mean, we've seen people clear this on the final life. We have seen people that have managed to get some really spectacular damage boosts in strange and unusual directions.
Skeleton's giving him the business, though.
And we'll see what happens today. Here on screen 2, home of the birds.
I always thought they were bats.
Oh! It is not bats, Jimmy. It is pits.
Perfect knock. Good try, good try.
And congratulations. Thank you very much for coming out and being a runner for us today. And let's wish good luck to our next Speedrun Gauntlet competitor. Summons, you can begin when you feel ready. And Summit's just running right into it, not hesitating on doing the manual tag over to Diddy. This lets you keep this partner for an extra hit point, so it's a little bit slower than doing the damage boost tag, but that bit of safety. Don't have to worry about these coconuts. You don't have to worry about the Kremlings nearly as much. And you get all the advantages for most of the stage here with Diddy's faster movement. And very easily comes across there. No problems with Donkey Kong Country. But Tetris we've seen some problems on. So hopefully the RNG is going to be with us here today.
We do have the famed Tetris master, Richard, has moved over next to me. Richard, you got anything to say about this?
Yep, we see Salmons going with the left well here, putting the LPs there. Beautiful hay. Getting single line clears. This is a lot safer option than a lot of the options we've seen because, again, with the random pieces, you might not get a line piece for a while. But it looks like we do have a line piece here for Salmons, and we're going to be seeing what strategy they decide to employ for the rest of the lines. So it looks like we have 6 lines left.
Now, Richard, I know you were a fan of the tower stack. How far up would you build your tower before starting to go through these clears?
It looks like we have a couple of issues here, but that could go nicely done. All right. Now that goes perfectly into the right side. And now you have to make a decision here. And, you know, you can throw it away there because you only need 2 lines left. So perfect clear there, heading into Castlevania.
I mean, if you get the T-piece that you need, that's all that is required to get those 10 lines. Doesn't matter how much junk you leave behind. It doesn't matter how many bodies fall into the pits. We've got room for more bodies. And we've got Castlevania here coming up. I don't know where that gremlin's going up the left-hand side, but wherever he is now, he is in a better place.
I've got to know if this runner was practicing that out in the hall or they heard us talking about the gremlin boost and said, I can do that, and then just decided to rip it because it looked very confident.
I mean, that's one of the things about the Speedrun Gauntlet. You can learn a game very quickly. You can watch people play it out in the hallway. You can learn some strategies, see new things done. And then just like that, you can clear Castlevania first try, still has all lives remaining. And is in solid competition for a top Gauntlet time here today. Again, 10-second bonus for those remaining lives. Almost gets the boost.
On to Prince Ali, Marvelous T. Oh, the platform does respawn. Okay, good. I was worried he was stuck there.
Yeah, everything nicely respawns and lands, so if something goes wrong, you can kind of scroll off the screen, retry it. Moves into the second half of the stage here now, has a lot of life in reserve. So you don't have to worry nearly as much about damages. Using those apples as an alternative to the sword. I personally prefer the sword, but the apples are another way of taking those enemies out.
It's actually reducing memory count on the screen, but not having it display as many numbers.
Amy with the secret Aladdin tech here. And Salmon's picking up that extra bit of health here. Should be fine for the second half. Just has to make sure that we don't get stuck on any doorways. A lot of people skipping that second pole. If you're having trouble with that, just bounce off both poles and get up there quite easily. And you'll get 4th place for our Gauntlet today. Congratulations. Very, very nice run there. 321 overall. All right, coming back, one of our competitors from earlier in the week, the Gaming Guru 51, is challenging the Gauntlet again here today. There is a different set of games every day, so having had past experience with the Gauntlets mostly gets you that experience on stage, but doesn't help you with the game strategies. You have to be out there in the practice room each and every time, except for tomorrow. We're going to bring back 4 of your favorite games from throughout the week. So if you had any that you really enjoyed here, you can come back tomorrow and see if they have made it to the Gauntlet on the final day of PAX.
Once again, into Tetris.
I mean, Tetris has so many different strategies that we've seen employed here. Some of them that may not have made sense at the time, but in hindsight, I am sure someone knew what was going on. And we will see today a strategy that is going to be clearing out that second line here, freeing up some well space, giving access to the bottom.
Jared, can I tell you something? I only just noticed the left side of the screen counts the number of pieces you've seen.
It does. And sometimes that bar side has not a lot of numbers in it.
I thought you had memorized how many line pieces we'd seen, and I was genuinely very impressed. I'm less impressed now.
You're spoiling all the secrets, Amy.
Nice. Clearing out that top.
Gaming Guru's got 4 lines down there. We've finished 1 Tetris worth of lines. 6 lines to go. There is a lot of value that can get. Just 1 piece on the left-hand side could really turn this around in a hurry.
Yeah,
and eventually, that long bar might possibly come.
You got to believe.
The audience is trying to help. It is not very effective.
It's looking dangerous. All right.
It's okay. It's only 10 seconds. You can come back here, bang out a solid second attempt, and still have an extra life left for Castlevania.
So, Jerry, are you the one to set all these par times?
The par times are basically what we have tried to get for what you can work on in about 15 or 20 minutes of practice. If you've got a coach telling you about the strategies, even if you've never played the games before, we think you can get a round of par time in that amount of time there. But for our competitors on stage, you can often see them go several seconds under par. Usually about 5 to 10 seconds is possible to get ahead of our par times. And those can be tricky to really grind out those last couple of seconds on there, especially games that have RNG like Tetris on them.
Run into slight danger here at the stack, but a good clear.
I mean, left-hand side's got some difficulty, but right-hand side's got opportunities.
Looks like he's building for the secret grade in Tetris Grandmaster. That's a deep cut that was funny just to me, and 1 person I heard laugh out there.
Amy will get those license levels up one day. But today, classic NES Tetris, much more simple in the format. You're just gonna grind out those lines. And right now we've got 4 lines to go, but it's starting to get a little bit scary.
It's doing fine. I think this stack is manageable, I think. Stack is becoming less manageable.
It's not working. It's not working.
This is still doable, I think.
There are critical places.
Less doable.
But the good news is, there is one more try. We got our final life here.
Sorry, you only need 1 life for Castlevania and Aladdin. You don't need any more.
I think it's a show of confidence going into Castlevania with no lives left.
Yeah.
Like, it is showing that you have practiced that game to the point where you have 100% guaranteed completions.
Ooh, yes. Excellent slide.
Sliding there, but still has a lot of empty space to fill in for some of those lines. Might need to start building up a middle stack now. That left-hand side especially. Probably gonna be hard to plug in there. The right-hand side, a couple of pieces could very quickly start making some progress.
All right, now begins the down stack. This is the time. Okay, no, that's good. That's good.
That is perfectly fine.
Yep.
We're changing this into a clear there. We're starting to dig through some of the garbage. 5 lines completed.
Easy. Right down in there.
4 lines to go now. 3 lines. The momentum is
That line
going.
piece, that'll solve pretty much everything.
1 line to go. We just need to find a line
doesn't
anywhere.
Look perfect, doesn't have to look great, just need 1 more line.
And that is our Tetris completion. We have a lot of Tetris fans in the audience today. Hopefully,
should be.
we have a lot of Castlevania fans in the audience as well. Those gremlins, they are super scary there if they get out of control. But once you mastered it, everything goes well on that first screen, and then the second screen. The birds, the pits, and the doom. Hopefully, not much doom.
Just got this tank this bird right here.
Yeah, tanking the bird on the stairs, great strategy there. That first bird you can be very, very smooth and consistent on. Down to just a skeleton here. Might be tanking the skeleton as well. There we go.
Easy. I told you, 1 life. That's all I need.
You only need 1 life to complete it from here.
Camel. Oh! Now that honestly probably made up a lot of time on where he is compared to the record.
Yeah, that camel boost does save, I think, about 6 or 7 seconds compared to going all the way around, and depends on how cleanly you do it. I've seen people try to go for the upper platform, which would save even more time, but it seems like it would be incredibly tight and precise to do. That lower platform, good enough to save just having to go all the way around to the side. Yeah, it looks like we're on pace for about a 105 for this one, which would be a couple seconds under par. Able to pick up some time here, along with that time save on Donkey Kong Country. Very respectable Gauntlet performance with 2 solid games.
And we're feeling very safe here. Plenty of life left. Not going to get got by this
Ton of life,
corridor
just
yet.
swinging that sword like nobody's business. And it's through for 7th place. Congratulations to the gaming girl. You have done it. If you want some more lanyards, we got plenty.
Just no fear on the Tetris. All right, whenever you're ready, let it rip.
Our Murder Breathe and Dread Persephone 621, congratulations on making it to our Gauntlet stage. You have practiced hard. You are ready to show off your skills, and you are doing great so far in Donkey Kong Country. Going here across with Diddy. Comes across. Doesn't even need Rambi. little bit of hesitation past those Kremlings and is able to get through our first game in the gauntlet, no problems. DKC done under par. Now it is time for some Tetris.
I tell you, someone in this line is going to shock us. Someone in this line is just going to go ham bonkers on it.
I mean, I hope to see that somebody in this line does get a 35-second time on Tetris. It's possible that if you go super fast in here, you can get an amazing under par time on Tetris. And probably DKC, another great place to build up a lot of lead up there. But once you get to those last two games, Castlevania and Aladdin about 5 seconds each. It is harder to get that time back, so it's important to get a good, solid start in the gauntlet.
Yeah, we haven't had a runner yet go under the par time on Tetris, so that's what I'm waiting for.
I mean, just have to believe in the heart of the pieces. There's our long bar, getting some progress in there. Got 3 lines left to go.
Oh, very clean, very clean.
Making a very fast
excellent play. There we go.
Makes it through Tetris. Still doing very solidly overall. Has Castlevania and Aladdin to go, but all lives are in reserve. All right, opting to take the world's most useless meat there. I have no idea why there's meat on the very first screen. Like, you can't really take
there we go.
But gets across no problem. First screen's doing okay. Second screen is where we do see the scary birds.
It astonishes me that falling down these pits kills you, because wouldn't you just fall to the previous screen?
I mean, most of the Belmonts do have very bad knees.
There we go.
But our runner has a great time in Castlevania. Final game here.
I've seen the camel boost once. We're going to see it again.
I mean, there is definitely time to save over our first place runner in terms of the boost, but doesn't get it here. Still can go for a clean wraparound and make it up into the later stages of the levels.
Now, on this jump down, is there a way to get further to the right, or do you have to go run up these stairs?
You do have to trigger the stairs like this, going to the right a little bit further, and then the stairs become solid. Same thing with going all the way to the left. You can't just kind of jump up and skip around there. There's these 3D elements that load in on certain checkpoint triggers.
Interesting.
My strategy is to try to land right around where that lantern is, which is a screen instant clear, and that way you don't have to worry about the knife thrower coming from above you.
This is iffy, coming into this sword thrower. Perfect.
It's okay, we still have a little bit of health here as long as we can squeeze through. Oh!
That's okay, only a 10-second loss. We go again.
Yeah, we still have some lives in reserve. That is one of the dangers of Aladdin. There is only that one easily accessible life on the route. There is some extra life under the stairs if you want to grab for some early recovery. Most people don't think that they need it. And it's not until later that you realize that it's going to be super, super tight for getting your health through there. But yeah, see to the left, that little balloon under the stairs, that would be some health recovery as well. I don't think we've seen anybody use that today.
Ooh.
All right, final try. It's gonna swing and hope.
I believe. I didn't know that camel killed that guard until I started watching the Gauntlet today.
Yeah, there's a little camel spit that hits the guard. Yeah, there's all these small touches. Like, I think that Aladdin was like a project of love for these developers.
Yeah, this is honestly a very incredibly looking game for the Genesis. Like, this is not what I would expect for a Genesis game.
All right, this time we're coming through with a little bit more health into the section. Still, though, kind of tight. Gotta watch out for those knives from behind. Make it across this platform here. And a couple more enemies before we can get a health refill. Uh-oh. Falling down there. We don't have the ability to take any more hits. So blocking the knives is an option. Coming down and getting a instant hit on him. But no, not able to squeeze in there. And thank you very much for coming up for the Gauntlet today, Dread Persephone. Now let's welcome in our next Gauntlet contestant. We got a couple more people left for the Speedrun Gauntlet today. Persian, you may begin when you are ready. And good luck on our Gauntlet.
Procyon, a previous first place finisher in our speedrunning gauntlet in previous years. We'll see if it can happen again.
All right, good luck. Have a nice day.
I mean, with a solid start with Donkey Kong Country here. Important thing is just make sure that you don't have any scary accidents, keeping both Kongs as a safety measure and taking Rambi as well. This is our first competitor that we've seen with Rambi. Opts to not use the tunnel with Rambi, instead just going with the upper route. And Rambi pretty much gives you invincibility through there. You can still have some trouble with the pit, but no problem for our runner here today.
I believe the tunnel is technically slower, is that right?
The tunnel is slightly slower, but it saves you all those jumps. You don't have to worry about any of the obstacles on the way. Unlike Tetris, where everything has to be worried about, each and every piece lovingly hand-placed.
What a clean stack.
It is very clean so far. Most of our runners have been building their empty well on the left-hand side. This is our first one that has been really concentrating on that right-hand side strongly recently. And just cruising through those lines. Only has 2 more to go.
This might be your fabled 35.
1 more to go. Needs a little bit of a lengthy piece here. There we go. That should be good enough for an under-par Tetris time.
That's the par and the record time.
And with that big time savings, has moved ahead of our first place time currently, but has to get through Castlevania and Aladdin first try. All right, opting to juggle those gremlins a bit. Does pick up the water upgrade. Again, the water upgrade really not super relevant here. You never need the triple water in this particular phase. The double water is good enough for most uses. Tanking the bird on the stairs and using those iframes to safely take out the next one, but let's see how you can get out of the well. All right, looks good. 4 damage boost count, and
all the HP you need is the last one.
Another solid completion, just needs to make it through Aladdin right now.
Currently 8 seconds up on the record.
I mean, Aladdin is a game where I believe you can even pick up time on that record with a good camel boost. Doesn't get a bit close. So now just needs to get through there relatively cleanly. That first small platform usually goes pretty well. It's the second set of small platforms that for some reason feels a lot slipperier than the other ones.
Oh, immediately knew where to turn around for that.
Should have some decent health left for this last bit with the knife thrower.
Procyon's putting on a showcase here.
That knife coming from the left-hand side can be really rude at times. You can block it with your sword. A well-timed sword strike does deflect projectiles, but not needed here. As we're going to pick up the little bit of extra health, I think we're in good shape.
As long as that one infamous hallway at the end doesn't get him.
We're going to see how clean this ending is. All right, goes for the single pole jump. And over and across should be fairly close to our previous competitor. Nice. And yes, good enough. For a new record time, our first sub-3 completion on the Speedrun Gauntlet here today.
Sub-3, and it wasn't even close. Right. What's this person's name?
All right, good luck to our competitor here. We've got Donkey Kong Country beginning in. Opting to stick with Donkey Note. Switching over to Diddy. is trying for those fake outs for the commentators here today, but staying with Diddy using the faster spins. And because of doing the manual attack as opposed to the damage boost, has that extra 1 hit to give. Very much more safe going through DKC that way, and makes easily under par here today for that first stage.
All right, let's see if we can replicate Procyon's success with the Tetris.
I mean, that's going to be tough. We have seen some solid Tetris competitors here, but it has been a struggle with Tetris coming in under par. We saw, I would say, similar struggles with Dr. Mario, both games similar in that you have to have a whole bunch of skills that are not really associated with platformers or action games. It's a very different mindset. And so switching between them can be extremely tough for our Gauntlet competitors, where you have just this rapid fire of these individual levels back and forth. All right, clearing out that little gap that could have been problematic if it let on too long, but now has a nice right side well going. And 2 long bars just make this so much easier building those lines up.
Easy, good 10.
So far, 2 solid performances right around our leader's time. And there is time to make up on both Castlevania and on Aladdin here today. All right, another competitor opting to boogie in the Gremlin Pit. Just wait for them to go away. They get bored after a while. But the birds do not get bored. The birds, they get revenge.
Yeah, the jumps are okay.
It knows.
Yep, that works.
And with our final skeleton down, Castlevania successfully cleared on the first try.
Now, Jair, he is 6.3 seconds away from record. That's the camel boost time.
That is the camel boost time. Will we see a camel boost here? Yeah. Oh, almost.
I keep jinxing it every time. I gotta see someone pull it off.
Almost locked into that platform, but fell down. That is probably going to be the difference between a 105 and a 110. But as long as the rest of the Aladdin goes smoothly, this should still be possible to get a sub-3 time on this. These small platforms, one of the last things that are a really big risk of falling down on. Takes it a little bit safe there, lines up, makes certain that there is no problem with the knife thrower coming from behind. And with that extra bit of health, should have plenty of resources to work with for tanking through the rest of the stage. And for that last rope jump, you want to be jumping as low as possible coming off there. That way you can avoid the knife thrower. But if you have to climb up there, then you don't worry about falling down. It's a really safe and clean way of doing it, and it is. A 3rd place time coming in with a 3:02. Congratulations on the very solid performance there. Many great runs so far today. And another competitor up and ready to challenge the Speedrun Gauntlet. CB, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
I gotta say, my voice is giving out. I don't think I've spoken this much all weekend.
I mean, people are big into the Speedrun Gauntlet. We have to actually cap the line off it and turn people away once the end of the session comes close. It is tough doing these commentaries all the way through non-stop action, especially with the runs that we have today, many short games. There's very little opportunity for downtime and reflection. But Amy, thinking back on how this Gauntlet's gone so far today, what game has stood out to you the most in terms of unexpected Gauntlet performances?
Just today or
just
all
today?
The Gauntlets? I genuinely think Aladdin. I've been really impressed with everybody's strategies on Aladdin so far, and the people who have pulled off the camel boost.
I have been surprised that we have not had more deaths on Aladdin. That is a game that we have had in past years in the Gauntlet. And Aladdin is a tricky game to be able to finish. That health, it goes down really fast. But our competitors, for the most part, have managed to make it through there. And surprisingly to me, Tetris has been one of the harder games for people to do well in.
Yeah, it's a lot of the, like, when I was learning how to play Tetris, and I'm not going to say I'm good by any measure, but a lot of it is learning exactly where the columns are. So being able to judge in space without any reference how far you are away, or if you're dropping a piece into the right column.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of tricky build combinations there, and like, what happens when you don't get a line? Like, how do you recover from that? How do you figure out alternative ways of making progress here?
You do this, I suppose.
I mean, we're seeing a big stack built up. There's going to be a Tetris. There's going to be another triple coming up here. And with 3 lines left to go, 2 lines left to go, just got to figure out how to squeeze those out.
Yep, and then easy, right in the slot. All right, deep breaths, here we go, Castlevania.
You got to breathe for Castlevania. This is the game where it is possible to control these enemies, but very, very difficult. Especially the gremlins, they like to play. But once you get up to this platform, then you're into the second screen. And this is where you get the pits. I actually think fewer people have fallen into the pits today in Castlevania than we had in Super Mario Bros. Yesterday. That was just a machine eating Mario left and right. Our runners have been taking advantage of these stairs quite aggressively, using that stair lock to prevent them from falling down. And they've been using this damage boost to open the skeleton.
I was a big fan of that strategy, just damage boosting through with that skull.
It has been pretty effective for most of our runners that have tried it.
Gremlins are giving them the business right now.
I mean, they're one of the enemies that gets introduced, and you think that they're very harmless because they're tiny, they're cute, they're friendly. But then they chase after you, and then they're not so cute. Then they are terrifying.
And they start jumping all over you.
All right, again, using those stairs aggressively, but unable to get that second bird down. We got one more try here on Castlevania. We believe in you. You can do this.
Yeah, you got this. Come on. Come on, crowd. Let's see some claps.
Just practicing those blocks, getting them out of the way on screen 1 so they don't happen on screen 2.
Uh-oh.
All right. Okay. Still locking on. Still locking on. And unfortunately,
excellent try.
Chased down by the ghost, unable to get through there. But a valiant effort. And coming up next.
A lot of this Gauntlet commentary has been made very funny by the fact that tomorrow's runner for Zelda Skyward Sword is practicing right behind me, so I keep hearing Link die over and over. Great. You're going to be here tomorrow. Check out the Skyward Sword run. It's very good.
And check out Cyphrin.
And check out
on
Cyphrin.
Stage right now, trying to attempt our Speedrun Gauntlet. Good luck, Cyphrin.
All right, Cyphrin, I believe, was going for the tech where you damage yourself as you break the barrel. And that's both only stuns you once and immediately swaps the Diddy, which makes you go way faster.
Yeah, I definitely do like the damage boost variation as opposed to the manual tag, but with the manual tag, you've got that extra bit of safety, so we've seen most of our runners take that approach. But no problems here with DKC. Jungle hijinks down perfectly clean. And on to Tetris next. Tetris has been giving our competitors some trouble. We have had an under par completion. We've had a lot of people that are able to grind out right around that par time. And with just 10 lines, so many different strategies that you could employ.
think we've only had that one under par time. I think everything else has been over a minute.
I mean, our record time up there right now, 55:49 from our first place competitor. That is going to be a tough time to beat. And overall, Tetris is a place that you can lose a lot of time if you are having some struggles getting those lines done. But no struggles here. Already up to 8 lines complete. Just needs to find some room to grow these last 2. There's 1. And there is the pieces that we need for number 2.
Easy.
All right, Cypher, still within 10 seconds of our record time. And 10 seconds is the amount of time that you can realistically make up in these last 2 games here. So as long as you're under that mark going into Castlevania, you got a shot at taking first place right now.
I was going to say, Cypher knew what he was doing with those water bottles. Water bottles?
I mean, holy water comes in bottles. That probably makes sense.
True.
Oh, there's that last bird coming up. That last bird can be really rude, as can the skeleton, but slips past the bone. And makes it through onto Aladdin. Now, do we have our first successful camel boost?
I want to believe.
I trust the camel. Oh, a little bit low. That camel boost is tricky. You got to run right off the edge of the ledge. Got to be at full speed. You got to do the bounce with the jump as you're hitting the camel. And then you got to nail the landing on the platform. But opposite take the backup health there. This means that there's a lot less worry about taking too much damage going through this part of the stage until the more commonly acquired health pickup is available. And I think other than a couple of knife throwers and a couple of very slippery small platforms, we are basically through Aladdin at this point.
I always thought that vase was the health pickup. I've now just learned that it's something else.
Yeah, it's the balloon. People have been going after some of the other power-ups, like the genie for the extra lives or the checkpoints, and those have absolutely no effect on the gauntlet. If you take a death during the stage, we do not give you the checkpoint.
Second.
But you know what we give you?
Incredible time.
We give you congratulations for coming in second place. Another solid 3-minute time broken.
And
up
just like
next
we
now.
said, one of our runners for tomorrow who's going to be running Crash Bandicoot 2, we've got Stump.
Good luck, Stump.
The GDQ regular as well. Well, okay. No, it's okay. That one didn't matter. Go again.
Luckily, you do have some extra lives, so in case there are any donkey-related accidents, we have you covered. One more try. This is confidence.
Yeah, no,
Throwing your
he's
lives at the
throwing early.
start just to have a little bit of a tougher time through there. That is showing that you believe that you are going to be just destroying the rest of the gauntlet today.
It's okay. I didn't need Diddy.
I mean, you can get Diddy back. We've got plenty of extra barrels here. You got some safety barrels you can carry around. You got Ramby you can take through a little bit of a ride here. We'll see if we get through the tunnel or take the upper top route. It is the top route with Ramby. So a little bit safer than running without Ramby, and good enough to get through Donkey Kong Country and move on to Tetris. Now, here's a little bit of an offbeat question, Amy. Tetris has got so many different theme songs. What is your favorite bit of Tetris music?
Oh, the classic.
You like the classic?
Yep.
We had to choose. Like, we had to go through and pick which one all of our competitors would be running at for Tetris, for Dr. Mario. Like, do you like Fever? Do you like Chill? Those are ones
Dr.
where...
Mario has different theme songs?
I mean, people only do the one. So, like, it is like the iconic theme, but when you're practicing and you're doing this game for 9 hours straight, you know, after a while, sometimes you want to mix it up.
That's fair. I mean, when I'm practicing for a long time, it all just fades. It becomes background music. I just don't hear it anymore.
But do you hear those lines clearing? I hear lines clearing. And I hear that we've got 3 lines left to go.
Yeah, already up to 7. This is quick.
Just needs to build a couple more solid straightaways to get some clears in. There's 1 line down, 2 lines to go, 1 line to go.
And right
it looks like it's good. And that is a Tetris completion. Now for Castlevania. The game has given our competitors more difficulty than any other game in our gauntlet today, but I think it was still quite a lot friendlier than Super Mario Brothers and Contra that we had yesterday. We have not seen nearly as many failures in the gauntlet to get a completion.
That's fair. I think this was easier than Contra. Not much, though.
Those scary stairs. Uh-oh, we're getting the ghost combos. Okay, got the ghost down with the birds. How about the birds? All right, taking the first bird down.
Face checking the
second
birds.
bird down. Third bird coming in. No
Nice,
problems
good
there.
job.
And only the skeleton at the end. That's going as a jerk, but if you squeeze the bones like that, you are through no problems. We promise that Stump was throwing those lives just to show off the single life completion here. And now just has to get through Aladdin. Doesn't unfortunately get that camel boost, but is still alive, and that's what's important.
He didn't need it. Now, is there a benefit to not killing the enemies? Because I've seen some runners just jump over them, just to avoid it.
So you can have some difficulty with timing the sword swings. There's a little bit of delay in that sword swing, so it's not as easy to get the lineups as you might think. And so if you're having some struggles there, which unfortunately Stump has some struggles getting through, then jumping over can be the better strategy. But thank you very much, Stump, for coming out.
All right, we've got our final gauntlet runner coming up here.
One of our
the legend himself.
gauntlet runners that has been on stage many times. Ovuk Jam has had a number of first place finishes, a number of second place finishers. Ovuk Jam also one of our enforcers here at PAX. Once again, thanks to all the enforcers for helping out, keeping our areas safe and tidy. And with that, Ovuk Jam, show us how this gauntlet is done.
He almost got that swap there. That was really close. So if you throw the barrel and then get hit by an enemy at the same time, you swap to Diddy. Unfortunately, you are, then down to 1 HP, but you're way faster.
I mean, even as Donkey, you can easily come in through under par on juggle hijinks. This part-time one that most people are able to get picked up and cleared within a few minutes of practice, but Tetris has been more difficult for getting that part-time today. Anything under 50 seconds is going to be a big boon to getting ahead and out front of the other competitors.
Now, these are some fast drops. I'm feeling this. Quick 4 lines off the top right here.
I mean, not overthinking things is important.
Yep.
Just like Dr. Mario, if you delay too much, going for that perfect space can cost you more time than it saves.
But along with that, in my opinion, it's very important to have a mental picture of your stack at all times, just so you know where you're putting a line next.
Yeah, at least having a place to ditch your pieces if you don't know where this piece should go. That's a great backup to have in your pocket.
Yeah, Ovuk got into a little bit of trouble there, but absolutely just slammed through that.
Absolutely no problems. That's our second subpar clear time on Tetris. And I think our first runner that has been potentially in competition for getting under par throughout the entire gauntlet here.
Not even bothering with the skeleton, just saying.
Makes it through no problems in that first screen. Second screen here, we'll see if there's any problems with the birds. Got some skeleton dancing. All right, locked on the stairs there, able to get a hit with the bird without having to worry about the knockback. And unfortunately, gets boned.
I'm just mad you didn't let me say it.
All right, a little bit of juggling there. The only downside of taking those hits, now you've got less health on screen too to work with. So being able to tank the birds, not as safe as it would be otherwise. You have to at least kill a couple of them.
Jar, you're so right. When you take damage, you have less health.
I mean, when you fall in the pit, you've got even less health.
True. None, some would say.
But you know what we do have? We've got one final try. This is our last try in the gauntlet today. The final life for the final competitor. We're going to see, is Ovoke Jam able to take down Castlevania here? All right, the birds have been watered. The bones have been watered. And Castlevania has been conquered. Now, the good news is these times have been under par. The bad news is with the 2 deaths on Castlevania, no longer gets the 20-second bonus for those extra lives in reserve.
Oh, it all ends
But we
up.
do get
Let's go!
a successful camel boost for Amy.
Thank you. I needed to see it. So the time gets added on at the end for the lives. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought it was per stage. Health a little perilous right here, but I think he'll be fine.
I mean, we'll see where this knife is going.
Good block.
Good block there. We've got another knife thrower coming up here from this angle, and opts not to do the early drops down, so still has one more hit to give. Can we grab the balloon? Yes.
Right here.
All right, there we go. Got our health back. Everybody's okay. Everybody's okay.
No stress, no stress. Genuinely sounds like a flashbang right there. I'm not sure why.
And there we go. 3rd place for Ovoke Jam. Congratulations. A round of applause for Ovoke Jam. Round of applause for all of our competitors here today in the Speedrun Gauntlet.
Hang on. I'm being told we have one more competitor storming the stage.
A mystery challenger has appeared.
Our very own Carrie Carrerium. It's true. Carrie is the famous Denny's % runner of Celeste. Look it up.
All
It's
right,
a good
Carrie, well,
run.
show us how these games are done.
No, we did peer pressure Carrie into this, so she made out of practice.
I need Diddy after all, I guess.
I mean, it's faster with Diddy, so that does make sense to go back for Diddy.
Yeah, makes total sense. Is there actually no music in this stage, or can I just not hear it? It's so ominous. Yep,
I mean, what I'm
safety
hearing is that we got
I like
Ramby
it.
out, and with Ramby, our first
time we've seen
visit
the
through the
tunnel.
secret tunnel. This is the safest way to get through the stage. Skips through all those enemies. And like that, you're at the finish.
Except for that one pit.
I
If you
mean,
fall in that one pit, you
You probably shouldn't fall in the pit, but that'll be for Castlevania. And that is going to be after our competitor takes on Tetris.
Will she have the reflexes of a zoomer?
I mean, so far building up a nice stack on that right-hand side. Still has plenty of room to work with as well on the left-hand side.
And also just very similar pieces all the way through. I wonder if that's been something that the task community has done, is do an aesthetically pleasing Tetris task.
I mean, if you get the best times, those are the aesthetically pleasing times to me.
You know what? That's fair.
It looks like Carrie with 3 lines left to go, has things under control, 2 lines left. There might be some questions about how we fill in one of these gaps, but a long bar would do it.
Like right there, and then, yeah.
Turn it around and then just dunk it in. Don't worry about that garbage left behind.
And now onto the stage that I'm sure Carrie is totally ready for, Castlevania. Oh, learn from ciphering, I see.
Okay, using that water to make sure the gremlins are not a problem. And the nice part about that strategy is you're keeping all that health into the second screen, allowing you to tank the birds. You don't have to worry about dodging, weaving around them. You just lock into those stairs, let everything hit you, and then life is mostly good. Or you can get into the well, and then life is a little bit scarier.
Now we're fine.
Everything's fine.
Easy.
And Castlevania is defeated. There's 3 games down, 1 game left to go.
All right, now we're going to see a second camel boost here.
No, you're not. I'm just gonna sit.
Carrie, just press the jump button. I think that's what you do. Nope, okay, never mind.
It was close. It was very close.
All right, that was the second try for it. I appreciate that.
It's always good to see more camels.
Yeah.
Carrie going for the double rope grab, similar to climbing up the walls of Ninja Gaiden. I don't think it saves any time in Aladdin, but it looks nice. And aside from that rude knife thrower, bringing us down to 1 hit point.
I was going to say, I would recommend killing the enemies.
Aladdin wouldn't swing the sword.
Sometimes Aladdin's tired.
Classic speedrunner problem, blaming the controller.
Oh, my inputs failed.
Oh, my inputs failed.
All right, 1 final try here. It was a good effort. It was a very good effort on the camel boost. We at least got to see 1 of those. Had a couple that were close. And we'll see how close this final performance is. Got the stairs locked in place. And they set it on to part 2 of the stage. This time a little bit more health in reserve. Doesn't have to worry as much about the knives, but still, there's some climbing to do. There's some platforming left to do, especially those small platforms, deceptively difficult.
You know, this dangerous platform right here, easy, no problem.
Grabs that extra bit of health and should be good to go for the rest of the stage from here.
Oh yeah, very healthy Aladdin. Does that snake charmer guy actually summon anything? I've seen people swing at him.
No, but
excellent.
You know what? You get 9th place. Congratulations, Carrie, for taking on our Speedrun Gauntlet. And thank you again to all of our Speedrun Gauntlet competitors. And thank you to the audience for coming out here today. Hope you enjoyed our Saturday show at PAX East. We'll be back tomorrow morning for Sunday. Final day of PAX. Amy, do you want to tell us about the awesome runs that we got coming up on tomorrow?
I would love to. We've got a Stardew Valley run to start it off with Valiant Sun and Blackheart Wings. Stardew Valley just released its 1.6 patch, and I know a ton of people are playing that, so I'm going to be here for that, I think. Then we've got Lego Star Wars, followed by Crash Bandicoot 2, who Stump you saw in the Gauntlet earlier, and then ending it off the day with Skyward Sword by Fireworks Spinner, and then a little bit more of the Speedrun Gauntlet.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for coming out, and enjoy the rest of your PAX.